Welcome to a special episode of Out of the Blank podcast. One of three recordings for this particular episode, which is the number 911, which has a bit of significance to it based on a very serious event. I wanted to get a bunch of perspectives in on this one. And first up is going to be my pal, Jeffrey Chuck Norris, who also hosts Chuck Goes to the Movies.
Hello, thank you for having me.
Now, I know you told me when I was inviting you onto this to see your 9/11 experience, because I was young when it happened. So I don't really have, I just remember getting pulled out of school um, by my parents because I don't even know. I was probably like third, fourth grade, maybe. I don't know. How old are you when you're in the fourth grade? But it's really kind of getting what happened with you on that day, your thoughts on it. Where do you think it went? I'm gonna try and balance it out too, much like how my show kind of does, where there's going to be the seriousness of people that believe, the basic template of it, and then rounding it off towards the ending with obviously the conspiracy side, because I like to dip my toes in both ends of the pool.
Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to help you play into that conspiracy side at all. I just don't buy into a lot of the conspiracy surrounding 9/11. But I mean, that's just, again, my own personal belief. I know there's a lot of evidence out there, and there's a lot of people talking about the conspiracies behind it. But from everything that I've read and just my own personal experience with this, I don't buy into it. But for those of you, I'm very interested to hear what other people have to say about that. So this is going to be a very fun episode to listen to.
Well, you are going to be the first of the serious ones. So please take me through this day of yours. How did it start? When did you know something was going on?
Well, I was in 10th grade when this happened. I was in second period English 2 honors with Miss Thorson. We were getting ready to start studying Fahrenheit 451. And I don't know, maybe about 10, 15 minutes into the class or something like that, one of the office aides, Sarah, comes running into the room and she's just like, the World Trade Center has been bombed. Turn on your TV. At this point, I guess we hadn't really ascertained the fact that a plane has actually flown into it, but we turn on the TV. We got both towers are on fire at this point and stuff like that. And it was such a weird experience. We've lived, or at least me, I had lived through some pretty significant events so far in my, school age, that kind of rattled or changed how things were done in a school setting. I lived through Columbine, that shooting. I know there's been hundreds upon hundreds of school shootings since, but Columbine was, for me, that first huge real experience into a mass school shooting in a public setting, to where I was so afraid I didn't even want to go back to school the next year and stuff like that, even though there was really no real fear for that ever happening at my school. But does any school ever have to go through that fear? It's a real thing we got to live through now. So as far as like September 11th, I mean, like I said, I remember where I was sitting and what we were doing, and then everything from that moment on felt like a blur. I feel like even a year, 2 years after that, it all still felt like September 11th, because so much changed. So many things started happening all at once. It kind of felt like a blur. And next thing you know, it was a year later, and we were doing an anniversary tribute at the local firehouse. A couple of years later, doing this, so on, so far. I can't believe that we're actually sitting at the 20-year mark. It really is kind of insane that this happened 20 years ago.
Well, let's take it step by step. So when did you start to notice something wasn't right? Like, did you see your teacher running towards the TV and turning it on, and then you looking over and seeing these two buildings on fire? Did you even know what happened? Was it two planes, or did you just see two buildings on fire and figure it was a
Well,
bombing?
yeah, like I said, the office aide came running into the classroom, told us to turn on the TV. And at that point, they thought just the World Trade Center had been bombed. We had no idea that there were planes involved yet. So by the time we had the TV on, we only saw buildings on fire. Really, no idea that there were planes involved until they started replaying the footage, and that's when you're just like, "Oh shit, this just happened!" Like a passenger plane, just flew into a building, two buildings. And that's just, It's absolutely bizarre. It was almost unbelievable. It's something like you would see in a movie. It really is. Like, this can't be real. This cannot be happening. How did we get to this point where two passenger planes now became weapons of mass destruction and flown into buildings? And we got to, and from then that moment on, we got to see towers collapse. Things happen. It's just, it was a bizarre turn of events that literally just kind of upended everything. So, like I said, everything else that kind of followed is a blur. I remember them canceling classes for the rest of the day, but for parents who couldn't make it back to check their kids out or anything, I only lived a block away from the school, but they wouldn't let me leave. So I had to stay the whole day until the end of the school day. But they canceled classes. So as we progressed onto our different periods, all we did was sit there and we watched the TV. We watched these events unfold. We watched the aftermath of these events unfold.
So every class
And
was playing this scene.
yes, there was nothing normal about any class for that day or even the few days that followed. Everything was television, news, trying to make sense of what was going on in the world.
Now, did it seem like a little bit of a dream in a way? Like it just something like that has really never happened before, especially in your lifetime as well too. So it's got to be a bit of like, what am I watching? Is this something that's, is this happening everywhere? It happened to be a scenario where definitely caught a lot of people off guard. But I mean, like when I got pulled out of school, I had no idea what was going on. I was too little to really understand and even grasp the basic concept of like you're seeing a terroristic attack happen. It was just a fear for a lot of parents to grab their kids. I mean, knowing how you know now, especially being a father, looking back on that incident, so what would be your first reaction to probably pull your kids out of school?
Um, Actually, quite honestly, if I were going to be a parent during that particular time, depending on, like, we were down in Florida, so I mean, if the school was going to stay open at least till its normal end of the school day, I probably would not have pulled my kids out of school. I mean, what are we going to do? Am I going to let them sit at school and deal with it, or am I going to take them home and deal with it? It doesn't. It's not like my wife who lived outside of DC when this happened. Like, they literally shut everything down. The government, they shut schools down, everything down. She had no choice but to go home. Her parents had no choice but to go pick her up. I mean, if you listen to my father-in-law tell this story, he worked in Crystal City, far enough away from the Pentagon, but close enough that they heard that impact of the Pentagon being hit by the plane and stuff like that. And that's the other thing that's on top of everything that happened at the World Trade Center. You had the Pentagon that got hit. If you drive by it now, it's really interesting to see the new section there because it looks completely off from everything else. You had the other plane that the passengers managed to take semi-control back over and ground the plane, ultimately meeting the demise of everybody on that flight. But that one was supposedly aimed for the White House. So I mean, there's just, again, all this was just coming out the day of, the few days after, and things like that. So every situation was different. And I truly believe that given if we were exactly where I was when this happened, I would have left my kids in school unless given no other choice but to come pick them up by the school district or something like that. Quite honestly.
I'm wondering if that's just because of how we've experienced a lot too since that. Like, I mean, for I think a lot of parents, at least back then, I know you're trying to think of the mindset of back then, but
Hmm.
we really can't just because nothing like that has ever happened before when we've seen multiple different explosions, the marathon bombings, all these types of
Yeah.
things now that have kind of made it seems, I know it's horrible to say, but a little bit numb to a lot of it. Like it's horrific that it happens and you hear about it, but it's not one of those events that you're going to see on the news. This was like the first, giant thing that kind of led to now we have all these other events that have happened since. That was the very like that was the one that kind of paved the way a little bit for this to kind of be like being turned on every single television in every single classroom, teachers that were just stopped teaching the class because they were just sitting there in shock that something like this had happened to our nation. It's never really happened before. Um, that's a lot of it comes down to where it comes into the conspiracy side of things is where the report came out, and I was just looking at the report on my phone. A lot of it is written, but it starts off saying, this whole entire report was, it says, in the preface content that says, the purpose of this report is not to incriminate, but only to record the facts and the circumstance of September 11th, 2001. So a lot of the stuff that was left out of this report that a lot of people had issues with was who could have been the main predictor of it. They definitely clearly named the people that were going on these flights and everything like that caused this, but they
Mhm.
didn't talk about, like, what would be the enemy or the whole entire, they left that whole part of it out. There's still a bunch of it that was missing, is why these conspiracies start to come in. Why are they hiding stuff like this when it's something important where people literally lost their lives? I mean, it was a big mess, but it's also so a tragic experience where it was like trying to do an episode on it is going to be a little bit difficult because obviously everyone has their sensitive areas. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist on this at all, mostly because I wasn't really there to experience it. But from when you start to look at, like, what have they made, afterwise, like, I mean, the next year, for instance, how did that next year start to play out where you said things started changing so rapidly?
I mean, everything changed. The way we travel, the way we conduct ourselves on a national and world stage. I mean, again, I can only speak to myself personally here. I was in my band, my high school band was supposed to go to DC spring of 2002 for a trip. We were going to go to the White House. We were going to play on the White House lawn. We were in the middle of a fundraiser raising money for this stuff. Of course, this changed everything. Trips were canceled. Travel restrictions started going into place. All the stuff that we saw happen with COVID. I mean, that happened 100 times more in a lot hastier fashion after 9/11. And we still see the effects of those changes today. The TSA, how you're able to board airplanes and things like that. What you're able to do once on board airplanes, things you can carry on mass transit systems and stuff like that. Those restrictions never, even if they were in place, were not always enforced. Well, now they are. And it's absolutely crazy. I had to throw away a really expensive bottle of hair gel that I accidentally put in my carry-on once instead of packing it away because it was over the limit. Like, what am I going to do? Am I going to take over the plane and style everybody's hair? No. But that's the kind of stuff that's happened because of the events of 9/11. These are those changes. And on a school level, it took a while for things to get back to normal on a school level, classes to resume, people, to be brave enough to kind of just start resuming normal lives. This was all centralized to two main locations, New York and DC. But the effects of these two things were felt around the world. And do you remember them saying that it kind of felt like the day the earth stood still? 9/11.
I
The
rem
whole world stopped and watched
I
what
remember
was going on.
hearing people jumping out of the building just so they didn't have to deal with being on fire. I remember talking to a guest who talked about, he was a cop when it was all kind of going down, and seeing the women, they took their shoes off and there was just high heels littered all over the street because they could run faster without those shoes on. It's a
Mhm.
giant impact of things that really transpired. It's definitely a dramatic horrible thing that happened. It's just, I think this is why a lot of people get upset about it too, on the concept of there was really nobody really paying the price. I mean, we talked about Middle East, or you want to talk about Osama bin Laden, whatever you want to lead to. I mean, there was other factors, probably other names I don't really know, but there was not a culprit at the time that was listed. A lot of people were like, Did this just happen?" you know Caught while our pants are down, I guess, in a way. We did never expected something like this to happen for a lot of things. This was the, like I said, the one that kind of paved it all. I'm coming in from a person that's only seen the documentaries and stuff of that sort. Especially when it comes, I like to linger towards the conspiracy side of things too. which is why I wanted to get your experience as well too, to get your thoughts on everything. It's
Um, well, taking it a step back, the imagery of people literally jumping from these buildings, yes, that was something you saw on the news. They didn't really do a great job censoring a lot of that. I really wish I would have thought about this. I have a box up in my attic of like 9/11 memorabilia, not trying to
grab a
memorialize it
piece of
or
rubble.
anything like that. No, just like the newspapers and the magazines and things like that that came out for, days, weeks, and months following the event and stuff like that. And, just I collected them because I wanted to make sure that we never forget what happened on these days. And they also show those images, the people just falling from these buildings, the rubble, the explosions as the planes are, coming into impact with the buildings and stuff like that. I'm well aware of one of the biggest conspiracies behind this is the fact that there's no way that a plane could have caused these two buildings to fall down, that these were planned demolitions. Um, I'm still not 100% sold on that theory.
You said you
I
saw them on the TV, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw it with my own
But
eyes
did you see the
on the
planes
TV.
actually hit the thing? Because I
I
couldn't
didn't
find a video.
I didn't see it with it, but they were doing actual replays, so I didn't get to watch it live. But they found those footages. They found the footage and stuff like that, and the news organizations were playing this. So again, that plays into the other conspiracy is like, well, did anybody actually see this happen live? Well, there are also firsthand accounts from people who on the ground in surrounding buildings who witnessed these planes coming or hitting the buildings and stuff like that. But I guess one of the conspiracies is that the planes were a cover for the actual demolition, that this was something planned by our government or another entity to do this. Again, I have a hard time with that. Our government is corrupt and capable of many things. I just find it very hard to believe that this is one of those things that they would have done. But of course,
I
sitting
don't.
here in 2021, I now know they are capable of all sorts of things.
Yeah.
So who knows?
Looking back at it though, the one thing because I like I said, I drift towards the conspiracy side, but also trying to look at the main thing was it was a giant symbol and it was something that brought this nation together
Hmm.
in a time where it not just affected one person, it affected everyone because they didn't know what could be next. That
Yeah.
just means that really it seemed like this strike that nobody was safe. The weird part was that they were running a training drill for a lot of our military about something like this happening the same day. Apparently it was about us being warned that something like this would happen 6 months prior. And then we kind of didn't take it for face value. We kind of just let it go, thinking that it was just like a threat. It wasn't anything. And then this happened. Another thing was, did the traders know about it? The stock market, the traders. Apparently, a giant spike in increase in the stock for those two specific airlines had increased that like a week before. So that was another thing for conspiracy theories. Now, I don't believe in all that. In my mind, what I think is a bunch of fucking things went wrong
Hmm.
all at once. It might have been a part of our military, for instance. They said that they couldn't get jets to take down the planes because the way that the government was thinking of it was instead of it crashing into a building or destroying a building, the easiest thing to do would be take down the plane with the passengers all inside and minimize the amount of casualties that would be lost. But their whole thing was that the jets couldn't get there in time, and people will go, "Isn't that a problem with our Air Force that's supposed to be so supreme?" And it's like I said, this is why the conspiracies, and it's still probably one of the biggest ones today, besides the fact of like the JFK thing. It seems like a bunch of things just went wrong all at once. And you could poke holes in many different things, but no one has any clear evidence. With this scenario, the one thing, at least being like kind of interested in the human mind a little bit, is the amount of trauma. Trying to get someone's experience on something like this is very, very difficult if they haven't been in a war or they haven't been in something that it gives them severe trauma, because it's so hard to remember every single distinct detail when it comes to an experience like this, because you're just trying to make sure you can get out alive. You're not worried about every detail. Did you see a plane? Did you see this? A lot of people are just trying to get away as fast as possible, or at least escape to safety.
I mean, what are you going to do? Like, you see something happening, you're just going to stop and roll footage? No, you're going to get to safety and stuff like that. And in the scramble, yeah, it's going to be very easy to mix up details. It's going to be very easy to think you saw something, but it actually was this. I mean, you see that all the time in all these traumatic experiences where you can't clearly recall every little thing that has happened. But that's also one of the beauties of the fact, again, maybe not the greatest choice of words, but that is one of the good things about an event like this, is that hundreds upon hundreds of New Yorkers alone bore witness to this. So you're going to get several different accounts, and from those accounts, you can start to piece together a coherent story of what happened from the time that they realized that these planes were headed to the World Trade Center, even all the way into the aftermath. And as far as the whole idea of putting the blame on someone, well, that's just human nature. We immediately got to start blaming somebody on this. Now, if memory serves correctly, Al Qaeda took responsibility for this operation, headed by Osama bin Laden, blah, 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 blah. They took responsibility publicly for this operation. And I also remember reading somewhere that, yes, this was something that they had received intelligence on, that there is a threat level of this magnitude that could have happened. Now, how far in advance did they know it was going to happen? That's the unfortunate thing about terrorists. They don't usually like to tell you what they're about to do.
So during the preface of the actual commission from the 9/11 report, it says, "Our aim has not been to assign individual blame. Our aim has been to provide the fullest possible account of the events surrounding 9/11 and to identify lessons learned. We learned about."
That's what a commission is for. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Well, the like I said, this is where a lot of people point problems with it, is it's not to assign individual blame. A lot of people who lost family members in this specific incidents, especially with first responders, saw this as a problem because they want someone to pay because they had lost someone that they loved. It says, "We had learned about an enemy who is sophisticated, patient, and disciplined and lethal. The enemy rallies broad support in the Arab and Muslim world by demanding redress of political grievances, but its hostility towards us and our values is limitless. Its purpose to rid the world of religious and political pluralism. I don't even know that word. Duplicit and equal rights for women. It makes no distinction between military and civilian targets. Collateral damage is not in its lexicon. We learned that the institutions charged with protecting our borders, civil aviation, and national security did not understand how grave this threat could be and did not adjust their policies, plans, and practices to deter or defeat it," which is when they talk about the warning, where
So to me, right there, it sounds like they are laying blame without wanting to lay blame. They explicitly explained the people who they are, what they believe, and what they are responsible for. And they also lay the blame on themselves. America, like you said earlier, to quote you, caught with their pants down. We we received a threat level and didn't know how to respond to it. So therefore, they exploited our own weakness, or even our own arrogance, if you really want to think about it. Did anybody ever in their entire lives think that we would ever be dealing with an attack of this level on American soil? No.
also goes on to say, "We have learned fault lines within our government between foreign and domestic intelligence, and between and within agencies. We learned of the pervasive problems of managing and sharing information across a large and unwieldy government that had been built in a different era to confront different dangers. At the outset of our work, we said we were looking backward in order to look forward. We hope that this terrible loss chronicled in this report can create something positive, an America that is safer, stronger, and wiser. That September day, we came together as a nation. The test before us is to go and sustain the unity of purpose and meet the challenges now confronting us." So it quotes it best there by saying it kind of unites us. I mean, this was a
Mhm.
moment where, I mean, in that next year, a lot of things probably have changed when it comes to TSA, when it comes to air travel, when it comes to even security things. But the amount of, like I said, in the first 2 weeks of the pandemic, people were going to come together. It was going to be like a terroristic attack. That my basis example would be 9/11. people were friendly for a couple of months until you end up falling back into your kind of old routine ways. But maybe it happened faster now because of how much we've been through since then. This was like we said, the first of the everything, kind of, in a way, for a lot of people. Now it's like everything you turn on the news now, there's an explosion, there's something going on. So maybe it's just our, I guess, receding time, or whatever, our recovery, whatever you want to call it, seems like it's a little bit lessened, instead of it taking a couple of months or 6 months, 8 months to a year to get over 9/11. Or some people aren't even over it today. What, we have a bomb, or we have a shooting that goes off, and people are kind of different. We had a pandemic happen, and 2 weeks into it, we were all back to being flicking each other off in the middle of the road again.
Um, I don't think we're ever going to see a level of unification that we saw after 9/11. I mean, I remember that very well, as the amount of patriotism that Americans displayed. You saw U.S. flags flying everywhere. You saw compassion and empathy in almost every single person, affected or not. I mean, we were all indirectly or directly affected by this event in one way or another. And just to see everybody come together, you saw our Congress stand on the steps of the U.S. Capitol and sing, for crying out loud. When has Congress stood on the steps of the U.S. Capitol and ever sang? I mean, just January this year, we saw the steps of the US Capitol overrun, and our members of Congress, having to hide in offices and under chairs and things like that. I mean, what a completely different situation that we are seeing 20 years later. Um, and you're absolutely right. When this pandemic hit, yeah, we saw that little bit of unification. Yeah, let's work together to fight this. And then immediately, there was the divide. There was the maskers versus the non-maskers. When the vaccination came out, there was the vaxxers versus the people who didn't want the vaccinations. There's always just been this big divide and stuff like that. Um, and there's been so much trauma, for a lot of people, whether you were involved in it or not. There's been just so much. Our brains are wired differently now. So yeah, our reaction times might be different, or our inability to show emotions towards something might be different. It's not that these events aren't sad or terrible in any way, shape, or form. It's just they've become so commonplace that you're kind of like, again.
I've read two stories when it came to this. One about it was a guy and, I guess, his wife. They were going into the one of the towers to go into work, and they wanted to sit and talk about their relationship across in a park, across the street. So they were like, let's be 10, 15 minutes late to going into our shift and talk about this relationship, see if we should keep it going or see if we should have it stop. And as they're talking and like trying to figure this all out, they saw what they said. They just saw one of the towers explode. They didn't see a plane go into it, which is why I talk about like the trauma of this scenario. For instance, a lot of people don't remember those details. They just remember that giant explosion happening. Um, and they saw that happen, and that could have been them on that floor.
Mhm.
And they decided to break up, which a lot of people be like, well, that would be a sign you guys should stay together. But no, they took it as a sign that means they should separate. Another story as well, too, as a woman that talked about, there was a hot dog vendor in front, and it was like a Middle East guy was out front selling hot dogs every single morning. And then like that morning, he wasn't there. And she took that as a sign, as like something's off, and then decided to not go to work that day. It's really, really strange if you read some of these accounts of people that kind of missed out on it.
um, well, one, I don't blame that couple for splitting up at all.
I'd be
They
like, we
they
should stay
saw.
together.
Yeah, we just witnessed something horrific together. Let's just spend the rest of our. No, I mean, it's like if that's a sign for anything, that's a sign. Go out and live your life. All right, to the fullest extent. And if you feel confined by the person you're with, then maybe it's you don't need to be with that person. That's a weird story though about the hot dog vendor. I don't think I would ever not go into work because something I'm used to seeing every single day is no longer there. But I would note that it's odd, but I'd probably still walk into work anyway. But I mean, also for a lot of these people who work at the World Trade Center, some of them may still even be harboring memories of the first bombing of the World Trade Center. You know, when did that happen? Like the early 90s, 94?
That was before I was
Honestly, don't
born.
remember.
We're
I
sticking
don't
to 9/11
remember.
on this one.
I know. I'm just saying that there are people who were there who probably still had those memories of everything that happened the first time the World Trade Center was bombed. So they are there's a lot of emotions and everything that run into whatever's happening that particular day. So
So I know it's what's the airplane that was involved was Boston American 11 and United 175. ATA says in this, so the first contents of the commission report was inside the four flights. ATA
mhm.
and Amari boarded at 6 a.m. flight from Portland to Boston's Logan's International Airport. But when they go in and saying this, a lot of this really skips and kind of jumbles around, but they talk about like, so, in passing through these checkpoints, each of the hijackers would have been screened by a walk-through metal detector calibrated to detect items with at least the metal content of a .22 caliber handgun. Anyone who might have set off that detector would have been screened with a hand wand, a procedure requiring the screener to identify the metal item or items that caused the alarm. In addition, an X-ray would have screened the hijackers' carry-on belongings. The screening was in place to identify and confiscate weapons and other items prohibited from being carried onto a commercial flight. None of the checkpoint supervisors recalled the hijackers or reported anything suspicious regarding that screening. So while Ada had been selected by the CAPPS in Portland, three members of his hijacking team, I don't even know how to say that one. Sugami Wali al Shari and Walid al Shari were selected in Boston. Their selection affected only the handling of the checked bags, not their screening at the checkpoint. All five men cleared the checkpoint and made their way to the gate for American 11. So, like we said, it's more than just one thing that went wrong. It was multiple things. Apparently, during this screening, they didn't come across any weapons, which they did have. So that is also a slip up on the TSA as well, which is why they also improved, people say it's like daddy's big eye where they just got more TSA control, more lockdown on some things too. But it was also for a good reason because they somehow slipped over this. What happens if they would have been stopped in the airport? We would be in a whole different scenario. You know what I mean?
If they were stopped in the airport, yeah, completely different scenario. The security would have been praised for what it had done, and an entire plot would have been unfoiled. But it didn't. And unfortunately, I mean, again, I know this is a 9/11 episode, but there have been other instances where airport security checkpoints have failed miserably at doing their job. And unfortunately, this is it's kind of stacked against them a little bit. It just seems so unlikely that so many things went wrong in one day. But it's not unbelievable either. And the fact that the report that you have been quoting labeled the enemy as patient. That's key right there to planning any event. Patience. I mean, they studied, they watched, they looked, they did everything they needed to do to find our weaknesses and exploit them, the vulnerabilities. They took chances a lot of the way, but I mean, you take chances no matter what you do, whether it's going to be a terrorist activity or getting in your car and driving to work. It's taking a chance, but it was a calculated chance. I'm not trying to defend them either. I don't know if that sounded like I was defending them.
It says, so this is one of the quotes from one of the airplanes. Meanwhile, a manager from Boston Center reported that they had deciphered what they had heard in one of the flight or first hijacker transmissions from American 11. So apparently, this is what he was trying to communicate, is what he, I guess, deciphered from one of the flights. So Boston Center says, "Hey, you still there?" New England region says, "Yes, I am." Boston Center says, "As far as the tape, Bobby seemed to think the guy said that we have planes. Now, I don't know if it was because it was the accent or if there's more than one, but he said, I'm gonna reconfirm that for you and I'll get back to you real quick, okay?" New England region said, "Appreciated." Unidentified female voice said, "They have what?" Planes as in plural. It sounded like we're talking to New York. That's their another one aimed at the World Trade Center. There's another aircraft, New England region says. Boston Center says a second one just hit the Trade Center. Okay, yeah, we gotta alert the military real quick. Boston Center immediately advised the New England region that it was going to stop all departures at airports under its control at 9:05. Boston Center confirmed for both the FAA Command Center and the New England region that the hijackers aboard American 11 said, "We have planes." At the same time, New York Center declared ATC 0, meaning that the aircraft were not permitted to depart from, arrive at, or travel through New York Center airspace without further notice. So, didn't the hijackers get taken over by a couple of the people that were on the actual flight?
There's well, we know of the one that ended up getting grounded there in Pennsylvania. That one was where some of the passengers managed to overtake the hijackers and cause that plane to crash into a field. Um, I think there were reports where the passengers attempted to try to take back over the plane on at least one of the ones that hit the Trade Center. I don't remember that much.
See, the weirdest thing is that this commission doesn't talk about some of the people that were on the plane that called their loved ones, which is another conspiracy idea, which is how the hell were they able to contact their families when a lot of people can, especially back then with cell phones, they didn't have cell phones like that to be able to contact on an airplane. So then there's a big thing where maybe they did like one of those dramatizations of these calls instead of a person calling their loved ones, which leads another room into conspiracies because people are wondering how a phone could reach out to a family member. People have last calls with their family members, and they weren't able
Um,
to capture an interview with any of these people. They just got the calls.
I know you're probably I don't want to say you're too young to remember this, but it was actually pretty commonplace that, especially on the bigger flights or bigger planes, that there were phones built into the seats, like actual cell phones. You would swipe your credit card and you could make calls from the plane and stuff like that. So I honestly don't know if those were the types of planes that were in use here, but I mean, phones were on planes, built into planes at one point. They're not as commonplace now. And no, cell phones wouldn't have been ultimately commonplace either.
Okay, so it says clarifying for the record in defense, it says the defense of U.S. airspace on 9/11 was not conducted in accord with pre-existing training and protocols. It was improvised by civilians who had never handled the hijacked aircraft that attempted to disappear and by a military unprepared for the transformation of commercial aircraft into weapons of mass destruction. As it turned out, the NEADS air defenders had 9 minutes notice on the first hijacked plane, no advance notice on the second, no advance notice on the third, and no advance notice on the fourth. We do not believe that the true picture of the morning reflects discredit the operational personnel at any ADS or FAA facilities. Commanders and officers actively sought out information and made the best judgments they could on the basis of the individual FAA controllers. So this is just like what we were saying before about this has never really happened before. These people were working off of like right in the moment. They had no prior protocols to be able to deal with this.
I couldn't even imagine being in those rooms, having to make those decisions right off the top of your head. I mean, there was no precedence for this ever. And as far as that advance notice, you said it, 9 minutes notice on the first plane and then zero notice on all the other planes. I mean, it is completely possible to scramble jet fighters in like very little time. They conduct those same trainings for Air Force One and things like that in case of a hostile takeover of Air Force One or anything like that. Jet planes can be there at its side, ready to do its thing within minutes. But we're not talking Air Force One. We're talking just a commercial plane and a lot of confusion as to what was happening.
And another uh, listed thing in the article says United 93 in the shoot down order, like I was telling you before, about shooting it down, minimalizing risk of people that died. The weirdest part was how they did a press conference, George H.W. Bush, and was it George H.W. or George W. Bush?
W.
Okay,
Herbert Walker was his dad.
Okay, George W. Bush. They did private hearings where they didn't have any media or anything covering that. And then the government had been stopping people from looking into it even further, which is why a lot of people are talking about the idea that the names or the documents they choose to keep was incriminating us on the fact of who we were dealing with, which might have been the possible enemy, which is why a lot of these conspiracies come through. See, this is the issue with a lot of this stuff that happens. And much like you said earlier about it's 2021, if I would have known what I know now about the government, you kind of would look back. It's lying, man. And it's something as dramatic as this is why there's people that have probably lost family members in 9/11 that are what you would label as conspiracy theorists, all because there was so much where it was like, hey, you're not giving us the proper information. And it sucks because their fear, the government was, of stopping these people from looking into these commissions and trying to go farther to get the truth out there, to get whatever was been hidden from us out there, was in fear that it would be too sensitive to a lot of people. It's like kind of like spitting on the names of the people that had lost their lives into this, which wasn't their purpose to. It was just trying to get the proper information out. If we had made a mistake and dealt with something we weren't supposed to deal with, if we had a hand in this, that information should come out there so the people in the public should know there's still 500 files of the JFK assassination that we don't have. It's
Mhm.
it just, there's no room to say, to flat out all of these conspiracy theories when you're starting to kind of hide information. It's like whatever that should be known to the public. I mean, especially an event like this 20 years later, are we only going to see it in 30 years from now when it becomes 50 years old and it's all decommissioned?
It's hard to say. It's easier to say that the information becomes a lot more available when either nobody cares or anyone who involved can no longer be implicated.
That just has to be the scariest thing, to be just even hear a call about a plane being hijacked. I mean, I wouldn't want to be the president in that situation trying to deal with that, you know?
Do you remember where he was? He was
And
sitting in an elementary school reading a story to kids when he received word that school in Florida, by the way, um, where when he received word that the towers were struck by planes. And he continued to read his story. He finished the story to the kids before he quietly removed himself from the room, which many people criticized him for that. Like, why didn't he just immediately leave? Well, you know what? He made his decision. His decision was to not cause panic with those kids. But um, like you said, can you imagine receiving that report and knowing that you're about to have to make some really, really tough decisions? Or maybe he always knew if you're a conspiracy theorist. Who knows? He's like, "Oh, was that today? I thought that was scheduled for tomorrow."
what do you think your biggest takeaway from all of that was when you were a kid? Do you think it really kind of soaked into your head, or do you think it was kind of like it was a tragic event that definitely changed the week? But do you think that it kind of stuck with you for the rest of your life?
It definitely stuck with me. And it changed my viewpoints on a lot of things. So, many people, especially if you listen to my show, you know that I was actually in the military. I did the Navy for 6 years and stuff like that.
You
Prior to
wait,
nine,
what? You were in the Navy?
I know who would have thought.
I've only talked to you
Um,
like 4 times on this thing, but actually five.
Well, I mean, just in case anybody's listening for the first time and they don't know anything about me, yes, I was. But prior to 9/11, I actually wrote a paper in high school talking about how I thought the military was unneeded, useless, stuff like that. And it obviously changed my mindset enough to where in a post 9/11 world, I decided to go and serve my country in the way that I saw fit. So, and that I really feel like a lot of that was shaped by 9/11 because I wanted to be something, I wanted to be part of something where, at the time, Osama bin Laden hadn't been caught yet. We're still on the hunt for him, and I wanted to be a part of history in some way, shape, or form. So, and I did and he was caught during my time in. I I've got some stories I could share about that, but that's a 9/11. This is a 9/11 show. But
It's an episode, not a show. I hope I'm not
I'm sorry,
basing it off of
episode.
this whole entire thing.
Episode. Um, so yeah, it definitely changed me in a lot of ways and my views on a lot of things, whether it was immediate or just one of those slow churning events where I can kind of think back and like, here's how I felt, here's now how I feel, type situation. And I think a lot of people can speak to that in some way, shape, or form with this.
I think when it comes to something like this, the fact of when I hear Bob Saget's story about when he was 9/11 happened, he was sitting at home. Like I said, I was very young when this happened, 2001. I was born in 97. So I wasn't even in 3rd grade, bro. I was probably like in kindergarten at the most. Now that I think back about it, but he talked about how he had just sent his kids to his wife's house. He was all alone. He was drinking and he turned on the TV because he heard that a plane had gone into one of the towers and he was watching it on the news. And every channel he flipped was just the the coverage of this, except one specific channel. I forgot which one he named, but played Mrs. Doubtfire. And he said, "What a wonderful thing they decided to do for me." Because he watched that. He was like, because he was sitting there drunk, missing his kids, already contemplating that his life was not in a very good spot. Um, and he was talking about how his depression from it, and then he got to watch Mrs. Doubtfire when the whole country was really focused on this one thing. You couldn't get your mind off the sadness and all this thing of not knowing what's wrong, who's out there, who's lost, all these types of things. You know, he really appreciated that that was playing at the time. It's a different perspective than you usually hear about things. A lot of people talk about watching the full coverage, not being able to go to bed, worrying about it. But it's also a thing of worrying about something you can't control. All you do is make yourself more upset and more upset and more upset when we watch things on the news that we're not able to control. If a shooting happens halfway across the country, if an explosion happens halfway across the country, we just sit and watch and wait for an answer or someone to tell me that it's okay. And sadly, the news lingers it on for a very long time, obviously, because it's a little bit about the views in a way too. But the coverage on things, it festers into your head to where you can't even get sleep. There are so many stories I've heard about people not being able to sleep that night, worrying about it for the next week, maybe even the next month, just on the factor of when is the next thing going to happen. If this is once, what's going to stop them from doing it again? And that was the biggest thing that I really pulled out of Bob Saget's story, was the fact of he got his attention distracted by something where he could really just not let it hurt him any more than it's already hurting him. Because how many people get to that point and are just so stricken with grief that they can't move out of bed and eventually just stop even functioning?
Yeah. No, absolutely. I knew several people who, kind of fell into that kind of stupor too, just constantly inundated with the news and things like that, not sleeping very well. Uh, from what I can remember, I never had any issues sleeping again. I not trying to say that I'm downplaying the tragic events of it all, but I mean, I also, aside from being at school, like once I went home, I didn't turn on TV. So I didn't watch the news there or anything like that. I knew I was going to end up dealing with it the next day when I got home. So for me, it was going home and having that distraction of being with my parents. Like I remember playing a lot of games with them for those next few nights and stuff like that. And that's what we did to kind of distract ourselves from the outside world. That was probably one of the most unified, like me and my parents had ever been uh, during all of that. Because then again, at school, I'm going to be dealing with it there. And like I said, slowly and surely, things kind of started slipping back to normal. Hey, we really need to learn how to find, the, area of this shape and crap like that. It it, it slipped back in. People found their routines again, and things just kind of moved forward as normal. Later that year, just a couple of months later, November of that year, um, came the very first Harry Potter movie, if you remember, November of 2001, the first Harry Potter movie. I think that was the first major non-school related event that I went out and did with my friends. We went and saw that movie, and I think that was kind of the solidifying factor that life was returning to normal. And yeah, my grandmother during that time, she had so much anxiety watching the news that we finally had to unplug her TV. Like, seriously, she would always have it on, but it would drive her absolutely crazy. She was having panic attacks left and right. We finally had to unplug her TV and keep her away from it, because she just got so worked up over everything. And yeah, you see it now. Anytime there's a tragic event that happens, a school shooting, an attack on U.S. forces overseas, the Notre Dame on fire. Right now, we got wildfires burning out there in the western part of the United States, and you don't see a lot of news coverage on that, unfortunately. Remember last year when Australia was on fire? Do you remember?
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep it on 9/11 too.
I know, this is all relevant. This
Yes,
is all
yes, yes,
relevant.
yes,
This
yes.
is all relevant. You were talking about how the news just kind of, inundates and inundates and inundates us. When Kobe died, things like that. They want us to focus on this because tragedy keeps them going as well. So it's with 9/11, every channel, like you said, except for this one that played Mrs. Doubtfire. I don't remember that one, so that's actually kind of interesting. Every channel from NBC, ABC, Comedy Central, MTV, everybody was playing news about what was happening in the world because of 9/11, and then slowly everything just started kind of returning back to normal. And then just a few months later, in the next year in 2002, is when we dropped the first bombs in the Middle East, and thus began our war in Iraq again. So the next Gulf War, which was a direct result of 9/11. So, and then the news just started going again and again. I remember where I was when that happened as well. So,
I wish I could offer more personal experience to this, but at least give me some credit being 4 years
of
old at the
course.
time to be able to talk about this in a way. But another story was Tom Papa. I had heard his story about he was actually waiting in an airport on a layover from his flight, and he was sitting next to a guy, and they saw like the buildings on fire and the tower collapse, and he's like, oh my god. And the guy beside him opened up his briefcase, and he sold knives. He had a bunch of knives in his briefcase, and he goes, you see this? I'm never going to be able to walk through like this again. This is never going to happen again. And then he remembers driving home that night to tell his grandmom what just happened on the TV, and she was born in the 20s. So this was like not a big shocker compared to like they always knew how to struggle and survive, especially during the 20s, doing what you possibly can. And he was just watching the TV. And she goes, I'm gonna go play bridge with my friends. And he's like, Grandma, I don't think you understand what's going on right now. And she goes, oh, everything's gonna be fine. Do you want a sandwich? Here, and gives him half of her sandwich. And hearing that story, it's like it's so strange because I think as much as like we look at it now, are we as are we as hardened as the 20s? Are we as hardened, for a lot of people now when something like that happens, it's a horrible tragedy, but it's like, remember when the first movie theater shooting happened? Remember when how big of a giant tragedy that was? And then next thing you know, you started seeing more and more happen where people were afraid to go into movie theaters. It's like, is it if anything, it just shows like we are stronger than we think. We can't let one thing stop us emotionally, but that doesn't mean we should be so cold to it. So letting it be a common thing that keeps happening, there needs to be a fix there as well, too, especially when it comes to destroying ourselves.
um, definitely don't need to be cold to it. I remember that theater shooting, and it took me a while to convince my wife that we still needed to go see a movie. Um,
Because you have a show to produce.
but I mean, it's just I don't think we need to be cold to these events. But yes, I think because of everything we've been through, our generation has been through something not every generation can sit there and boast that they've been through. People from the 1920s and stuff, 1920s, 30s, 40s, yeah, they lived through two world wars. Uh, they're pretty hard. They know what hardship is, and they know how to overcome and adapt and overcome. Uh, we definitely need to continue to fight these things that are causing these tragedies, and we need to work together to prevent them from happening. And that's where our generation needs to step in. We need to make sure that we're doing everything in our power to ensure that our kids and their generation after that don't have to sit here and watch history repeat itself, because that's all that's really happening. History is just repeating itself over and over and over. It's like we never learn. Well, it's time we start learning, and it's time we start doing something about it. Um, it's absolutely imperative that we do something about it.
Did you kind of feel like when you were playing games with your parents that it was all because of what had happened? Do you feel like that's why they wanted to enjoy the moments together as much as possible?
Yes and no. Like, to play games that much, those many nights in a row, yeah, we knew what it was about. It was about being together. It was about distraction, but it was also about being together. Life is short, life is precious, and at any moment it can be taken from us for any reason whatsoever. But it was also not unheard of that my family and I sat around playing games either. Just again, not as often or as frequent. So, um, yeah, I really felt like that was a unifying moment to just kind of remind ourselves that there are more important things. There are important things in the world, and there are still good things in the world, despite all the tragedy that seems to exist around us. And that family bond, that unification, absolutely important, and enjoying the little moments in life and the simple moments in life. It's not about the planned out events. It's the simple kind of spur of the moment events that mean something as well, whether there's a ulterior motive behind it or not.
Also perceiving or pursuing, I guess, persevering past the pain, I should say. Um, it is a tragic event that had happened, and we can do the best things that we possibly can to move forward from that, make sure that it never happens again. But at the same time, not letting us stop us from becoming who we need to be. People going after things that we want to accomplish in life. There's plenty of people that go through something traumatic and just stay complacent, like they're frozen in time. That could have been a lot of people, and there probably are some people that went through that. But the ability to, you know, this is when, like, the conspiracy thing, it even gets a tough topic to talk about because of how much this was a dramatic incident for a lot of people. It's kind of like the Sandy Hook thing, with
Mm.
Alex Jones saying some of those people were crisis actors. These are people that lost people. Even bringing up this idea that it is like that is why this is a very sensitive subject, and not one that's going to be easily laughable or talked about or being able to crack jokes like the normal flow of the show. Um, but it's one of importance, especially for this episode as well, too, to be talked about. I couldn't just gloss over number 9/11 without at least talking about this topic that is definitely a significance to a lot of people out there as well.
When dealing with something difficult, sometimes people just want to ignore it. And even 20 years later, it's so important not to ignore the events of 9/11, 2001. It's so important to remember those. It wasn't just people in the planes that lost their lives. It wasn't just people in the towers that lost their lives. It was first responders. And they're still dealing with that on an everyday basis. There are groups and organizations fighting for these first responders and their ability to have medical care years after the fact from all the exposure to everything that they went through during their time helping out with 9/11 and stuff like that. I don't know if you ever watch John Stewart, the guy who used to run the Daily Show. He's one of the biggest advocates, constantly sitting in hearings,
Yep.
talking to judges and stuff like that, fighting for these first responders and their ability to receive health care. So many people were affected by that. That's why it's absolutely important. Don't gloss over it. Don't ignore it. It's got to be talked about, and it's got to be not the event itself has to be normalized, but the ability to discuss and learn from tragedy has to be normalized here. It's absolutely important. You can't sweep everything under a rug, and you just can't just let it go either. There are people, like you said, who are permanently stuck there, families of these victims, probably permanently stuck there, have if they found a way to move on, it's taken them years to finally do that, and they may not have fully moved on. So something as simple for the people indirectly affected, something as simple as a game night to kind of help you deal with everything that's going on in life and just kind of have that little sense of normalcy or that little sense of good and stuff like that. Absolutely imperative. And everybody's going to move on in their own individual way. These are memories forever ingrained in my brain, memories of that girl running into the classroom. Sarah Cook was her name, running into the classroom telling us the World Trade Center was bombed. The memories of all the images that you got to see on the TV, people falling to their deaths, people, like you said, who would much rather die by falling down to the sidewalk below than to be burned alive or part of the rubble. Those are just tragic things. And for them, for those reasons, we should not be forgetting. We should not be ignoring, and we should always be having the discussion.
Also, the capacity of caring and compassion that each individual person has to help another person when it comes to something as severe as this. I just wish it didn't take something as severe as this for that to be come out, at least to come out, especially with the pandemic, the first 2 weeks. Everyone was very, very like, do you need groceries? I'll get you groceries. What do you need? I'll help you out. Everyone was so kind. And it seems to be glossed by the side. Now, is that because we live in a system that is an industry that is set up to kind of be this kind of like work, go home, care about your family, care about yourself? It's this world's mentality nowadays. There's a community aspect to everything. And I think that's the one thing that really shows the shed of light out of this horrific incident, is the fact that people will come together to help one another, because it's not seen as an attack on one's character or one's person. It's seen as attack on us as a nation. That was the biggest thing commercials did, was talk about. And actually there was a story about a guy who was in a Subway, one of those sports commercials. Like, it was a pizza commercial, I think. But the whole entire thing, right before 9/11 happened, they were going to release it, but it was getting delayed. And this whole thing was like, it's an explosion of flavor. And then 9/11 happened, and they just completely done with the commercial, not throwing that up there after that. I mean, it was a sensitive subject. I think for like, I read about like the first couple of days or whatever after it happened, there were no movies that were even playing on TV that would have explosions in it. It was all like comedies, or it was all just news. This was a tragic thing. But probably a lot of movie theaters didn't release a lot of action-packed films after that. I mean, Harry Potter's not really action-packed when it comes to casting spells compared to seeing Rambo or The Expendables or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair. I honestly don't remember a lot about what was happening at the movie theaters that time. Like I said, for just the reason I remember Harry Potter, just being a huge fan of that whole franchise, I just remember that was the month and the year that it came out. But I do remember also talking, they were interviewing in the days after 9/11 author Tom Clancy, because he had written a story, a book, where something like this actually had happened, similar to this. And so they were talking about the coincidences and stuff like that. What gave him the ideas for this? They weren't accusing him of anything. They just kind of wanted to know, like, there were probably even people out there believing that could have been inspiration for things. So yeah, I mean, and we've seen it moving forward with all the other different tragedies. If there's a mass shooting that happens, all of a sudden movies get delayed for release because there's going to be a scene where a bunch of gun violence happens and stuff like that. Because of all this gun violence, they started taking guns out of cartoons. So like Yosemite Sam doesn't have his pistols anymore and things like that. Which they gave it back to him in the new Space Jam movie. Horrible, by the way, but we're not here to discuss that. But because there's a different, for each tragedy, they respond differently for it. A gun tragedy, all of a sudden you're not going to see a bunch of violence happen in movies. If it's something like 9/11, you're not going to see a bunch of movies all of a sudden with a terrorist attack in it. That was the basis for a lot of action movies, especially from the 90s. Terrorists, terrorists, terrorists. September 11th happens, we didn't see a terrorist film for a while. It's found new light again, so now everything's terrorism. But I mean, it's absolutely astounding how these things can affect pop culture as well as just our daily lives. I can't hear you.
Because I had myself muted.
Oh.
Is there anything you want to add towards the end of this episode? I know it's been not how our usual topics or conversations kind
No.
of go in a way, but
The only thing I would want to add is that, again, and I've said it, just it's important that the conversation happens. It's important that we remember these things. And I want to share one more story. So 1 year after the fact, um, my band director selected me as the representative for our school to go to our local firehouse where they were having a 1 year, you know, anniversary thing. I don't know what you would call it, a memorial. And I played taps on my mellophone. I couldn't think of the name of the instrument really, but I played taps on my mellophone. And leading up to it, I felt so extremely nervous. Like all the emotions came rushing back, just all the memories of everything from the year before. And here I am as a representative of my high school going and playing in front of everybody in my town that came to this memorial and stuff like that. And then it struck me, it's not about me. It's about it's about our country. It's about those who lost their lives. It's about those who continued to give their lives in service of what happened at 9/11. And I played it. I played by the end I was in tears. Everybody was in tears, but by the end we were there, and that feeling of unification, that feeling of being together, and that feeling of the words that sometimes you will still see plastered, especially around the anniversary of 9/11, never forget. While that's become just a unfortunate, obsolete motto in a lot of people's minds, it's a motto that I would like to keep alive. Never forget what happened, because it's absolutely important that we move on from it, but learn from it and assure that it'll never happen again. Which honestly, I can't sit there and say that I never believe something like that will never happen again. Um, how many times since 9/11 have you heard our news organization or some entity of the government say they have intelligence of a 9/11 level tragedy happening again? All
That
the time.
that term
Usually around like election time, but
that
still.
that term usually does get thrown around when it comes to like the worst possible scenario too. It's like when they consider like that person's evil, who's the first person they think of as an evil person?
Yeah. Osama bin Laden.
No, that dude's Hitler.
Oh, well,
Yeah, that's like the most
well,
common
Osama
one.
bin Laden's our generation's Hitler.
But did the Simpsons predict that too?
Did they predict a 9/11?
I thought they had something playing on the.
I have no idea. I know the Simpsons have predicted a lot of stuff, but I'm not sure they ever predicted 9/11. I think that's a stretch. They predicted what's his face going into space, and he just did that a couple of days ago.
Bezos?
Yeah. No, it was either Bezos or Branson. They both went to space, but whatever. Simpsons predicted one of them going.
Up in the city of New York versus Homer Simpson, a moment alludes to the 9/11 attacks on the World Trade Center in New York City, and not even Gene could explain it. There's a frame where there is a brochure that says New York at $9 a day, and behind the nine are the Twin Towers. It looks like the 9/11. That one is a completely bizarre, strange thing, he says. In 2010, Bill Oakley, an executive producer on the show at the time, told the New York Observer $9 was picked as a comically cheap fare, he says. And I will grant that it's eerie given that the only episode of any series had ever had an entire act of World Trade Center jokes.
Hmm.
So what they had is this for the viewers listening.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So I thought they did
It's kind of
something
weird.
like that. They also predicted Trump in a lot of things, but that's a whole nother debate.
The Simpsons have predicted a lot, and it's actually quite astonishing. It really makes you wonder if time travel is possible.
Well, Chuck, thank you for joining me on this episode, especially talking about a not so easy topic. And
Hmm.
it's been a pleasure. I'll make sure I link all of your links in the description. I would say plug them, but I feel like that would mess up the flow. So
Yeah, not appropriate.
thank you for listening, everyone, to part one of three-part series of this special episode. So this is the second one of the 9/11 episode, and Bobby had hinted at me before that he had a crazy that was a crazy day for him. So I kind of wanted to understand what besides the event itself, what exactly does it stick out into your mind as a crazy day?
Um, where to start? I mean, I guess from how I was just woken up. So at the time, I had recently moved back to the New Jersey, Philadelphia area. and my grandmother was living just outside of Atlantic City. And it was kind of like, when I moved back, it was the summer, start of the summer. So all the work is down the shore. So I went to go stay with her to get some money together, because when I came back from Florida, I was broke. And so I'm staying in her house, and my uncle was dying of cancer at the time. And I was supposed to go to the hospital to see him that day. And my grandmother woke me up, and she said, "Do you know what's going on?" And I was like, "Yeah, I got to go see Uncle Mikey in the hospital." And she's like, "No." Uh, she's like, "I don't know how to explain it. Come out and look at the TV." So I go out into her kitchen, and she's got the TV on, and it's the picture of the tower with the first plane already into it, just smoking away. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Like, okay, that's Trade Center Tower. And then all of a sudden, the second plane comes flying into it. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? And just turn and look at my grandmother, and she's just got this like ghost look on her face of like fear and confusion. And we're all just trying to figure out what's going on. Like, obviously, okay, you think the first one's just an accident, then another one flies into it, and you're like, okay, this isn't any kind of accident. Something more is going on. I
Now
had a friend.
to relate it to just for someone my age or someone that might be listening that's a little bit younger that didn't get to experience this. I was 4 when it happened, so I don't have a lot of personal experience when it comes to this. But when it comes to the fact of you just woke up and then you're kind of seeing the television, your brain's not even really processing what's going on at the moment. It's still trying to wake up. And you're seeing now, did you physically see the plane go into the actual tower, the second one?
Yeah, so I looked at her and I was like, is this like she just like gasped, and I'm like, is this already like pre-recorded? Are they replaying this? And she's like, no, that just happened. That was like live. Like, she's like, I don't know. She just couldn't like speak. She was just totally lost. And yeah, you're just trying to process it all. It's like insane. So you're like, okay, we're being invaded. Like, I started freaking out. I'm like waiting for more reports of like mass shootings to happen. And this is kind of before mass shootings were even really like a big problem. There were like a few of them, the Columbine thing, and they were mostly like kid related stuff. But like in my mind, I'm kind of a military theorist in a way. And if it were me and I was invading America, that would have been like the launching thing. And then I probably would have had a few different like cells just popping up in areas like malls or wherever there's large gatherings, dudes in van just popping out with AK-47s or just doing damage. So yeah, like kind of just going to like lockdown mode, like, stay in the house, don't go anywhere. I called my dad. I was like, yeah, like, what's going on right now? And he's like, yeah, I'm here at the hospital with your uncle. Are you coming? I'm like, no, dude, I'm not leaving the house right now. Like, you guys just stay safe, and I'll try and do the same. And you're seeing stuff on the news, and they're trying to piece it together. And then you just see like everybody in New York trying to like get out of New York. And I always said that place was just a death trap, because it's an island, and the only way in and out is either of those bridges or through that tunnel. And then hours later, the first tower comes down. And you're seeing the rubble just falling on the police and the firemen and all that. And they're showing people like jumping out of the tower to try and escape. It's just like horror. It's just not a good feeling. And up until that moment, it kind of felt like safe here in a way, like we were invincible, and like the world was changing into a more positive thing. But it just, that was like a serious turning point. Like there's two turning points that happened within that time. And that was the second one. The first one was Bush stealing the election from Gore. Before that, I grew up in the 80s and life was kind of not the best. You had the crack cocaine epidemic and, people just kind of getting by. Money wasn't really flourishing. And then Clinton came into office and the 90s came in and everybody was getting super rich and things started to get a little bit easier, and started thinking like, okay, life is easy, life is good, we're a superpower, we don't really have shit to worry about. We kind of got it figured out. And then, Gore's supposed to be the next president, and this guy's got a lot of like alternative ideas about energy and environmental impacts and things. And
let's
you're
go
you're
back to the
okay.
9/11 topic real quick.
Yeah.
When you were watching it on the TV, for instance, now did your eyes were peeled onto that? You were not getting up. You did not want to move. You wanted to keep your eyes on that to make sure that if something else was going to happen, because in that fear state, you don't really know what's. I mean, at that point, I think everyone was like, "What's next? Like, is there another thing coming?" Like, we didn't know that was going to be the final thing. We thought this was the start of like a world war that was about to happen.
Right. I thought we were going to get invaded. Like I said, I thought there were going to be, dudes jumping out of vans and blowing up bombs and just creating terror, right? Like that's what it seemed like. That's what the news was projecting: terror, and fear. Um, and that was basically like the whole feeling of the day. I had a friend that was supposed to be at a concert in New York that night, and they were there, and they weren't sure if they were going to stay over or not. And I got on tried to call them to figure out, and they were like, "Yeah, I came home last night. Thank you for kind of talking me into doing that, because I'd be stuck there right now with all that mayhem that's just going on." Like you see like these guys in business suits like walking across the George Washington Bridge trying to like escape from New York. Like it was really like nuts. So like I said, I was living down in Atlantic City at the time, and I finally did leave the house in the afternoon to go check things out. And, if you stood on the beach, you could kind of see the smoke along the coastline kind of coming up from the towers and everything like that. And just everybody just kind of walking around in like a dazed, confused look of like, what's going to happen next? What's going on? And it's kind of funny, like when the coronavirus started coming out and the news was on all the time, and like I just kind of like flashed back to 9/11 and the way that the news was just like fear mongering everything. It felt very similar to me. I was like, this feels like 9/11 all over again. Just constant like trying to keep people scared and confused, all these different facts coming out: who did it, who's responsible. Is it they're talking about Afghanistan and Al Qaeda, and and that's kind of a weird thing because it's a new type of enemy. There wasn't like a country to blame in a way. It wasn't like Afghanistan, the country, attacked us. It was this terrorist group in Afghanistan. So like, what do we do? How do you go after a terrorist group, not a country? And then they started talking about like, yeah, we're gonna invade, we're gonna go to war and all that. And just seems to me very how do you say, convenient in a way, because leading up to that for years they kept trying to pull us into war, and Clinton was like, no, we're not going to war, we're not going to war, we're not going to war. And now all of a sudden, like, there's this reason, like, we've been attacked on our soil, we have to do something about it, we have to go to war.
Well, before we go down to the conspiracy side of it too, as well, because I didn't know that about when you were telling me it was your great awakening. I was like, oh, is Bobby the conspiracy one? I'm trying to get like actual encounters, and then towards the ending, balance it out with conspiracy theories. But it is I was looking, see, like I said, I was a little bit too young when it happened. So I've been spending the past couple of days looking through the actual documents of the commission report of the 9/11 report, which is the first time I will say that I've ever heard the government say that it was their fault for anything when it comes to the amount that had went wrong on that day, I think everybody can agree that it was a multitude of factors all kind of happening at once. But they said like they've never really admitted that like, oh, this was like partially our fault. I've never heard the government ever doing that, and in the commission report they did, and I guess that might be on the severity of what had happened. It's kind of like, look, we're going to get some blame on us, so we might as well just come out and say it. It's in a written report about the FBI. I can actually read you. So I did take screenshots of a lot of the commission report because I had questions about it. But so the executive summary on page 18 of 31, it says, and there's like 159 total in the commission report, but it says, to put it simply, covert action was not a silver bullet. It was important to engage proxies in Afghanistan and to build various capabilities so that if an opportunity presented itself, the CIA could act on it. But for more than 3 years, through both the late Clinton and early Bush administrations, the CIA relied on proxy forces, and there was the growing frustration within the CIA's counter-terrorist center and the National Security Council staff that the lack of results. The development of the Predator and the push to aid the Northern Alliance were products of this frustration. And the next topic article, the main thing says problems in the FBI. It says from the time of the first World Trade Center attack in 1993, FBI and the Department of Justice leadership in Washington and New York became increasingly concerned about the terroristic threat from the Islamist extremists to U.S. interests, both at home and abroad. Throughout the 1990s, the FBI's counterterrorism efforts against international terroristic operations and organizations, including both intelligence and criminal investigations. The FBI's approach to investigations was case-specific, decentralized, and geared toward prosecution. Significant FBI resources were devoted to after-the-fact investigations of major terroristic attacks, resulting in several prosecutions. And then it goes down to tell you about like issues that what they were experiencing at the time, which is like some major things that came to the fact of lack of like security checks, some breachings that went through. um so this one says protect against and prepare for terroristic attacks, target terrorist travel, and intelligence and security strategy that the 9/11 story showed could be at least as powerful as the effort devoted to terrorist finance. So the main thing is like they are admitting as well too that there were some incidences that probably should have been like a couple of security breaches that no one really kind of jumped onto, which would have been major red flags that would have been a warning of something like this happening. So it's not like they're just saying they had nothing to do with it, which is like the first time I've ever heard of the government taking blame for something when it comes to something of this larger scale. I guess you kind of have to.
Yeah, I mean, my theory on that is that's how they got the whole Homeland Security thing created. Because, okay, so you got the FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation. So they're not really like a terrorist stopping arm or a protectant of the country. They just investigate things, mostly like tax evasion and check fraud, shit like that. They're not really like anti-terrorist type cops in a way. And then you had the CIA, who's just the Central Intelligence Agency, so they're just out there like gathering information and creating puppet governments and smuggling drugs and trading guns for Contras or whatever the hell that was, and that type of stuff. So they're like, yeah, we need something to protect us. We need this Homeland Security thing. So I think that's kind of why they were like, yeah, we fucked up. We knew stuff was going on, but we really didn't have any way of like stopping it because no crime had actually been committed, right? Like the FBI can't really arrest you if you didn't commit a crime. You can talk about committing a crime, but then you get into that like movie with Tom Cruise where they're stopping crime before it starts. You just think of it and get arrested. It's a weird thing. So yeah, I just think that was their way of getting Homeland Security started. Another arm in the government where they could funnel money and then pass laws to invade our rights. Once Homeland Security started, now they can tap your phone. They started getting into all the cell phone records, recording conversations and things like that. They couldn't do that before.
When did you say though, like when did you start to say, like you said it was the Great Awakening for you?
Great Awakening. So yeah, I started to realize that like, oh, there's I was pretty naive and trusting in the government in a way. I was like, oh yeah, our government loves us. They take care of us, right? Blah blah blah. They have our best interests in mind. But then I started to realize, I was like, maybe some of these movies are not so fictional. Maybe some of this stuff really is gone on behind scenes. And then like I started thinking back to when I was in Florida. So I lived in Daytona Beach, where they have that pilot school, Embry-Riddle there. And they linked these guys that flew these planes into these towers to having gone to that school. And they made an interesting point that like these guys were just interested in flying the plane. They didn't really care about learning how to take off or landing. They just wanted to know how to fly it once it was in the air. And that was kind of like a red flag that nobody really caught on to. And then while I was living down there, one of the bars that I was working with, one of the bouncers there, he was from Iraq, a young guy. And one night we wound up back at his apartment and we were partying, and I didn't know he was from Iraq. Again, I was just kind of naive to like other countries in the world and where people came from. I just knew he was like from the Middle East somewhere, right? I didn't really think too much of it. And then I go into his apartment and I see he's got this big Iraqi flag hanging on his wall. And this is after we had already gone to war with Iraq once. So I'm kind of like, oh, maybe this dude's not totally like loving of America or whatever. So I start kind of probing him, like, is that an Iraqi flag? It's like, you kind of see like him like, fuck, like I probably shouldn't have had this guy here with that flag up, whatever. He's like, yeah. And I'm like, so what's your take? And he's just like, yeah, I'm a Muslim, and I was sent here to do something, but I kind of like dropped out of it, and now I'm like worried about my family in Iraq, and if they found out that I wasn't like doing what I was supposed to be doing here, they could get hurt or killed. And I'm like, what the fuck are you supposed to be doing here, man? And he just kind of like clammed up and changed the conversation, and there were a bunch of other people there and we were partying, so it was pretty easy to kind of move on. But it just like, it didn't hit me then, but then after 9/11 I was kind of like, what if he was like part of that whole thing? Because he was in the school, like he was studying to be a pilot, and then he didn't want to do it anymore. Once he got here and kind of saw what American culture was and how we weren't all total like assholes and what they were telling him that American people were, he kind of felt a little remorse and didn't want to go through with doing what he had to do. And then one of the apartments I was living in, it was the landlords were Yugoslavian Christians. So after the whole Soviet Union collapse happened, that whole area kind of went into turmoil, and it was basically a war, a religious war between the Christians and the Muslims in that area, and who was going to take control of it. And just so happened that two of the guys that were living upstairs from me turned out to be Muslim Arabs, and the landlords were a little weird. Like, I'm pretty sure they were like spying on us within that apartment, because they would come and say different things to me about what was going on in my apartment. I'm like, how the fuck you know what's going on in my apartment? And then the one day I'm coming home and I'm driving past, I'm getting ready to turn onto my street, and I see all these like, unmarked cars, and my neighbors being led out of the apartment in handcuffs by FBI looking like dudes. So like, I asked the landlords, I'm like, what the hell happened? And they were like, oh, they were bad guys. They were really, really bad guys. And I'm like, what do you mean they were bad guys? And they're like, they were into some bad stuff. So we called the FBI on them and had them taken out of here. I was like, what? What do you mean?
A very big takeaway from that too, as well, is kind of what happened recently with the Asian hate movement as well, that we couldn't question China over a lot of things because they could just use the term Asian hate like it was an
Mhm.
attack. And it's not really saying, like, when 9/11 happened, there were a lot of people that had strong feelings no matter what nationality. If you were just from the Middle East in general, you were getting hate looks towards you. People wanted to fight you, and it was a big amount of abuse. And a lot of these people had nothing to do with what was going on. It was a specific organization, but it's about lumping things into groups. That's all
Hmm.
people want to do. And they're especially something over this. This was very traumatic experience. I know there was a girl I went to school with. Her family was arrested for trafficking guns, like AK-47s, and they owned one of the Subways down here, which is one of the main things I don't own, or I don't eat Subway. Because no one even thought about that. And it would be racist to even just like, if you hear rumors about it, it'd be even, I remember hearing rumors about that type of stuff, that her family was into that type of thing. And then next thing you know, they got arrested and found out that they did have a lot of it. But
Hmm.
even I was friends with her. She talked about how hard it was trying to go to school after that, because people would just, spread lies about her or say a bunch of stuff or talk about it in I guess put her in that same scenario or in that same grouping when she had nothing to do with that. She was too young to traffic AK-47s. And that's a big thing. That, and what you were saying too, as I was trying to find the article for it, about the flight school stuff. So there is an article in the commission briefing report that does say foresight and hindsight, and the main thing that they're trying to clarify is with the amount of how they had to look back into this 9/11 situation, the whole entire checking everything, they found a lot of flaws in their security that are going to be fixed, which is a lot of the main control things. And this kind of the big part of change that happened with TSA and so many other things that happened after this incident occurred. But one of the things that you were saying about flight school was the CTC did not develop a set of telltale indicators for this method of attack, because no one ever thought that someone would use a airplane as a weapon. No one ever thought about that. So it says, for example, one such indicator might be the discovery of possible terrorists pursuing flight training or to fly large jet aircrafts or seeking to buy advanced flight simulators. The CTC did not propose, and the intelligence community collection management process did not set requirements to monitor such telltale indicators. Therefore, the warning system was not looking for information such as the July 2000 FBI report of potential terroristic interest in various kinds of aircraft training in Arizona, or the August 2001 arrest of Zarkius. I can't say his name because of his suspicious behavior in a Minnesota flight school. In late August, the arrest was briefed to the DCI and other top CIA officials under the heading Islamic extremists learn to fly. Because the system was not tuned to comprehend the potential significance of this information, the news has no effect on warning. Now, it's very hard for me, like I can speak pretty well, but it's very hard for me to read articles and be able to not stutter. But I did watch the Michael Moore documentary called Fahrenheit 9/11.
Hmm.
Now I don't know what your views are with Michael Moore. I don't really know him that well, but when I was watching it, he was pointing out a lot of things. Like, I think it was 2 days later, they had shipped over a bunch of people on a flight. They sent them back to Islam or wherever they were coming from that
This
were,
this the Saudi family.
yeah,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
were known and apparently the main thing was they said that they weren't in communication with Osama bin Laden. He wasn't part of, like, he was the black sheep of the family is how they said it. But then there was a family funeral where they all had gathered a couple weeks before. So it's like
Hmm.
they just kind of shipped the only people that might have a little bit of information on this scenario that
Right
just
out of the country.
occurred. So then
Right.
that leads in the room for conspiracy theories to say that they knew about it. And then there's obviously the first recording Chuck had told me about George Bush reading a book to kids during
Hmm.
when it happened. And a lot of people have a little bit of a few thoughts on that, only because there's the side of like, oh, he didn't want to warn these kids. But then in the Michael Moore documentary, Fahrenheit 9/11, it's him like looking off into the distance, trying to keep a straight face and not freak out in front of these kids. But Michael Moore narrates over it and says, who did I sell weapon to that just fucked me?
Hmm.
That was like the main like voiceover for that. And you start to think about it because I mean, this all kind of led in the door when H.W. Bush went over there and was making agreements and stuff like that too. And even when he wasn't president anymore, he was still going over there. And the way that they were treating of it was like, is he a face of America still? Or is he just trying to keep the deals going? I mean, it was like, I think I'm trying to. I'll end up looking up the cost of how much.
He was there in the CIA after World War II. Well, was it after the Korean War? I think, when they were rebuilding that area. And I don't know if you understand how the petrodollar works, but oil is the only thing that really holds up our dollar anymore. So all countries have to buy oil in dollars. They have to take their money and go get American dollars and then go send it to Saudi Arabia or wherever they're buying the oil from in dollars. And then Saudi Arabia winds up with all these dollars, and then they want to, send them back to us, but they're basically worthless pieces of paper at this point. And if they were to send them back into our economy, it would send the inflation through the roof, and just totally collapse us. So kind of what I think Bush was doing was like, you don't really need an army. We don't want you to have an army, but we want you to keep trading oil in dollars so that our currency actually has some sort of value. So what we'll do is we'll offer you protection. If somebody like Saddam Hussein wants to come in and start fucking with you, we got your back. It's kind of, Russia was invading Afghanistan a long time before us, and we were kind of helping them out. We trained Osama and all his guys to hold off Russia in that area because we didn't want them to get a foothold in those oil fields and things. And then that, I feel, is what kind of collapsed the whole Soviet Union. That war there really messed with Russia and the Soviet Union and their whole economy and things, kind of like what messed up our economy when we went to war with them. So I feel like Bush was kind of like the whole figurehead in all of that. And then, his partner in crime at the time, what's his name? Cheney, the VP, when, Bush Jr. was kind of just like a puppet. They were like, yeah, we're going to put him in and he'll do the things that we want him to do. That whole reading of that day and the kids, it was very convenient that, like, oh, here's the president on camera reading to kids. Like, that's kind of like almost he's not involved in this thing kind of deal. Like, he had no idea about it. He's reading to kids, and we have him on film reading to kids. And you see the Secret Service guy come in and whisper in his ear the first time the first plane flew in, and just keeps going on about reading to kids. I don't know if I were the president and Secret Service came in and whispered in my ear. I think that would just be a good reason to be like, okay, kids, sorry, we're not going to be able to finish the story. I got to go do some president stuff right now, without raising a whole lot of alarm or anything. He just could have walked out of a classroom. What do second graders know? And then he sat there and read for another 5 minutes, and then the other plane flew in, and they kind of came, got him out, and that was kind of like his how do you call it? His alibi in a way, right? Like,
I don't know if, like, a lot of people have thoughts that the government like caused it. I don't know if they caused it. I just think they weren't taking the threat as serious as they were supposed to, because we had been warned about this many times before. That's recorded in the commission report about warnings of a terrorist attack, even one where a plane would be used as a weapon, but it wasn't taken for face value because it had been warned throughout like 10 years. It hadn't just been like, oh, they were told the day before it was going to happen. It had been a 10-year process of being told that this is going to end up happening, that there's plans for this happening, and we never took it for face value. I mean, one of the things in the commission report that I'm reading in is operational opportunities. He said, we write with the benefit and handicap of hindsight. We are mindful of the danger of being unjust to men and women who made choices in conditions of uncertainty and in circumstances over which they had often little control. Nonetheless, there were specific points of vulnerability in the plot and opportunities to disrupt it. Operational failures, opportunities that were not or could not be exploited by the organizations and systems of that time included. One includes not watchlisting future hijackers, Hasmi and Mahid. I can't say his name, not traveling that or not trailing them after they traveled to Bangkok, and not informing the FBI about one future hijacker's U.S. visa or his companion's travel to the United States. Two is not sharing information linking individuals in the Cole attack to Midhyar, and not taking adequate steps to find both of those people that I named in the United States. A lot of it too, as well, is like there were certain red flags when it came to what would seem like fake passports, red flags that should have been caught that weren't, that were just kind of like glossed over. Which, I mean, how many times have we been at our jobs and we saw something and you're like, all right, just go, because you don't feel like dealing with the hassle. And that happened to be one of those slip ups that caused this drastic chain reaction that led to all these events happening. There were multiple accounts of that. And they weren't, the weirdest part is just invading for weapons of mass destruction when there were no weapons of mass destruction. And it
That's a
was
whole
kind of,
different thing. That's Iraq. Right. Well, here's my take on it. Okay, so uh, Vietnam War ended, and then we had basically like what 2 decades of no wars. America didn't really get involved in any wars, even during the whole like Kosovo thing. We sent our peacekeeping troops there, but we weren't at war. So war is money, and we have the Soviet Union fell. There was no real enemy anymore, right? Like we came out, we were like the top dog, and we weren't really worried about going to war with anyone. So Clinton started cutting military budgets. You had this huge stockpile of guns and weapons and things that just were sitting on the shelf, getting dusty, going old. So war wasn't the money maker that it used to be, and they kept trying the government. So when we want to blame the government, but like the government isn't just like one single entity. There's a whole bunch of groups within the government that make up the government, right? The CIA, the FBI, the military, and their budgets are getting cut. Their jobs are becoming obsolete. So if your job's on the line, wouldn't you, like, I don't know, let a terrorist thing happen, or maybe even create some sort of terrorist
yeah,
thing?
I don't know though, because I think you got to be a real piece of shit, even if you're going to lose your job, to think that that would be happening, man. That's a really dark thought. If we have to really rely on the fact that the TSA or someone that would be working in an airport or something sees a red flag that could be a terroristic opportunity, to let it go through on the fact that maybe it's going to increase their budget after a terroristic act happens. I mean, that's just like, that's like Nightcrawler, the movie with Jake Gyllenhaal. I mean, I get what you're saying, but that's just I hope you don't have that low of credit for fucking people working at a shitty TSA job.
I don't think it was like the TSA clerk, checking passports and things like that, but you go up the chain a little bit, and the higher up the chain you go, you got to be a certain type of individual, right?
What also I found out is pretty interesting is on page 19 of 31 of the executive summary of the 9/11 Commission report is, me and you, I think, are pro getting, we want all the honest information about the government. Everything that they're hiding, I just wish we all want, I mean, the Freedom of Information Act gets all that shit out there, but they always leave a little bit that's not supposed to go out there. And a lot of people say, then what are they leaving? Well, a lot of times it's because it does boost into the effect that you are now leaving that information to the public, where our enemies could get pieces of it. So it's very, very hard. For instance, one of the article parts on page 19 of, it says 31 in the executive summary, says permeable aviation security. Hijackers studied publicly available materials on the aviation security system and used items that had less metal content than a handgun and were most likely permissible. Though two of the hijackers were on the U.S. tip-off terrorist watch list, the FAA did not use the TIPOFF data. The hijackers had to beat only one layer of security, the security checkpoint process. Even though several hijackers were selected for extra screening by the CAPPS system, this led only to greater scrutiny of their checked baggage. Once on board, the hijackers were faced with aircraft personnel who were trained to be non-confrontational in the event of a hijacking. But what I thought was interesting was the financing part. The 9/11 attacks cost somewhere between 400,000 and 500,000 to execute. The operatives spent more than 270,000 in the United States. Additional expenses included travel to obtain passports and visas, travel to the United States, expenses included by the plot leader and facilitators outside the United States, and expenses incurred by the people selected to hijackers who ultimately did not participate. The conspiracy made extensive use of banks in the United States. The hijackers opened up accounts in their own names using passports and other identification documents. Their transactions were unremarkable and essentially invisible amid the balloons or amid the billions of dollars flowing around the world every day. To date, we have not been able to determine the origin of the money used for the 9/11 attacks. Al Qaeda had many sources of funding and a pre 9/11 annual budget estimated at $30 million. If a particular source of funds had dried up, Al Qaeda could have easily found enough money elsewhere to fund the attack. The weird thing is, I forgot what's the dude's name. I got to make sure I get this right. Oh, help me out, Bobby.
You gotta give me something.
I know.
Which dude?
I'm trying to figure out what his name is. Oh yeah, Donald Rumsfeld.
Oh yeah.
There was $1.3 trillion that they
at the
couldn't.
Pentagon. Yeah, yeah. At the Pentagon, apparently a plane flew into it, but you can go there today and you really can't find any damage to it.
Yeah, because they rebuilt over it. But if you watch the video of the plane flying into the Pentagon, and here's where people say it's a missile, because the way it hit, it's like you're watching it, it's like, that's not a plane. There's no way, because a plane, there was 80 something camera angles. But then you're like, why do we only have one specific angle? And they're like, well, the
It all got
military
wiped.
Well, yeah, the military kept that. It's like, well, why are you keeping that?
There's a new there is a clip of a news reporter out there that day, and that it's very, very hard to find. But you look at it and you're like, okay, so you want me to believe that two planes flew into the towers up very high and totally collapsed them down, but then this other plane flew into the Pentagon, and really all it looks like is the lawn is on fire and just like some minimal damage caused to the exterior of the building. And then, yeah, like you said, all that money just kind of disappeared. Like it wasn't even disappeared. They couldn't figure out where it went. And I, I like what you're saying of like, maybe some of that money went towards funding Al Qaeda, which I 100% believe could be true. Like I said, we were funding Al Qaeda during the whole Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, so it wouldn't be hard for them to keep doing it. So yeah, I'm with you on that line of thinking. Definitely very plausible. Another cover up. Like there were many parts to this puzzle. There's so many different things that just again fit so conveniently into making what they wanted to do happen. Where they were having problems before with the prior administration, and like I said, they wanted war, and there was only one way that we were going to be okay with going to war, and that was if there was an attack here on home soil. And yeah, they got what they want. Like you said about going into Iraq, looking for weapons of mass destruction, and there were no weapons of mass destruction. And then did we pull out after that? Like after that came in, like, oh, we invaded this sovereign country for no reason off of what the media said was happening, what Donald Rumsfeld said was happening, that they had nukes and all these really dangerous weapons, and they went in there and apparently, searched the whole country, couldn't find it. But we stayed there for how long? We pulled out of Afghanistan yet? Or, I know that
he was going to do it on 9/11.
He's going to do it on 9/11.
But I thought, didn't he just bomb some? We're not going to get into that. Like I said, it also leads back to, I think, where there's still like 17 articles of this thing that haven't been released to the public. So, and that's where a lot of conspiracy ideas, or even maybe it's not really a conspiracy, but it's where it's kind of, you see our work or a bit of our dealing with some of the people that we don't want to incriminate, because we were working with them and doing deals. And if we incriminate them, then they can probably have some dirt on us so they can incriminate us back. So it's about not trying to get your people to divide against its own government in a way. Which is interesting because I'm trying to find because it said Donald Rumsfeld when he started talking about. So in October 2003, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld asked if enough was being done to fashion a broad integrated plan to stop the next generation of terrorists. As part of such a plan, the U.S. government should define the message and stand as an example of moral leadership in the world to Muslim parents. Terrorists like bin Laden have nothing to offer their children but visions of violence and death. America and its friends have the advantage. Our vision can offer a better future where Muslim governments, even those who are friends, do not offer opportunity, respect the rule of law, or tolerate differences, then the United States needs to stand for a better future. Those two right there, have we done any of that since this whole entire thing happened? Have we done anything but made the whole situation worse when it comes to going over there and standing as a simple in our eyes, but in the way that they're seeing it is that we're horrible monsters on the fact that we're coming over there and we're doing all these things and the idea of democracy? You know, it's very, very strange when you start to look at like there's a and the fact that it's probably one of the biggest conspiracy things today. I mean, why were there gallons and gallons of fuel in the basement of one of the towers? What?
Mhm.
How did? How did that get? What?
There's
I
a
just.
there's
Well,
a whole documentary about it, and I can't remember the exact name of the group that was allowed to be in the towers. They were. God, I wish I could. It's like a number letter acronym type thing, and they had free reign of the entire towers under this guise that they were doing some sort of like, I don't know, construction project or art project or something like that. But yeah, they basically were in there rigging the towers up for controlled demolition. Uh, and that's been totally wiped. It's really hard to find that type of information. You might be able to find it. I wish I didn't have such a shitty memory and could give you the actual name of it's the report out there. God, I suck. But yeah, they like nobody questioned them what they were doing or how they were able to like get into the basically the main structure of the whole building and pretty much rig it up with not just gasoline but controlled like C4 type plastic explosives. Um, but you won't hear about that. They totally scrubbed it from existence in a way.
Well, I
Uh,
think this is a problem of what we have with censorship too, as well. I mean, the issue with like I was trying to look up some stuff, like I said, about this whole entire situation, about this a whole acts of 9/11 and get different thoughts, and also trying to find podcasts about it as well too. Spotify, the one episode they don't have of Joe Rogan's, there's a couple, but one of them is episode 9/11 where he invited Alex Jones and Eddie
mhm,
Bravo on to talk about it. I had to go and find that on YouTube. And I get because it's a sensitive subject, it's very, very hard when you say like it ends up being like the Sandy Hook thing, where you say,
mhm,
oh, it wasn't a plane, it was a bombing, it was this whole entire thing, it's the way it fell, all this type of stuff.
mhm,
It's very hard to say because people lost loved ones. And I think that was like the importance as well as we were talking about in the beginning about the government also admitting to something that they had done. It's you can't just say you had no hand in it when you start to look through everything. Someone's going to find the dirt. So that's probably why they were open and honest on it as well too. The weirdest part about this is that they said protect against and prepare for terroristic attacks. So target terrorist travel and intelligence and security strategy from the 9/11 story showed could at least be as powerful as the effort devoted to terrorist finance. Address problems of screening people and biometric identifiers across agencies and governments, including our border and transportation systems, by designing a comprehensive screening system that addresses common problems and set common standards. As standards spread, this necessary and ambitious effort could dramatically strengthen the world's ability to intercept individuals who could pose catastrophic threats. Quickly complete a biometric entry exit screening system, one that also speeds qualified travelers. Set standards for the issue or assurance of birth certificates and sources of identification, such as driver's license, and develop strategies for neglected parts of our transportation security system. Since 9/11, about 90% of the nation's $5 billion annual investment in transportation security has gone to aviation to fight the last war. And aviation prevent arguments about a new computerized profiling system from delaying vital improvements in the no-fly and automatic selectee list. Also give priority to the important improvement of checkpoint screening. So, I mean, a lot of this is like, making things a little bit more thorough when you go to the airport now, making sure you take off your shoes, do all these things for a better security check. But how much of it actually does it do as well, too? I mean, a lot of this written down is very, very well, but have you seen it translate well over the next 20 years? I mean, the whole fact of this whole entire open source of information, there's still so many plot holes where it's like, why does nobody have like this giant conclusion of this topic? Why are people not still looking into it? Why did they do 2 private hearings that weren't open to the public about this? What were they talking about, and what were they hiding that the public couldn't get an idea of what was going on? I mean, was it Cheney and Bush that had the 2 selective private hearings at the time that had happened?
Mhm.
Is that
I
your
don't really
stomach
know.
that's doing that?
No, it's my cat. I'm trying to
Oh.
get her out of here, but she won't leave. Trying to, I really, don't know exactly how to answer that. I mean, I remember as it was all going on, I was just like, this is such bullshit. When they would release the information and you would get a piece of paper that just had like half of it blacked out, you're like, why can't we see this information? Why is it such a hidden thing? What are they trying to cover up? Like, that's all I kept asking. But I feel like, the majority of Americans just don't want to believe that. They don't want to believe that their government would do something so horrible. They don't want to believe that their government had a hand in being so devious that it would kill its own people to go to war, to make money, to create all of the fear. And um, in a way, like, I remember before 9/11, you didn't see as many American flags flying anymore on Flag Day, and it was almost like this nationalism kind of like died out. And after 9/11, it was like this hoorah of like, yeah, we're in it together and we're American. And then everybody started flying flags again. And yeah,
If I was going to ask you, what is the main thing that goes to your mind when the 9/11 thing, what do you think like the whole thing was? Besides, like, I'm not talking about the attack, I'm not talking about anything that, what do you think they're like the problem besides everything that went going on? What do you think like they're hiding, or what do you think is that something that's like a perspective that we're not seeing? Maybe your own perspective kind of into it as well too.
I feel like it was just all money driven, to be honest. Like I said before, I think back to a lot about what would have happened. How would the world be right now had George Bush not become president and Al Gore would have become president, and his whole like push for environmental things? Like, would we actually have real like electric cars, or cars that didn't run on oil anymore? Or you know and that's just kind of my whole take on it, is that there were a lot of people that were in power that had a lot of money, that it just looked like it wasn't going to go their way, and this was their way of taking back control, and pushing their agenda into the future of fear, war, control. um it, I mean, cars run on oil, right?
Yeah, but what do you think about, like, if I toss this out, like, about them making sure that people weren't looking into it anymore? What is your thoughts on that? Because I have an article right here I can read you, but I want to get your thoughts. Why do you think they would stop people from looking into it? Because in my mind, I'm thinking, because it's a sensitive subject, obviously, and they don't want people creating conspiracies or going after it. Like, I mean, it's already happened, so it's not like they did a very good job at trying to prevent conspiracy theories. That they actually left more room for conspiracy theories to be created instead of showing the evidence. But I wanted to get your thoughts before I read this of, what do you think was the importance of the commission offices telling people that were looking into this not to look into it, and literally doing everything they possibly can, blocking them from looking into it?
So you're asking me, why would the commissions not want people
In your
to
mind,
figure
in
out
your
the
mind.
reason?
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty obvious. Like, you can't handle the truth. Right? Like, people couldn't, like, it would create mayhem. Like, that would maybe spark a revolution in a way, right? Like, if it came out that the government was involved in hurting its own people, wouldn't you be like, okay, it's time for a new government? Doesn't it actually say that in the Constitution, when the government no longer has our best interest at hand, we're able to rise up against it.
So I'm going to read you the 9/11 Commission primer that was posted July 20th, 2004 at 9 a.m. It says, after months of research and testimony this week, the Bipartisan National Commission on Terroristic Attacks upon the United States 9/11 Commission will release its final report on the events surrounding 9/11 and recommendations for protecting our country from future attacks. This is a moment that the Bush administration sought to prevent. The 9/11 Commission primer by the Center for American Progress reminds its readers of the administration's attempts to obstruct and discredit the work of the commission. And a bit, I've never came across that word in my 23 years of living. But it says, while President Bush hailed the work of the commission as important for future administrations, his administration did everything it could to block and impede the commission from conducting its vital work. Not only did the White House oppose formation of the commission, but resisted providing the commission with the time and resources it needed to carry out its work. White House, and this part of it's called White House opposed formation of commission. President Bush and Vice President Cheney both contacted then Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle in the months after 9/11 to assist on strict limits in the scope of any investigation into the attacks. Newsweek reported on February 4th, 2002, that Vice President Cheney called Senator Tom Daschle to warn him not to open hearings into the attacks. If Daschle pressed the issue, Cheney implied he would, and quoting it, implied he would risk being accused of interfering with the mission against terrorism. And despite entreaties from the families of victims of 9/11 attacks and bipartisan group of senators and congressmen, the president vocally resisted forming an investigatory commission. President Bush only relented on November 27, 2002, a year after the attacks.
After he had enough time to cover his tracks.
Yeah, well, it also says Bush's handpicked co-chairman steps down. On November 27, 2002, President Bush appointed Henry Kissinger to the head of the 9/11 Commission. At the time, to the NYT appointed the White House has chosen him to contain an investigation it has long opposed. Less than a month late, Kissinger resigned from the post over conflicts of interest. White House resisted fully funding. Time magazine reported last year that the White House brushed off a request by Commission Chairman Tom Keene to boost the investigation's budget by $11 million, even though the commission stated it could not complete the investigation without the funds. So it's very, very weird how it says in November 27, 2002, President Bush appointed Henry Kissinger to the 9/11 Commission. And then not even less than a month later, Kissinger resigned from the post over conflicts of interest. The way that that's being said is like, imagine Bush hiring someone to go lead the investigation or the commission that they've already said they don't want going. They're blocking it. So if it's already happening, you're like, okay, then we got to get someone in there to kind of control the flow. And then after a month later, the guy leaves because he is having conflicts of interest. So maybe him going in there, even though to maybe hide some evidence, possibly, allegedly, big quotation marks, he started realizing the truth. And then he was like, I can't be a part of this. I can't work for you because I already want you to suffer for the things that you've done. And then he pulls out of that. Like, you start to realize, what are they hiding besides the people wanting the truth? Because they want to know that what happened. Why did this all happen? Why did people have to lose loved ones? I get the covering the tracks thing. This is what I'm saying. This is where the conspiracy stuff starts to come in. There's a lot of stuff that's really questionable about this. They opposed time extension for finishing the commission's work in January 2004. President Bush and House Speaker J. Dennis Hastert opposed granting a 2-month extension, even though commission members said the extra time was necessary to finish their work. 2 weeks later, after public outcry, the White House capitulated and announced February 4th, 2004, that it would allow the commission to have an extra 60 days it needed. What the hell's the issue of extending the timeout when it's something of this importance? What the hell are you hiding? That's the shit now where I'm like, hang on a second. I wasn't into the conspiracy boat, a whole lot of it. I knew that there was some stuff obviously that happened that we probably don't have the whole entire thing for, but when you're looking at it now, it's like, there's a lot of stuff where it's like, why are you trying so much to cover up some things? That means you had a hand to play in this.
Absolutely. They just needed more time to kind of keep covering things up and just allowing people to just kind of keep moving on with their lives. I mean, that information's all out there, right? But how many people besides people like us are looking at it? The average Joe doesn't give a shit. The average Joe only cares about, am I going to get another flat screen TV? I'm going to have enough money to take my family on vacation. And that was what I was saying the whole time. Like when all this was going down, and I'm like, how does no one see what is happening right now? Like, how does no one, like, through the entire process, it was like, okay, we're going to invade Iraq on weapons of mass destruction. And then months later comes out, there's no weapons of mass destruction. And it's like, okay, we've been lied to. Why are we not up in arms about this? Why are we not demanding our troops come home? No one cared because they just were worried about, making sure that they had their, big SUV and their flat screen TV and their big houses. And
why the hell are you stopping a commission from reporting on something that was a giant attack? You think a bunch of people are just going to go, I'm not going to look into that? Like, what the fuck? Like that's the craziest thing, is that they thought like they could do their best to make sure that this commission wasn't going to get the money. First of all, they didn't even want it to be a thing. So they tried to disband it right from the start. Then next thing you know, they needed funding to be able to do their research, and they weren't going to give them funding. They eventually got the funding for it. Next thing you know, they weren't going to give them the time extension that they needed to be able to do so. But even if it's not about inserting a person in there to try and control the flow and the guy ends up quitting later because there's a conflict of interest that they don't look into, what about the president's chief counsel tried to influence the panel? Top White House counsel Alberto Gonzales tried to manipulate the 9/11 Commission, calling Republican commissioners Fred F. Fielding and James R. Thompson just before they gathered on March 24, 2004, to hear the testimony of former White House counterterrorism chief Richard A. Clarke. After the calls, Fielding and Thompson presented evidence questioning the former official's credibility, leading critics to denounce the impropriety of Gonzalez's phone calls. The Bush administration also sought to withhold key information from the commission during the investigation. The White House dragged its feet in allowing National Security Advisor Gonzalez Rice to testify and fought hard to limit the president's appearances before the commission. The White House also denied commission members access to critical information, in particular the president's daily intelligence updates.
Just burying it, just hiding the truth, not wanting it to come out, because it's not even, I feel like if that stuff came out, then the whole world would have, a reason to be like, oh, America.
Well, it goes to what I was
you're
telling,
out. You're out.
It goes to what I was telling you before about the private hearing that they had. The White House demanded panel not to seek additional testimony. In exchange for Rice's testimony, the White House specifically demanded that the panel agree to not seek testimony from White House aides, even if the testimony were become critical to the commission's mandate. White House tried to limit Bush's testimony to 1 hour. On February, before I even read this fucking part to it, because this is all new to me. Before I even read that, do you want Bush talking longer than 30 minutes? He's kind of like Biden in a way. He says some shit like Hurricane Katrina. Everyone's like, what are you going to do about ISIS and all this? Hurricane Katrina, we'll find her. It's like, what are you fucking talking about? Like,
right.
It said on February 25th, 2004, President Bush and Vice President Dick Cheney announced strict limits surrounding their private interviews with the 9/11 Commission, saying Bush would submit to only a single hour of questioning. On March 2nd, 2004, the commission rejected the hour deadline as unacceptable. A week later, on March 10th, 2004, White House spokesman Scott McLean backtracked on the demand, saying the president's going to answer all of the questions they want to raise. Nobody's watching the clock. So there were some people in there that were like, hey, once they said, we're only going to do an hour with the president, everyone's like, hang on a fucking second. An hour? Really? An hour? In an hour, 2 towers fell. What are you talking about? Like, that's that kind of the whole thing here. But then it goes, White House demanded joint Bush/Cheney testimony. Now, before I even say anything or even read this into this, why the hell would you question both of them at the same time? You want to question them separately to make sure the stories line up. If you're thinking that these people had a part to play in this, considering that after all this bullshit that they're doing, trying to spread and tear up the commission. It says the White House also demanded that President Bush and Vice President Cheney not be forced to testify under oath.
So they could lie. I mean, they're gonna lie anyway.
What the fuck, man? I'm sorry. I mean, now I'm like, I wasn't into the conspiracy boat. I thought it was more of like, this is an issue when money gets involved into something. But then you start reading into it a little bit and you're like, you're wondering why this thing is still going for so long. Be allowed to testify together, facilitating the potential coordination of their testimony. Tom Keene and Lee Hamilton, members of the commission, indicated that they would prefer them to testify separately. White House denied requests for presidential daily briefs. The commission struggled with the White House for access to a presidential daily brief, a document presented to the president each morning containing the day's intelligence. After months of negotiations, the White House limited access to the PDBs to only 4 commissioners, who then briefed the full 10-member panel. However, although the 4-member team asked to look at 360 PDBs dating back to 1998. So that's so strange, man. And I get it, because when you're going through a trial like this too, and you're trying to get the correct information out, you can't have him reading the news and everything that's going on in the country and updating him with everything, even if he is the president, because then it's going to, imagine an article comes out saying Bush is a liar and all this stuff, that's going to go into your head. You don't want any of that influence hitting into your brain.
Yeah. You also got to understand, like, this, when we went into war with Iraq, it wasn't just us. We got the whole United Nations involved. There were every country that is in the UN went in there. You know, France, Germany, Canada, they all had troops on the ground. So if it came out that, like, we were the ones that actually did all of this, what would the rest of the world do to us? What would the UN do to us? Would we be kicked out? Would we have sanctions put against us? So there's a lot of reasons for them to want to cover this stuff up, not just on a domestic level, but on an international level. If there were ever like solid proof that could tie those people involved in it and the government to attacking its own people, to start almost a world war in a way, like, what would the repercussions really be for us?
So a big push of why people didn't want the 9/11 commission to go out there was that it was only going to spark up the alarming amount of anger the public had at the dysfunctional way the agencies are now operating. So they're not pointing at the flaws that the agencies obviously had. Maybe that's what Bush was trying to hide, was that the fact that a lot of these agencies have huge major plot holes into it. Murdoch machine overlooked facts and commenting on testimony. In an unusual front page editorial in his New York Post, Australian right-wing billionaire Rupert Murdoch and his media machine attacked Democratic 9/11 commissioners as shills. The editorial then went on to make factually inaccurate claims. For instance, it said that pre-9/11 intelligence reports all talked about attacks occurring against targets overseas, and that it clearly was not a fact that President Bush was warned against possible attacks in this country. The editorial then accused commissioned Richard Vensteed of slander for saying as much, but Ben was entirely inaccurate. The bipartisan 9/11 congressional inquiry found the administration received warnings of a possible homeland attack in May 2001, and the president was personally warned on August 6th of patterns of suspicious activity in the country consistent of preparations for hijackings of other types of attacks. So even this guy making up a bunch of news on, here's where we go into the media. In his New York Post editorial, he lied and said that these were false claims, that President Bush had not been warned. When it goes back dating to like 1993, there's been threats against the country about attacking using airplanes. So you start looking at it like, so now there's the New York Post lying to you. How many fucking people today, you say something about the fucking lab, or you say something about anything the government does, they go, well, the New York Post, and they throw up a fucking this is what, when you control the media, you control so much, but it's so fucking hard, because when it comes to this is why we don't have answers today, because this whole thing has just been a lie upon a lie upon a lie. I mean, even in the son of the testimonies, there were people that were saying that they were cutting off witnesses. They were, being very aggressive in the terms that they were doing in this commission report. And then it goes The White House blamed the FBI. Now, before
Mm-hmm.
even reading that, the next one below it says the FBI blamed Ashcroft. Then it go
Mm-hmm.
down one, it says Ashcroft blamed the FBI and the CIA. So
Yeah,
one person's
everybody's
pushing
doing
the,
this.
they're just,
It's
yeah.
their fault. Yeah, their fault. Well, I mean, you mentioned Michael Moore and the whole 9/11 doc that he had, and he states that the FBI warned, I believe, the CIA and some other terrorist counter-terrorist agency about it. Like, they had hard facts that, like, this is happening within the next 48 hours, and they were like, yeah, don't worry about it, it's cool, we got it under control.
What do you think that they were hiding or they were trying to make sure that no one found?
I I mean, all of it. Like, everything that
Is
yeah,
it possible that because Michael Moore was talking about in that Fahrenheit 9/11 documentary that he had sold the weapons, that H.W. Bush had sold weapons to the people that ended up bombing us?
yeah, well, it's not so, like, you're saying Bush did it, but I don't think Bush didn't have
H.W.,
any.
his dad,
His
senior.
dad. Oh, yeah, he definitely did it. I mean, like I said before, they trained Al Qaeda. They,
Yeah, to prevent Russia. And then you start to
right.
realize that did we literally just weaponize and train the people that ended up bombing us in the first place?
Yeah, but I don't think he was like, he might not have been aware of it, but I'm pretty sure Cheney was aware of it. Like, Cheney kind of
Cheney seems like
made
a
it.
puppet master in a way, doesn't he?
He is such a puppet master. I mean, how about the fact that, like, he shot somebody in the head by accident on a
Hunting
hunting.
quail, and quail are like a foot fucking tall. It's like you have to kick that thing in the air for it to be able to shoot someone.
What did that guy know?
He shot someone in the fucking face. That's nuts.
What was that guy gonna expose? I can't believe he went hunting with them.
It's literally like the movie The Campaign with Will Ferrell, where he shoots him in the leg with a fucking arrow.
But think about it. I mean, who benefited the most out of all of that? Cheney, Halliburton, all those private contracts.
And also the unspoken agreements that were happening that nobody even looked into about the billions of dollars that were going back and forth, all because new commissions were being built.
Yeah, I think H. Bush, he probably had good intentions throughout the whole thing. Like, and he wasn't such an evil bastard about it, and then he just had a dumb son that could be easily manipulated into doing the bidding, like being the puppet right out in front. So when you needed a fall guy, if that ever happened, he would be easy enough to let fall, right? And Cheney was pretty much the one behind the curtain, just pulling the strings of the whole thing. And it's just very similar. Like I said, what's happening now just kind of reminds me of 9/11 all over again. It's like 9/11 2.0 on the world stage. Like I said, I felt like at that time the world was changing. It was a much more peaceful place. There weren't any wars. There was no enemy. Up until that point, it was like the Russians and the Soviets and communism was the enemy. And then after the Soviet Union fell, it's like, who were we afraid of? What do we have to be afraid of? So they created this like boogeyman that, like, you couldn't like put a finger on it, right? Like, before it was like a country, we're like Russia, they're the fucking bad guys. Now all of a sudden it's just terrorist cells. Who's that? Who are they? Where do we go? Who do we protect ourselves from? We don't know. Could be anywhere.
There's a part in here that says Frist attacked Clark, then was contradicted by party colleagues. Senate Majority Leader Bill Frist delivered a speech on the floor of the Senate claiming that former Bush counterterrorism chief Richard Clark, who testified before the 9/11 Commission, told two entirely different stories about the Bush administration's handling of terrorism. First implied Clark had perjured himself by purportedly telling two different stories under oath, first to Congress in 2002 and then to the 9/11 Commission this year. which would have been 2004, and then threatened severe consequences if it is found that he has lied before Congress, but first soon admitted that he personally had no knowledge that there were any discrepancies between the two testimonies. Soon after, Intelligence Committee Chairman Senator Pat Roberts contradicted Frist and said that Clark's testimony before a joint congressional panel on September 11th's terroristic attacks did not contradict his later testimony before the 9/11 Commission. Even today, the Bush administration has refused to accept responsibility for the 9/11 attacks, instead passing the counterterrorism buck as far as from the president as possible. As columnist Richard Cohen noted, if the president wants to own September 11th for his political gain, he's entitled, but it does not come alone. September 10th is his as well. But while the White House was busy blaming the FBI was pointing fingers at the Attorney General, who was shooting back at the FBI and the CIA.
Right. Like I said, there's all these different branches, these different entities that make up the government, but who's watching over them? Nobody, right? They all just kind of are out there running around willy-nilly, like all just competing for budget dollars, right? Your budget's always at stake. If you don't spend the money that you have budgeted, you're not going to get as much next year. And if you don't have a cause, if there's no enemy, then we don't really need you anymore. Why do we keep spending billions of dollars on
what's very strange is that even though people were trying to, it said Frist attacked Clark. It says the White House blamed FBI. So during questioning before the 9/11 Commission, Rice said, "I also understood that this was the FBI that was doing that. The FBI was pursuing the Al Qaeda cells. I believe in the August 6th memorial." I hate these words. It's too early. I'm not going to even go for it. It says that there were 70 full field investigations under the way of these cells. And so there was no recommendation that we do something about this. The FBI was pursuing it. Later in the hearing, when pressed on whether the FBI was actually aggressively pursuing terrorism threats in the United States, Rice ducked at any White House accountability. The responsibility for the FBI to do what it was asked of the FBI's responsibility. The White House provided the New York Times parts of a classified memo from Richard Clark to Rice that referred to tasking of the FBI's field offices. Then President Bush again put the focus squarely on the FBI, saying whoever was the acting FBI director, had they found something, would have said, "Mr. President, we have found something that you need to be concerned about in your duties to protect America. That did not happen." Then the FBI blamed Ashcroft. Newsweek reported an extraordinary confrontation between the Attorney General and the FBI Director, Luis Freeh, at the annual meeting of the FBI special agents in charge in May 2001. Ashcroft and Freeh met before their appearance, and the Attorney General laid out his priorities. Basically, violent crime and drugs, recalls one participant. Freeh replied bluntly that there were not his priorities and started to talk about the terror and counterterrorism. Ashcroft didn't want to hear about it, says a former senior law enforcement official. The New York Times and Washington Post reported that Thomas J. Pickard, acting director of the FBI in the summer of 2001, told the 9/11 Commission that Ashcroft had little interest in terrorism. He was more obsessed about the drugs.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what was a bigger thing to be focused on if you were the head of the FBI or if you were head of the CIA? What was a bigger thing that had happened, like you mentioned to earlier, about the crack epidemic that was going on? They were more focused on the drug thing rather than an act of terrorism, which might have been a easier thing to focus on or a more important thing to focus on. But
we'll go with the whole war. So we'll start on war on. So before the war on terror, it was the war on drugs.
Because that was knowing to happen. A terroristic attack had never happened before that.
Right. But so that war was kind of winding down, and they basically lost that war. If you look at it, like they didn't do anything but just incarcerate a bunch of people of a certain minority ethnicity, which is a whole nother business that we shouldn't probably get into right now. But so the war on drugs is ending, and we need another war because we need to fund our budgets. So yeah, the FBI was on point about where they should be focusing the next thing, but if you get in front of it and you stop it before it happens, then there's no war, right?
Look, as sensitive as a subject this is to talk about, especially when it comes to the amount of conspiracy theories and the acts of everything as well too, I think this is where we're probably never going to end up getting an answer to it. I think people are just going to have to kind of let this one go, sadly to say, because nobody's ever going to get on the same page when it comes to the fact of there's a lot of stuff, shady stuff that Bush did not open up, did not talk about. Maybe he might get Alzheimer's one day and then he might leak out some of this information, or maybe some stuff that comes on, maybe triggers in his memory. But a concept of you're not going to know, and it's been too much time now to know. Maybe 50 years instead of 20 years, there'll be something that comes out talking about it, a decommissioned thing with the CIA where all redacted names come out. Then you just have to fill in the blank with the Bush or something. It's just, it really sucks that we don't have a clear cut answer to this, and there has to be room for, because the conspiracy people have a point, and the people that understand exactly what the government has said has been a point. I think the main key takeaway that I talked about in my first part of was this was a time where I think during the pandemic, me and you talked about it, Bobby, that the first 2 weeks was like 9/11. It only takes a terroristic act for a bunch of people to come together. I think that's the glimmer of hope, is that why does it shouldn't take something as severe as this to bring people together. It needs, we have that all of inside of us to be able to care for one another, especially help each other out when it comes to an attack on all of us as people. But now everything is now a personal attack. I think the main thing here is, especially like when I was a kid, if you would ask me what I thought about my government, I'm like, whenever I'm in pain, the government will help me. And then now I'm like, no fucking way. That as much as I have learned about the government, and then now looking into the 9/11 thing, I start looking at it like, no, none of these people knew. None of these people thought that their government, there was no information like this back then. There was none of this. And then all the acts that they've done after that has been like, oh, now if you say something about the government, people are like, yeah, that's been known to happen. It's like, so what's the truth? I don't want this whole lab thing that's going on to end up being like the 9/11 thing where there's a conspiracy part to it.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen. I mean, when it was happening, I thought to myself, I wonder what they're going to write in the history books that the kids are going to learn from in 40 or 50 years from now. Kind of like, the whole Pearl Harbor conspiracy, right? Like,
what conspiracy of Pearl Harbor?
Well, there's the conspiracy that the U.S. government knew that Pearl Harbor was going to get attacked, that they intercepted messages about the attack, and that they let the attack happen because, again, America did not want to be at war. The American people were trying to get involved in that war, and there was no way that they were going to be able to get into war unless we were attacked, like physically attacked as a nation by an enemy. So they knew that attack was happening and going to happen, and they let it happen so that we would then be able to enter World War II at the time.
I think this also boils down to, because if we end up invading Afghanistan or invading Iraq, and you keep saying that it's all like a lie from the government, how many people lost loved ones who fought under the nation's flag to protect the people at home? You're now saying they were.
I have another theory on that too, because at the time, the population was high, and it was beginning to become a strain on the economy. There were more people than there were jobs for. And what better way to send the herd? Send a bunch of young kids off to die.
I'm not hopping on that boat with you.
If
anything, it's more of a land grab. I think they were looking at it as a way to take over some territory and get a bunch of people saying you're going to fight for your country to protect the people that you love. I mean, how many people are going to step up to arms to protect the people that they love? You just got to pitch it.
So, I mean, how many of those vets went over there and then came back with mental issues and are living on the street right now and have drug problems? And why is that? Why are they so twisted and just messed up mentally, other than the fact that they saw their friends dying? But there had to be something more than that, and I believe it's because they went to war thinking they were being heroes and protecting freedom and blah blah blah, and then once they got over there and saw the truth of the matter, they realized that nope, they're just being used as tools to create fear and terror in that country as well, and just create more terrorists through the whole thing. And then losing their friends and being lied to. Like, they realized that they were being lied to by their government, and the bill of goods that they sold as far as being heroes and freedom fighters, and really all they were over there to control oil interests and die, honestly.
What about the drastic impact that has lasted upon generations that haven't even experienced this? The fear of when you get on a plane and you see someone wear what they would call terroristic clothing, and what we define as terroristic clothing. That's just a word. It's like when we talked about like sometimes you feel feminine. It's like, what are you basing the feminine thing off of? Just being emotional? That's not being just feminine. Guys can be emotional too. It's true, but that's the stereotypical of what they consider. When we consider terroristic things, we picture a towel, or we picture something in some type of garb or some type of clothing that is foreign to us. We consider that an act of terrorism, or we can not an act of terrorism, but a um example of terroristic clothing or something like that. And there's generations that haven't even experienced are being born today that are getting that brainwashing idea into their head rather than a sign of culture and heritage. This is what's strange, is the fact that's like how this impacted in so many ways, and it's still impacting us today. There's a fear of when we say the idea of terrorism, it's not a person wearing a suit, or it's not, what's his name, who does the splits in between the two vans in that commercial.
uh what? I don't know the reference.
He played in
that
the
one.
Expendables. He was an enemy, the main terroristic guy.
I never saw the Expendables.
He's a karate guy.
Karate guy. Van Damme, Jean-Claude Van
Yes,
Damme.
Jean-Claude Van Damme was the enemy in the Expendables. He did the splits between the two trucks. Why is a terrorist not someone that's as ripped as that dude, has like dark sunglasses on, has like a suit or something like that, and that could be an act of terrorism with a briefcase and a bomb in it. But instead, we consider you wearing a certain type of garb or clothing that could be traditional or heritage, or be a type of skin color, as now being an act of terrorism, because that's what we've labeled it as. That's what everyone knows it as. One of the most drastic things because of the 9/11 thing, the whole entire push was Al Qaeda, Al Qaeda, Al Qaeda. Fucking recently, the one guy tried to bring up.
Boogeyman.
Well, the one guy just tried to bring up recently when they were talking about the lab and everything about the ISIS is coming back, and everyone's like, "Shut the fuck up! It's been 4 years. There's no way."
ISIS. I remember seeing what they called ISIS on the TV, and I'm like, these guys are covered in hoods, so you have no idea what type of person that is underneath there. And then they had like Nike and Adidas sneakers on, and I'm like, those could just as easily be American mercenaries.
Do you think it's a possibility that during all this they realize that they can prey off fear more than they can prey off the truth?
100%. Fear is one of the major.
Why does that sound crazy saying that though?
I don't think it sounds crazy, but
When
other people do.
Yeah, but when evidence literally all points to the idea that they have made a lot of things change on the aspect that they could, because it was a giant opening, not only in our nation's security, but in the hearts of a lot of people to be able to accept anything to make sure that they can safely travel to fucking what at Cabo.
Fear is the greatest motivator out there. Like, how do you get somebody to do something they don't want to do? You make them afraid that if they don't do it, something horrible is going to either happen to them or their loved ones. I think, people were kind of getting lazy up before 9/11. Everything was just a little too easy here in America. People were making a lot of money, and they were going to start to retire and live off their investments. And, we needed people to go in and start doing some dirty work again. So let's create some fear. Let's get rid of a whole bunch of money in the economy. And the money grab, the the motivation factor, I feel, is why fear is their main component. I mean, look at what's happening right now. What is driving everyone to do all the crazy things that they're doing with wearing masks and getting vaccines and everything like that? Is they're scared. People are fucking scared. I saw a woman sitting in her car in the parking lot of the grocery store yesterday, completely alone, wearing a mask, windows up. What is she afraid of? She doesn't even know. But that mask makes her feel safe, right?
I don't know. It's crazy times we're living in. I know it's I really do appreciate you joining me on this episode and talking about this tough stuff too. I know it's not easy. It's a kind of a sensitive subject for a lot of people too. Um, is there anything you want to add on to before we close out this part of the episode?
If everyone would just say fuck fear and take control of themselves and realize that at the end of the day, you're on your own. There's no one coming to save you. Maybe we wouldn't be in these positions that we're in.
And we'll see you in part 3 of the episode. So this is the third part to the episode number 911. I have Josh, Mr. Josh W., the man who has been with me since one of the very beginnings of me starting Zoom around episode 94, I think it was.
It was pre 100, that's for sure. You've come a very long way. Tell everybody what you're up to right now.
I'm going to talk to you about your 9/11 experience is what I'm going to be doing.
No, of course. I meant what episode number you're up to right now.
Well, this is going to be episode 911.
So 9/11, everybody. So you're talking, Robbie's done 800 plus episodes since the very first time that we got together. And that's pretty cool. I have not even done 80. So that's pretty tough. I actually, before we jump into it, I've been kind of discouraged, personally. I've gone through a lot. I have never seen this through in the way that I should have. You've always been the only cheerleader. I shouldn't even say my number one. My podcast studio guy was a cheerleader for me as well, but of course he is. He's getting paid. But you were my only cheerleader, and I appreciate that. And part of to just tell everybody really how hard this is and what you do and how diligent you really are, a testament to you. A big part of why I haven't stuck a lot of this through is it is extremely hard to do these shows and market them and edit them and put them online and let people know about them on Twitter and let people know about them on Facebook and all these ways that you have to be out there on YouTube. And it's a tremendous amount of work to put yourself out there in addition to putting the show together. And in your case, getting guests for the show. So I definitely tip my hat to you. It's a remarkable, a lot of people have teams and a lot of people have people that help them out. I didn't have that. I know you don't have that. And that was part of what made this difficult too, as well as working for me, 2 jobs in a sense, 2 careers and having a child and whatnot. So it is a daunting task and I definitely let it slip. And
well, we'll get into that on the actual recording that will be before this episode.
Perfect. Yes.
So this is going to be strictly, we got to stay on topic. So a little bit off brand of my show.
Let's get right to the topic.
Where were you on this day that happened, September 11th?
So September 11th, 2001, excuse me, to be specific, I was home. My daughter was young enough that I prepared her for school. My wife at the time was at work already. And so that was just how our schedules went. My job started a little later. So I was responsible for getting her ready. I believe I had already, based on the time of it all, I believe I had already dropped her off. So I was just in my living room watching some sort of TV doing house crap, to be honest, when it broke into it on TV. And it goes right to the towers and it goes right to the, planes and whatnot. So that I think that was everybody's visual entry into 9/11 was those towers that captured everything. I mean, no one even needed to talk. You didn't need any news reporters or pundits to even talk. The pictures or the video said everything that you needed to see with that.
Do you remember?
So that's where I was.
Well, do you remember like after all that happened, right? It was because it was like in the morning. So do you remember how that night all went? Did it just feel different? Like a lot of people talk about the air felt sucked out of the whole thing, but I think it was a grand awakening to there was no huge giant like attack like that has ever hit at such a large scale, which kind of opened up people to the idea that like there's more than just our bills to worry about. There's a whole other thing out there, which kind of led into this military presence that seems to be so keen in today's times right now.
Well, this is when terrorism was more prevalent in our society. So you're a young man that doesn't understand, because it goes back to the 70s and 80s, really, that terrorism, and to be more specific in how it probably shakes down, would have been Middle Eastern or Muslim terrorism, was part of our world vernacular, and certainly United States had never been attacked in such a way, but planes were hijacked. That was actually, you don't even understand how common that really was around the world, that some group for a political purpose would hijack a plane with demands, and more often than not did not crash it. It always landed, and whatever happened, it got dealt with. It could be a shootout after, they could surrender, but that was something we were used to as a society, but it had subsided for a while. So this is, I think, the first thing everybody thought was, this is terrorism. This probably is Muslims, and it would shake down, whatnot. But I think that was everyone's first thought. To go back to the point of sucking the air, I view this now how I view COVID. Everybody's got a different mindset. I can't gauge anyone's mindset anymore because logic is out the window. Logic doesn't exist anymore. Even Logitech, the company that makes mice and cameras and all that for years, just put out a Logitech just put out a campaign of question logic or defy logic. And it's all geared to young people. And it's got Little Nas X, the satanic black rapper who gives a grinds on Satan and presumably has anal sex with him, whatever.
Old Town Road is what I remember him by.
Well, those days are gone. Those Old Town Roads are all boarded up. He put out another song, but anyways, yeah, he's satanic. And so everybody viewed 9/11 differently, as we came to see. But one thing's for certain, that first days, yes, we were gut punched in a way we had never been attacked on U.S. soil in any way in modern history that resonated like that did. We viewed that as an attack. The media played it up as an attack. We're going to do a lot of talking about the media's role in this, by the way, everybody. I think you have to understand how powerful the media is. This is one of those examples. We're going to get into conspiracy theories because of the media narrative of this, which is the government narrative pushing the media narrative, obviously. But I think a big portion of the conversation me and Rob are going to have here is the media's role in how this all got shaped. Because initially the stories that came out when it first happened were not how it gets shaped into the near future after, and then the future that stands today. So the media had a tremendous role in this. Yeah, we were attacked, and that's how it felt. And people were very vengeful, and but yeah, gut punched for sure. If you believed what they told you, if you believed the whole thing, and even if you don't, I guess, and you're just watching it for what you're watching it for, it was a nightmare situation to see in such a big city too, New York City.
What is so I got a couple things I want to say here. One, why do you think this is still a conspiracy theory? Do you think it's on the factor of we just still don't have a clear answer of what's going on? Because I think throughout this whole entire episode that it's going to be, Spotify is going to hate me because it's going to be like a 6-hour one, but you get to slowly see the dwindling and cracking of my like idea of like, because I was 4 when this happened. So from the very first recording to where we're at now, I've researched more and more and more and started to realize like the amount of, I would say, fuckery that really went on with the government. The whole fact that the Bush administration didn't even want the 9/11 Commission report to even be created, and then denied them funding, and then eventually denied them 60 extra days to even finish their research that they said was imperative to the situation. You start to really examine it, and you start to look at, like, everybody's pointing fingers. Like, the White House was pointing fingers at the FBI was pointing fingers at the CIA was pointing fingers at one of the senators, who was pointing it back at everybody else. And it was
Well,
like, well, I guess we're not going to get an answer, so we might as well just move on with our lives. And I'm like, I don't think that should be ever the answer, but it seems like that's what we did.
so let's rewind it back. We did do all that. So you make very valid points. There's actually a ton more. I always, when I have this conversation with people, I want to start this off by doing this, a little trivia for you. What do we consider in the United States? What do we consider to be the most controversial and the most widely accepted conspiracy theory in our American history? And it's pre 9/11. What would you say it is? What's the one we
JFK.
all agree on? JFK. Very good. You'd be surprised how many people get that wrong or don't guess that. Okay.
It was either going to be that or MK Ultra. So
Right. And nobody knows what that is. But JFK, to this day, is a conspiracy theory that is very widely accepted. A lot of people do not believe the narrative of the shooting, or that there was one shooter.
Theory.
Right. You have Zapruder films. You have so many people that have hunted for the truth. And we think we know what it is. And there's sealed files, and coming to find out that, you know, the CIA and how they felt about Kennedy and this and that. So there was the mafia, Cubans. There's reason to believe that, you know, they wanted this guy. Okay. Move that along.
9/11. Come on, stay calm on that one.
No, I am. But I'm saying, like, the reason why I bring that up is 9/11 became the second one. And for me to open this show now wide open, I was always a conspiracy theorist pre-internet. I had to read books and read magazines and articles to learn to not trust all these things that you probably don't trust yourself. But 9/11 changed it all. 9/11 changed it all. And I hearken back to Michael Moore. And it's funny because you even brought it up. Michael Moore touched on it in Bowling for Columbine first. He couldn't help himself. I used to love Michael Moore. I was a fan from Roger and Me and TV Nation when he was a real consumer advocate. Michael Moore was a Ralph Nader. Google him. And
I watched his documentary, Fahrenheit 9/11.
Right. So I'm going to get to that because he made that after, off of the heels of, and you should watch Bowling for Columbine, because he's going to completely segue out of what that is to talk about 9/11 because it was fresh. He then makes an entire film on Fahrenheit 9/11 because what he touched upon was like, holy shit, but he didn't go far enough. Michael Moore was right in a lot of what he uncovered and discovered. And he pushed a conspiracy theory. It's so funny what he's become and why I dislike him so much, because he's a shill for one side now. He couldn't play it down the middle and realize that both of these sides are bad. But anyways, Michael Moore helped push me as well through those two films into really, really looking more at this. And then there was so much more to check out. He was just the biggest name to attribute something's funny here to that situation. Okay. So, and I think the majority of your show is going to be discussing what's funny here. What are the different bullet points, and why do some people think there's a conspiracy to this? And why do so many not? And why do so many who were first responders and people that were involved almost refuse to believe that it can be anything else but? I appreciate what those people did, and God bless everybody. I mean, people died. Doesn't take away from the fact that there could be shenanigans, for lack of a better word, involved in this. Why do people trust governments of any country? And why do people trust media mouthpieces who are mouthpieces for governments in any country? I don't understand why. I can tell you that that incident lowered it the bar for government and media in trust greatly that it has never recovered from. Keep in mind, before we go over the bullet points of this, another point you have to understand about this war, my friend, and a big reason for why people think there's a conspiracy as well. Excuse me, I said this war, I'm already speaking ahead of myself. This incident is because it led us to a war. The government, along with the media, twisted the narrative of Osama bin Laden into Saddam Hussein. And to the average person, Osama, Saddam, what's the difference? Okay. Well, there's a huge difference, A, in who they were, B, in ideology. And we catapulted 9/11 into an actual war, the last war we were really in, a war. And we invaded Iraq for the second time under George W. Bush. The first time was under George Bush, the father. That was considered a failure. We didn't take out Saddam Hussein. So we went to war, did all this shit, and the bad guy was still their fucking president. How often does that happen anywhere? Then what did you do? Okay. So a lot of people felt conspiracy number one, I'm going to do this in this so you can even maybe put them in your description or name. Conspiracy one, because we're going to hit so many, was this retribution for the first war that George W., who was always seeking daddy's approval. I highly recommend you watching the movie W, does a really good job of, I believe it's Josh Brolin plays him, of how bad he wanted his daddy's love, how bad he wanted his approval. And some people feel we went to war for him to get that. With Dick Cheney by his side, as you brought up, we have Darth Vader now. This man lived without a heart for like the longest time ever in history of a human being. I don't know if he has an electronic heart or fucking baboon heart now, but somehow this guy lived 2 weeks without a heart or something. And Google that. He is a character. Another great movie, by the way, is the Cheney movie. I think Adam McKay, a comic director, made that. The Cheney movie is very informative too. So I
recommend the Family Guy Star Wars version where Dick Cheney's the Emperor.
Right, and he really is that. And Dick Cheney was a much more powerful figure. And we can get into that as well of his role. He's got a role in this because that was the neocon phase of our government. That was a Republican government. Everyone knows George W., or should know, is Republican president. And at that time, we were more warmonger, and neocons were very big on that and conquering different parts of the world and putting our foot down, especially in the Middle East. Yeah. There's no coincidence that you had Paul Wolfowitz, who was a part of that. Doug Feith was a part of that.
Well, hang on. The main narrative I want to squash real quick just before you start, because you're on. I don't want to stop your flow here, but what immediately comes to my head was the main idea that probably a lot of listeners are going to have, which is no government would ever, or no president, no whoever would do anything to try and like make sure that their own people were hurt. And in some cases that is true. But if you look at the grand scale of this, especially if we talk about the one flight that everyone has the conspiracy idea that it was shot down, which it disintegrated over a mile long. So it had to be hit by something. It doesn't just, when something crashes, it breaks apart. When it hits the ground, scatters everywhere. This was scattered across a couple of miles. It wasn't a hit and skid. It was like it got hit by something in the air and pieces were falling off as it landed.
You're talking about the Pentagon one or the Flight 93?
The Flight 93.
Right. I thought they just downed that plane. You said it was shot down?
That's what I'm saying. When I watched the initial thing, there's a couple reports that you can look up, and if I will look them up here as well too, where there's an FBI agent that ran into the room, tried to grab Dick Cheney and tell him, because I guess George Bush was on Air Force One or something. He wasn't on the ground level during all this when 9/11 was happening. And he said that there is a plane 80 miles out from the White House right now. At this point, they only knew about 2 hijackings and a possible third. They didn't know how many were out there, so they thought there could be more than 3. So this plane was seen as it could be an act of terrorism again. So they were going to get Cheney out of there. Cheney said, how far is the plane out? They said 80 miles. He said, shoot it down. He said, did I just hear you right? Did you say shoot it down? And this comes from an account from someone that was in the room when this was all happening. The guy runs out of the room, comes back like a couple minutes later and says, the plane is now 60 miles out. The guy said, okay, shoot it down. Didn't I already say that? This is all from Cheney. Guy runs back out, comes back in. The plane is now 20 miles out. The guy said, I thought I told you to already shoot it down. The guy runs out. They didn't shoot it down. And luckily, the plane just flew right over the White House, did not even crash. It was just a random airliner going to whatever destination, whatever they were going to. But it just shows you if he's willing at that point to say, shoot it down, I don't even care, without even thinking about it, just say, shoot it down. What makes it leads into the conspiracy of that this other flight was shot down, but everyone says no, that people, they overtook it and they crashed it in a field somewhere, which you start looking at the examination of the phone call. The phone call came from that specific flight that allegedly got shot down. It didn't come from the one that went into the towers. It came from the one that was crashed into the field, where they go, how advanced were cell phones back then to be able to call and get a recording with your family members? And you start to look at it like,
They weren't.
That's what I'm saying. Did they fake the phone calls? Was this a CGI thing?
Okay, so there's different levels of conspiracy theories that are tied into 9/11. Some are just unexplainable. Let's go over a few that are very, very easily explainable. Number one, a lot of people, and you touched on this. Let's talk about the immediate thing that happened first, the towers. Let's talk about the towers. And I say this as somebody who has walked in those towers. I had close friends that worked for Dean Witter, which is an investment firm. They were acquired. I don't even know who acquired them now, but I've been in those towers. I don't have a special feeling regarding any of this for being in them, but I did walk in them. And I got to tell you, man, what an interesting building and feeling to be. I have a fear of heights because of it. The windows are like all the way down almost to your ankle in all these buildings, and you're literally just standing over looking out there, and like and it's awe-inspiring. If you've never been in a building that tall, if you've never been in a big city, you haven't. It is awe-inspiring. It is just, it's majestic, but it's very scary to me. But anyways,
I've been in New York, and there's a documentary about a guy who cleaned the glass to one of the towers.
I mean, that's got to be holy shit. So I've been in them, and I've certainly been around the Trade Center a lot. So anyways, so I've been there. I've touched this place, and it was a cool place. First and foremost, Tower 1. I never believed that an airplane could make a building fall down for what it did. I refuse to believe that. I don't believe any scientist that says it, and the scientists and engineers that disproved it were just not allowed to talk. No remnants of anything plane-wise again. Always using the backup excuse of rocket fuel, the jet fuel burning everything, disintegrating everything. It doesn't do that. We have tons of other plane crashes that were not as political, that were legitimate, that happened where there's tons of debris. A second plane then goes in. You talk about shooting planes down. There was a stand down, if you believe there were real planes, which is also part of the conspiracy theory here. Some people do not believe that there were real planes that hit this. Nobody was sitting there looking up at the sky watching those towers just randomly to see planes hit it. Trust me, everyone in New York is facing forward in that fucking rat race and dog eat dog, just walking to where they got to. No New Yorker is looking up at the sky to see the tower. Nobody's doing that, dude. Nobody. New Yorkers are focused forward, man. And when they walk in groups, you better walk or you get trampled on. So nobody sees that. Very few people who may be out could hear a plane. And even then, that they wouldn't pay it no mind. Trust me when I tell you that. So for a plane to come, that's very instant. And you talked about how some people think they saw some things, and I want you to touch on that again. That didn't happen because you put that very eloquently when we talked about this. So that's very possible. A second plane should not go in. We are supposed to take a plane down for the greater good. It would be sad if people have to die in that plane, but you have to intercept. And that is why we keep fighter jets on standby in case of these things, just so everybody knows that. That is a part of the United States' security, is to keep jets with fighters ready to be scrambled. That's another conspiracy theory for me that I have a hard time understanding why they did not do that. Supposedly there's a stand down, if you believe there's planes. Now, they do have flight patterns for the first plane, and this is something me and you discussed as well. The flight pattern for the first plane that hits the tower, I can't remember which tower it is. It does zigzags and curly cues. It's in the sky for hours and hours and hours while they're deciding what they're going to hit or what they're going to do, the terrorists. There was a lot of time for everybody to see that flight pattern, that they knew something's fucked up here, everybody. I find that odd. Where are the flight control people interviewed ever? The air traffic control. I find that odd. And then the bravery thing. Simone Biles is brave for not competing in the Olympics anymore, but you had a plane full of men and women, because women are equal, but let's just separate them from not wanting to get hurt to the men. And you have a plane full of men. I'm going to say 50. I'm probably off. It's probably more. And nobody commandeered that plane. We know on record that not one hitchhiker, so stupid. One, what the hell are you? Hijacker, hitchhiker. Oh my God. Not one hijacker had a firearm in any of these. That's gone on record. And you can't commandeer a plane with a guy with a box cutter, because they told everyone they had box cutters. Get cut, dude. And the next guy's going to knock him out. Someone's going to get cut.
Yeah.
And the other 5 guys are going to jump on this guy. And nobody did that. And I find that extremely hard to believe that a plane full of American men, red-blooded men who were 6 hours scurrying in the sky, knowing you're going to die, things are going bad here. If you believe there's a plane, tell me that there's no men fight in bars over football.
Yeah.
I have a very hard time with that.
I agree with you on that. I mean, definitely, especially for back then. If you said that now, I don't agree with that, because if you look at a lot of the men that we have today, it's kind of
Touche.
like, eh.
Touche.
But when it comes, all right, for that one specifically on that plane with the hijacking, they told them not to do anything. They said that if they didn't do anything, that they weren't going to hurt anybody. Then at some point when it became too late is when they noticed that they weren't going to get out of this situation alive. We might as well do something now. And it was already, they already had been into the cockpit and already crashed it into the plane. They just thought it was going to be a commandeer. They were told specifically, the people that were working on the airplane, no TSA or none of those airport marshals, they were told specifically non-engagement, any of that stuff from the.
Well, in favor of that, like I said earlier, many of these hijackings, the plane lands.
Yeah.
So it doesn't end like this. But this was different, because a lot of those also, they go on just a straight pattern around the world. So they'll hijack the plane from New York, and now that plane's sailing to Iran.
Okay.
When it was supposed to go to Orlando, right? This plane didn't do that. This plane was woo all throughout the sky. You're going to die. This is not going to a country. And so,
well, if it's looping all around the sky, maybe they were giving them false hope that we're going to go take this direction around. We're going to do this and miss this. Kind of like if you're sitting in a car and you're not really looking out the window, you're kind of letting the driver do everything. You're doing left turns and right turns. Next thing you know, you're at grandma's house.
You can make the school of thought that people were told not to do it. So as sheep and to be docile, they just complied. Is that possible? Absolutely. I find that hard to believe, because people lose their cool for less. So, but is that very possible? Yeah, you can definitely talk that away with that. Now we have a second tower and a second plane goes in. That just should not happen after the first one. The scrambling. Now, there is a belief that they were told to stand down by Dick Cheney. There is a belief that Dick Cheney was granted the powers of the presidency, I believe, the night before all of this, which was also very odd.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's because Bush was out and about, which
he was an Air Force One in the air at the time. I was actually going to pull up that article right here and read it to you. Like I was telling you in the beginning, it's by the Washington Post. I don't know how valid you would consider them, but it says take out on 9/11 Cheney's harrowing orders to shoot down U.S. airlines. There's a picture and it's written September 11th, 2020 at 7 a.m. Because suddenly in this 2021, everything 9/11 has been huge and trending again before. I don't know if this happens every year before 9/11 happens, but I guess because of the amount of the government stuff that's been released by social media, and we're starting to see kind of this backpedaling of how everybody's been viewing our government, they start digging up a lot of the 9/11 stuff. But in the frantic moments after two planes hit the World Trade Center on the morning of September 11, 2001, Vice President Richard B. Cheney was in his office surrounded by aides. They were trying to reach President George W. Bush, who was in Florida, actually reading to students. I guess he wasn't on Air Force One. So suddenly, Secret Service agents came barging into Cheney's office. Vice President, the agent said, "We've got to leave now. Not in a few minutes, not in a few seconds, really now." And before I could reply, behind my desk, Cheney later wrote in his autobiography, "Put one hand on my belt and another on my shoulder and propelled me out of my office." The vice president, a not small man, was literally being carried to safety, in this case, a special operations bunker. Somebody said, "My jaw dropped and the jaw of my colleagues dropped." Mary Madeline, one of Cheney's top advisors, recalled in The Only Plane in the Sky, Garrett M. Graff's oral history of that day. "We had never seen anything like that. The nation was at war, and now there were more reports of hijacked planes headed towards Washington, including one that would soon hit the Pentagon." And then it later goes on to say, where Karl Rove, Bush's senior advisor, overheard the conversation talking to Graff. He said, "Yes." Then there was a pause as he listened, then another yes. "You had an unreal sense of time that whole day. I don't know whether it was 10 seconds or 2 minutes. Then he said, 'You have my authorization.' Then he listened for a while longer. He closed off the conversation. He turned to us and said that he had just authorized the shoot down of hijacked airliners." And then later goes down to say, like I was telling you before about the FBI agent that told him, "Hey, it's about 80 miles out, 60 miles or 800 miles out, 600 miles out, 400 miles out, 200 miles out." And then that was the whole conversation. But I'm not of the belief that we talk about one plane, sure, I can get with that. I can understand that because I've seen Disastrous Airways, which is a TV show that's basically based all on airplane crashes. I've seen an airplane go 500 miles out or an hour or whatever into a apartment building and just knock it clean, and there were no remnants of the plane left. I've seen that. But two towers, two airplanes, I start looking at, like, why do they have diesel fuel in the bottom of the towers? What is that doing down there? And
Well,
then
Flight 93 as well, that went into an open air, just a field, had no remnants either.
that's the one I'm talking about. Was the remnants were scattered over a couple miles. It
Right.
looked like it got shot down with this evidence that has came out in the
It's interesting
Washington.
because they never claimed that plane got shot down. Just so you know, that narrative of Flight 93, I swear to you, was that the people on board down that flight in heroism.
That's what
so
I'm
that it
saying.
wouldn't hit a building, or whether it was the White House. I thought it was the Capitol, by the way, they were aiming for, and I could be wrong. But yes, that built. So, well, let's go back one.
Well, that one hit MPA. And my point is, if they're telling you that, thank those people that were on that airplane that took that flight down, stormed the cabin and took it over and crashed into a field to lessen danger. You're not going to say, "But didn't you authorize shooting planes down?" What makes it seem like this one looks
that
like
never was a part of the record that the planes were shot down.
there's the record I just read to you about Cheney
No, I know, but
authorizing
that's
that.
after the fact. So if you can, what's the date of that article?
This article I just read to you was the 2020 is what I just told you, is like the recent trend of it all coming back up. I know it's later, but what my whole point.
No, but that's my point. Yeah.
Josh, hold on. My whole point that I'm trying to make here is that if now we know that he was authorizing shoot down of planes, this one that looks like it got shot down, the reason why your people aren't questioning it, aren't looking into it, because it was seen as an act of heroism. That means now you're discrediting the people that apparently took that.
We agree.
Which is what I'm saying, is that's how they're getting people to not question into these things, is that they're saying there were lives lost. And at this point, you gotta have to understand it. Even if you had family that was involved in 9/11, nobody's saying that didn't happen. Everyone's saying is that there was a lot more that they're covering up, and they're using your family members as a thing so you won't question anymore, because lives are lost. That's how they place it. Lives are lost. What about the fuckery that they were training? They trained Osama bin Laden and so many other people to go against the Russians.
We haven't
in
even gotten
specifics
into him as a person. Yeah, there's tons of that too. Why were we in bed with this guy and now this guy does that? Yeah, that's a whole nother thing we can.
Because we thought discuss. It was to help them defend against Russia, who was known to have these planned attacks, and they ended up using it against us. So that makes the George Bush video where he's reading to kids. People say, well, he didn't want to scare the kids. And you brought the point up to me. They were in second grade or fourth grade. They weren't they didn't know what was going
You don't have
on.
to scare anyone. You exit the room like you're using the bathroom. Nobody says you have to get up screaming that we're being attacked. Obviously wouldn't. The kids are not going to pay any attention to him. It was such a bizarre, stupid excuse for why he didn't get up. It was just so stupid. And I don't know why anyone would believe that. Scare the kids. You exit the room as if you did for any other reason, and no one would care. So I found that always to be, for anyone that believed that or swallowed that, just such a moron, just an absolute idiot. Osama bin Laden was a CIA asset. You Google the name Tim Osman, Osman. There's a whole thing with that. Osama bin Laden's family, the bin Ladens, were basically responsible for building the entire infrastructure of Saudi Arabia. They are billionaires with a B. He's a very interesting figure. He was part of what they called the Mujahideen, and they were the Afghanistans and all the stands that you now know of as Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and
Pakistan.
Kazakhstan. And those are countries that are your Asian moving into Russian territories. So they actually have a look that is very Asian mixed with Caucasian. I know some people from those countries, and their genealogy is mixed in that regard. So it's very interesting because of their geography. And that's why they all typically have black hair like Asians do, very straight black hair. And a lot of the features are similar. Osama bin Laden was not one of those, though. He just fought for their cause. Osama bin Laden is Saudi Arabian, which, by the way, all these hijackers were Saudi Arabian. That I believe all of them but one. I might be off on that, but all Saudi Arabian, which also lends to the interest of this. This wasn't Afghanistan. This wasn't Iraq. None of these hijackers were from all over. They were from one country, and all trained in America, including Florida, including in South Florida, areas that I'm familiar with, restaurants they went to that they were spotted in, I've been in. So you have also the questionability of these terrorists too, is added to a lot of the conspiracy theory as well. And how they were trained and went to flight schools where they told the flight instructor, we don't need to know how to land it. We need to know how to make it take off and fly it. Because the guy's like, I got to teach you the landing. And they're like, we're not interested in the landing. The guy openly went on record talking about that as he had these kids in flight schools here in the States. So there's tons of conspiracy centered around the hijackers themselves. But as far as bin Laden goes, you're right. But Russia was making a move to, we believed, to start conquering West. And they believed that they wanted to take Afghanistan. And Osama bin Laden didn't want that. We didn't want that. And he was already a trained fighter from our training through the CIA, and started training his own guys. And that's why whenever you see Al-Qaeda footage, they always show them on the monkey bars. You ever notice that? They always show the fucking monkey bars. You put an Al-Qaeda video, Al-Qaeda training, Al-Qaeda whatever on YouTube right now, and they'll show the guys on the monkey bars. I find that fucking hysterical, as if that was some sort of combat training they needed. He was a medic. He was a fighter. He was the propagandist. He was the leader. He was a very fascinating character. He was our boogeyman for many, many years. He's well worth reading about. He is a fascinating character, Osama bin Laden. And yes, he was a CIA asset. Osama bin Laden, and if you can find this, God bless you, because it is very hard to find. He penned an op-ed after 9/11 in which he denied the involvement. He openly clapped about it and was openly happy it happened, but took no credit for it. He also talked about how when the country started to blame Saddam Hussein for this and start to drum up the Iraq war drums, that he hated Saddam Hussein. This was the most interesting thing about the op-ed. This letter explained why he hated him. And he said, this is a Muslim brother who kills Muslim people. And I could never stand by him because he kills his own and he kills other Muslims. And I am in no way aligned with this man. And we tried to paint the picture, our media, that these two were buds and that they trained terrorists in Iraq. Let me tell you something. Iraq now has terrorists. It didn't before. Saddam Hussein ruled Iraq like Hitler ruled Germany. He did not have a he did not have a religious ideology involved in how he ran that country. He ran it like a tyrant that wanted full control of the people just because I'm the badass that runs this shit, like warlords in Africa do. It has nothing to do with Muslim. It had nothing to do with what part of Islam you side with, as they split amongst themselves. The Shiites and the Sunnis don't agree with anything. Saddam Hussein was just a tyrant with a sword. Osama bin Laden, we believe, was a martyr in his cause because it was all about the religion. It was all about the Quran. It was all about Allah to him. Saddam Hussein did not rule that way. His was about being rich, sleeping with lots of women like his sons did, the opulence. I mean, his castle was tremendously opulent. Osama bin Laden didn't live in opulence at all. He lived in a cave when he was hiding. So these two were diametrically different. And we went to war with one off of the heels of who we blame the other, which also makes this very hokey and full of fuckery, that there was a war that over 1 million Americans died over the course of, because we didn't get out of Iraq for over 20. We're still not completely out. I think Trump may have gotten us almost all the way out.
Biden was supposed to do it. We were supposed to pull our troops out on 9/11 as a great homage to do that. But now it looks like we're not on track to be able to do that.
We've added some. We've actually hit Syria again, and we still have people in Afghanistan. So don't let it be thought that we only went to Iraq. We went into Afghanistan as a result of this as well. Very, very hard place to win a war. Very rough terrain, rocky, mountainous, hiding in caves and caverns. You can't win a war in Afghanistan. They know the land and we don't. They are hiding and you can't find them. Whereas Iraq is a desert and there is no hiding. It's just everybody's out in the open in the desert. And it's just a matter of getting them. Can they get us? Can you get them? Well, setting up IEDs, a lot of explosives. We don't even go to full war. We just put mines all over and IEDs all over and let it blow shit up that runs over it. What a way to cheat, huh?
So
you know what I mean?
I do want to wrap this back around to the 9/11 thing too. You said a lot of very interesting things. And one thing I think where we can go back to about the fear narrative that, you said I would address. The idea of what the fear narrative is that when it comes to eyewitness accounts, your mind starts to not remember very crucial details when it comes to an act of fear. When you're running for your life, you don't necessarily remember every single thing. Like, what was the sidewalk? What street did you take? A lot of people forget those things. Now, unless you're a veteran who's had an experience like this, you'll be able to remember a lot of things. So this is why it makes eyewitness accounts during 9/11 very, very hard to remember certain crucial details. Like, did you see a plane go in there? Well, that's what the news says. It's like, but do you remember seeing one? And then they kind of go. Now, I'm not of the belief that the plane things didn't happen. I'm more of the belief that the government had put us into a situation where we thought we were going to be able to stop another country such as Russia from gaining territory. Like you were saying, we were training the troops, for instance, Osama bin Laden, teaching them how to hijack planes. The very weird part to me that I found very interesting was not only the Bush stuff, which I'll end up going back to, but when I started hearing about certain simulations that were going on the day of 9/11, a scheduled simulation that was set to take into place, which I'll read real quick for everybody listening. So I think I've read this already, but the military exercises planned for September 11th, 2001. Global Guardian, an annual command level exercise organized by the United States Strategic Command in cooperation with Space Command and NORAD. Primary purpose to test its validate nuclear command and control and execution procedures. Global Guardians performed in conjunction with NORAD's Vigilant Guardian, as well as exercises sponsored by Air Combat Command, Crown Vigilance, and Space Command. Now, Vigilant Guardian was an exercise that'd be running in conjunction with Global Guardian for several days, which postulated a bomber attack from the former Soviet Union, meaning that it was going to not using actual planes, but a simulation of an airplane going into a building and to seeing how we would recover for that. So out of range scenarios being run on September 11, 2001 was a traditional simulated hijacking. According to General Eberhardt, after the first attack, it took about 30 seconds to make adjustments to the real world situation. Because of an increased number of staff, the exercise will provide an enabler of rapid military response. They ended up canceling it, not running it because of what was actually happening based on like the simulation that was planned to happen was a simulated hijacking going into the Pentagon. And then the 9/11 started happening and they canceled it. So it was trying to this whole point that I bring up is the rationale that we have been warned for the past 10 years about something like this happening that we never took for face value. The whole conspiracy issue that I have is that they start saying planes don't exist, then people don't exist, then all these things don't exist. I don't want to tackle that issue because with most conspiracy theorists, like we talk about, when you get labeled a conspiracy theorist, people say put your tinfoil hat on and all this stuff, is because there's a difference between conspiracy theories and then there's a difference between a conspiring theory. Okay, so the idea here is a conspiracy theorist goes to like, oh, then they're reptiles. Cut them off. No, the very first parts of what you were saying had some truth to it, but then you go a little bit too far and we have to cut you off because you start going into the schizo mode, which most conspiracy theorists are schizophrenics. Mostly because you get diving into the crazy shit, you keep going and you realize everything kind of starts to become like, is this?
Are we saying I did that?
No. I'm saying
okay. In general.
No,
gotcha.
In general. I will say Josh when I'm talking to Josh.
Gotcha. Well, I mean,
well, hold on. What I do want to finish saying is it's more than likely that with the amount that Bush's administration was trying to keep on lock, like stopping the 9/11 commission report, that it was more like that we didn't take these attacks at face value. They might have found a trickery way of saying, hey, Russia's going to invade us and take over our land. We see false evidence maybe reporting that, or we see some evidence reporting that. We train them to be able to defend themselves and do simulated hijackings that we trained them to do. And then they turned it in on us, which goes to when Bush was reading to those fourth graders or second graders. And you start to realize in his head, I think, what's his name? Michael Moore said it best when he overvoiced it. And he goes, in my head at that moment, I was thinking, who fucked us? And that was because he started to realize that maybe the people that we trained to do all these things and defend themselves as a defensive mechanism, use it as an attack on us and attacked us. And then it's very strange how I think it was the next day or the next 2 days, they sent all of the 23 family members of Osama bin Laden who said they had no connection with him, that he was the black sheep of the family, even though later we found out that they actually went to the same family funeral together and had met and had talked, and there's photos and pictures of them sitting and eating and having a good time, which totally excludes their idea of saying that Osama bin Laden is the black sheep of the family. But we sent them on an airplane and gave them full partisan to be able to go back to their country.
After airspace was shut down, another hokey part of this, this is true, to expand on what you just said, when all of the national airspace was shut down, they let the bin Laden family, to the extent of 20 people that were here in the States, leave after everything was in full shutdown for their protection.
That's what I was talking about.
Yes, the bin Laden family sits on the Carlyle Group. Well, they did. Let me rephrase that. Google Carlyle Group, everybody, CARLYLE Group. They're an investment firm, but they invest in war. They invest in the armaments of war. They are a group of families and business people and corporations that are all part of an investment firm that specifically invests in certain things of global importance. And the bin Ladens and Bushes both sat on that together pre 9/11. That is a certifiable fact. That is not a conspiracy theory. You can look that up. It's 100% true. They asked the bin Ladens to leave, and they did, to remove themselves from the group after this happened. Osama was considered the black sheep, but he's still their son. And think of some family in Illinois that has some drug-addled son that keeps fucking up, and he went to jail and he does drugs and he's a black sheep. They still love him, and they still give him a bed to sleep in. God forbid he needed it. And so even though this guy may have been on the outs, and he was, because he was hurting the family name as he started to get more and more devout into his Muslim, his love for Islam, his love for Allah. This guy was a playboy and a party boy and just living off his family's money. fucking medallions and the hairy chest and going to Greece and fucking chicks. Okay. This guy's had an interesting life. He's probably been CIA for a very, very, very long time. In the midst of being CIA, he was what they call an asset. People need to understand, what does the CIA have? Assets mean anyone they reach out to anywhere in the world or in America for the benefit of the CIA. It's like a confidential informant for the police, but bigger. So he was an asset, and he was someone that can tell them and give them news and give information and all these things or whatever. And then he also became a devout Muslim along the way. And we've already discussed where he went to. And by the way, another fishy thing was that we got him under Obama, and how we gave him a proper death by letting him go out to sea. Why would you give this guy a proper death? You're showing this man respect after you said he commandeered the murder of 3,000 plus Americans?
Or is it more than likely that he was going to be the scapegoat, or he was going to be where all the fall guy, and they were like, hey man, sorry.
Yeah. Well, how about it wasn't him?
That's the thing about being a fall guy.
Right. So they used some bullshit fall guy. There was a thought that Osama bin Laden, who was on dialysis, who was very unhealthy, had died years before, and they kept the boogeyman going under the Obama administration to keep playing up the terrorism thing. Another side note to this, and we'll just bounce around. You had talked about, you had let it slip out when you were introducing all this, was how the country changed, the tyranny we now live in now, and how it all started. The tyranny that you see now, which is on fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger steroids, was only truly unveiled as a result of 9/11. And that's called the Patriot Act, the original NDAA, which I think stands for National Defense Authorization Act. I'm pretty sure. You can Google that, NDAA. So the Patriot Act, which is its catchy name, they had tried to pass before, using it for domestic terrorism, not as much as international. The author of that was your now President Joe Biden. A lot of people don't know that. A Democrat, in the time that this all happened, actually wrote this bill to spy on Americans, get the drop on everybody. That technology will allow them to get the drop on everybody. I mean, it's just a matter of the technology allowing for it. And if they have it, they're going to use it. Well, they couldn't pass it. And then under Bush, after this happened, they found their way in. Let's rewrite it into more of an international terrorism. Bush had vetoed this already, but good luck telling the American public you're going to veto it now, because after these attacks, they used it as a way to now wedge this in to our government, to our rules that we have to live by, to the rules now they're going to govern us by. And they were able to get it in like that with flying colors, because even Bush knew, I cannot veto this now because I'm going to look weak on terrorism and weak on defending this country. I have to now bring this in, because that's what every lawmaker and congressman got up and said. We need to do this. And all the while they knew.
I'm glad you brought that up, because saying he looked weak on terrorism. Why aren't we questioning the fact that he was definitely strong on the fact of making a 9/11 commission report? Back to what I was telling you, where it says Bush's handpicked co-chairman steps down. On November 27, 2002, President Bush appointed Henry Kissinger to head the 9/11 commission. At the time, the NYT appoint the White House had chosen him to contain an investigation it had long opposed. Less than a month later, Kissinger resigned from the post over conflicts of interest. Just think that through. Bush did not want the 9/11 commission report. He tried to deny it in court. He tried to get his whole office to say no to it. It ends up getting created. He goes, okay, then I'm going to put one person to lead the 9/11 commission report, one person from my office. So that means he's already in the person's pocket. The guy gets in there, and after a month later, resigns from personal conflicts. That means they were either telling him something that he needed to do, like hide a lot of stuff that involved them and incriminated them, which he was like, I can't, because this is people's lives that are lost, which they ended up spinning later. Then later, the White House resisted fully funding. Time magazine reported last year that and this is from 2020, the article, like I said, it's all everything now trending 2021 and 2020 has been doing with 9/11 again, because now the government is under so much scrutiny with the amount of information that has been out there, which leads into a censorship thing that we can talk about in a different time. But they reopened the last year. The White House brushed off a request by Commission Chairman Tom Keene to boost the investigation's budget by $11 million, even though the commission stated it could not complete the investigation without it. They tried to resist that. Then the White House opposed time extension for finishing commission's work. In January 2004, President Bush and House Speaker J. Dennis Hassert opposed granting a 2-month extension, even though commission members said that the extra time was necessary to finish their work. 2 weeks later, after a public outcry, the White House capitulated and announced on February 4th, 2004, that it would allow the commission to have the extra 60 days it needed. If anybody pulls anything away from this episode entirely, it's not in the idea that nobody's denying that this happened. What I'm saying is, did you just hear that from a public outcry, the White House capitulated and then announced on February 4th, 2004, that it would allow the commission to have the extra 60 days that they did not want to happen in the first place? It just shows how much as power as people that we have to be able to make our government show us some shit. We all started freaking out about a UAP report. Then they released one, but nobody fought over the UAP report because we're all worried about COVID right now. I bet you if you got enough people to look into the 9/11 thing, see all the fuckery that went on with the aspect of them hiding a lot of shit, you can get all this information out now if we just took the time to be able to do so. It pisses me off when it comes to this aspect.
Think about how crazy what you just explained. In short, let's just dumb that whole fucking thing down. The White House tried to limit the time frame that this investigation would have and how long they had to put their report together, and it tried to limit the funds that they needed to do their report.
And
why would you do that?
And appointed the person that went in there and left.
We'll get to that in a second, because he's actually very evil. So let me just say, we'll get to Kissinger in a second. He is, you can Google this guy. Of course, this guy had to excuse himself because even the media was like, oh boy, man, this guy's at the heart of all of our shit. And he is Illuminati. Henry Kissinger is Bilderberg. Like he's, and he is a part of all of the cabal, dude. He is, but he's an old man, and he is in the middle of all of this. Not just 9/11. I'm talking all of it. He's on that Soros-y level. But imagine what you just explained. I'm going to limit your budget. I'm going to put in a guy, an insider that's going to be a homer for sure for us, who had to recuse himself. But imagine, like, if you didn't want to get caught, if you don't want to get caught and like someone's doing a criminal investigation, just whatever, you would be like, nope, that's it. Time's up. You're done. And then you would be like, oh, you need money? Nope. Do what you got. Do with what you got. But imagine, like you said, if you come away with nothing else, why would they do that? Ask yourself, why would they do that if they want to get to the bottom of this? Why wouldn't you just open the purse strings, right? Why wouldn't you give them all the time in the world they need? Unless you have something to hide. Point blank, period. Don't even need to go any further. There is no reason they should do that. And on a side note, when they were doing that investigation, Bush and Cheney refused, and to their win,
to testify separately.
Right. They had to be in the room together so their stories would align. And in any investigation, you can watch Law and Order, you can watch The Shield, you can watch whatever your favorite cop show is, fucking NCIS, NSI, ABC, DICK, I don't care what you watch. The cops question people separately to catch them in lies.
And then especially in a giant thing like this, they had a closed door testimony. So you couldn't see anything that was going inside.
Nope. So that's fishy too. Put that into your fuckery list as well. So what have we hit? Osama bin Laden. Planes,
hang on. I got a good one. So if you don't believe Global Guardian and you don't believe Project Vigilante, There's another one, the National Reconnaissance Office Drill. Aside from the military exercises, a National Reconnaissance Office Drill was being conducted on September 11th, 2001. In the simulated event, an aircraft would crash into one of the towers of the agency headquarters after experiencing a mechanical failure. The NRO is the branch of the Department of Defense in charge of spy satellites. According to its spokesman, Art Hubold, no actual airplane was to be involved to simulate the damage from the crash. Some stairwells and exits were to be closed off, forcing employees to find other ways to evacuate the building. He further explained it was just an incredible coincidence that this had happened to involve an aircraft crashing into our facility. As soon as the real world events began, we canceled the exercise. Now, it's a coincidence, sure, that it happened on that day. But the fact that they had an exact simulation of this exact thing that happened, you start to look at like that means you would have gotten the evidence before that there was a threat of this happening. You didn't take it face value because you can't just out of everything. You toss out an idea and I toss out an idea. They could be the same topic, but they're not going to be the exact same threat. They're not going to be the exact same template. It's not going to be the exact, every Call of Duty is not the exact same. So the fact that it was exact to a T of an airplane going into one of the towers, you start to look at like, that means you had to be threatened that someone called in and said that one of the towers was going to be bombed with an aircraft. And you made a simulation based on that. You could say make a simulation of a terroristic attack. Most people would put a bomb in the middle of a square or something like that. And that's how the simulation goes. And everyone has to react to that. But an exact one starts to realize that you were threatened since 1993 that this was going to happen. And it was a 10-year process of threats, got worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And then you didn't do anything about it. You didn't act on it. And now it's at their fault. And when you read the commission report, they say, just to clarify, this part of the article or the commission report does not, this is all in hindsight. This is all looking back at it, kind of like quarterbacking. So we didn't know this at the time. There's a whole section for FBI errors, CIA errors, White House errors, TSA errors, fake passports that should have been confiscated that were just like maybe a lazy person at a job. Like, I don't feel like dealing with this today. Fucking swiped it through. A bunch of shit that should have been flagged that wasn't. So when this giant Patriot Act thing came out with this daddy's big eye that got onto everybody, it's going to sound nuts. But when they released that, the best way, because everybody was pushing the blame, the White House was pushing it on the FBI was pushing it on the CIA was pushing it on the senator, was pushing back at everybody else. Instead of all of them taking the blame, when you get in trouble, for instance, if you would have done something and your parents would have been mad at you and you had a sibling, if you could get with your sibling and say, let's both take the blame, because they can't take all the wrath out on one child, they can take it out on both, but it won't be as bad because it just won't be focused in on you. That's what they did. But instead, they also lumped in the people with it and said it's also a factor of we did give you a little bit too much freedom when it came to airport travel. All these limitations and restrictions, it's also your fault. So they're also adding you into the group that is to blame instead of taking it themselves. And this is why we kind of haven't really looked into it as much.
Well,
I'm not crazy in saying that, but you start looking at the lines add up and I'm like, is this out of the realm of possibility? In 2012 and 2013, there's a project called Operation Timber Sycamore. Remember that?
I'm not familiar with that.
Timber Sycamore was a classified weapons supply and training program run by the United States Central Intelligence Agency and supported by some Arab intelligence services, including the Saudi intelligence, launched in 2012 or 2013. It has supplied money, weaponry, and training to rebel forces fighting Syrian President Bashar al-Assad in the Syrian civil war. According to U.S. officials, the program was run by the CIA Special Activities Division and trained thousands of rebels. President Barack Obama secretly authorized the CIA to begin arming Syria's embattled rebels in 2013. Not only did they do that, but the whole reason we have a giant issue, one of the consequences of this program has been a flood of U.S. weapons, including assault rifles, mortars, and rocket-propelled grenades into the Middle East black market. Critics saw it as an ineffective and expensive and raised concerns of the division of weapons to jihadist groups about Timber Sycamore-backed rebels fighting alongside. We thought that we were giving them weapons to fight other people, and then it was all lost. They put one tracking device on one of these weapons, one of these assault rifles out of the 500 or thousands that they gave out. We lost them all. We could not
Right.
track every single one back. And now there's just a flood of weapons over there. People are wondering, and the movie Iron Man hinted at it. When he looks over, he sees his Stark equipment over there in the Middle East. How did this equipment get over there? That means there's someone in my business that has been giving you these things. It was a hint to that.
Well, that's what happens with weapons too. When you're gonna also put them in the hands of what they call rebels. We did this with Al Qaeda as well under Obama. Who were the rebels? Well, guess what? The rebels wind up joining Al Qaeda, and they keep flip flopping over allegiances to wherever the money is and wherever the power is, and then the leadership changes. One thing about these guys is the leadership gets threatened very quickly. For a leader to stay a leader a long time, and that is a credit to anybody, regardless whether you don't support what they're doing. But there's always someone gunning for the leadership of that. And there's smaller factions of bigger groups and many factions. They start fighting with each other, and you're right. And the weapons just start winding up in different hands. And we gave things to bad guys because they were the lesser of the two bad guys. And we just have a hard on for Syria. That president you just mentioned is still their president. They even had Trump. The only time Trump had any sort of military interaction during his 4 years, he shot some missiles into Syria. Supposedly, we warned them ahead of time so they can move everyone away. Trump didn't want any war. We were never at war in any of the 4 years of the Trump administration. That is a fact. But we did go after Syria a little bit. This country and the neocons have a hard on for Assad. Yeah, that's weapons are going to happen that way. And drills and the things that you talked about with these planes, and what's a drill and what's real, and how much that they're preparing for all this, and how many of these things that they do that are just, it's almost like a practice football. Like you got to practice until you have your game, right? Well, these planes do the same shit. It's like sports. They're not just sitting there twiddling their thumbs. They get up in these jets and start doing shit to prepare for these events. And sometimes these are live. And even on 9/11, there was a belief that some of these people were very confused. Is this live? What's going on here? Because they're so used to it in drill format. And it's like, yeah, this is the real time shit now. And that all ties in with Cheney as well, who was kind of overseeing a lot of this. Another thing that we didn't talk about was the pancake implosion of the buildings to all fall perfectly flat because an airplane in my arm, an airplane hits here, and then a building just collapses down as a result. I find that very odd. I don't believe any engineer that explains that as normal. I think they are lying. I'll just be that honest. I think for every engineer that will say that, there's a suppressed engineer that would say that that's not possible. I don't believe the buildings are designed for them to fall down because of that. They try to use that the jet fuel made things hot. That is physically impossible. Fire would not cause that to happen. They are built to not allow that to happen. So then both buildings, they find out when they're finally all caved down into their rubble, you have these, like my hand, these beams, and they were cut in that diagonal level on the ground of the base of the building, the foundation of the building. And when it all had crumbled, they all had these cuts in them. And the belief was, what they found on them when they swabbed and tested them like they would do a COVID test, they were still smoldering even days and days after everything. And it turned out that it was thermate, which is a higher concentration of thermite. And thermite can burn through steel beams. It is a scientific creation that creates heat at such a level, way hotter than jet fuel, that they put into the beams. They put it on the beams, basically. They went into the basement or whatever, which you said there's explosives in as well. And they found this on much of the foundation of these buildings. Another thing that's also hokey was all of that metal rubble was not allowed to be gone through. So after they searched for survivors and all of it, the first responders, all of that excess metal, scrap metal rather, guess where that went? Let you guess what country bought all of it.
I don't want to. I don't want to guess. China?
China.
Are you kidding me?
China bought all of the scrap metal. Google that while we're sitting here on the phone and say, put in scrap metal 9/11. China bought all of the metal to put it to use. They were going to smolder it and then put it to use. Well, there was tons of it, by the way, absolutely tons of it. And it was all off limits. Nobody was allowed to go see into that rubble. And it was all gathered and immediately disposed of and sold to China. Do you see anything about it?
Okay, so the Chicago Tribune, as New Yorkers emotionally debate what kind of memorial should honor. This was in 2002 of January 27th.
A year after, not even a year. Go ahead.
Said what kind of memorial should honor these killed in the September 11th World Trade Center attack. So it's not the towers, just the World Trade Center. 50,000 tons of mangled metal from the, I guess it is Twin Towers as well, too. 50,000 tons of mangled metal from the Twin Towers have been sold and shipped to China as scrap.
Say that again. Please say that again. How much?
50,000 tons of mangled metal from the Twin Towers have been sold and shipped to China as scrap. China's largest steel company denied reports that its plans to make souvenirs out of the metal from the collapsed buildings, but officials at Shanghai Bayo Steel here said the company did buy scrap from the wreckage of the terroristic attack. For those involved in the deal, the purchase was an ordinary business transaction. Scrap from the World Trade Center is cheap and the quality is good, said Zhao, I can't say his name.
Doesn't matter.
An engineer at Bayo Steel. America can use it all, but China has a huge demand for it. For some victims' families, however, the selling of the steel that entombed their loved ones could prove an example of a cold-hearted global trade. The families had made emotional appeals to the city of New York to stop the recycling until further clues could be found about the tower's collapse. New York officials said the investigations could continue without the physical wreckage. In New York, city officials confirmed that at least 2 companies had bid successfully on scrap material from the World Trade Center, and they said they didn't. My weirdest fucking question.
Did you know this, by the way?
No, but my weirdest question here is 150. All right, so the average selling price is about 150 a ton. The newspaper said Bayo Steel bought some of the remains of the World Trade Center for 120 a ton, according to the Beijing Youth Daily. My biggest question here is why were they selling it so fucking quick that they already had buyers for it right after it happened, not even less than a year after it happened, unless you were trying to cover up people, like the whole idea of the people who talked about their loved ones being entombed, trying to halt it so further investigation can clarify and make sure that it was 100% this, but they seemed more than willing to ship it right off without any regard or any thought of an investigation happening.
Sounds similar to the Cheney Bush, the investigation, right? Hurry up. No. You don't got no time, right? That's how you get away with shit. Speed it along, less eyes on it, close it up. So this makes it hokey, right? So here's another factor.
Well, Indian companies also brought scrap from the New York's disaster zone too.
What
the
companies?
World Trade Center, Indian companies says.
Oh yeah. It was all international. Just get it the fuck out of here. So imagine that. That was evidence. When you watch another cop show, like I said, do they touch anything in the house? They leave it all alone, right? Because it's all potentially evidence to solve the crime, right? Oh, okay. So what do? Gather all the shit up in the house and sell it at a garage sale. Oh, so that'll really help the investigation, won't it?
Says that the grinders, columns, and beams will be melted down and reforged into basic building materials in Asia. Typically, such scrap is used to construct skyscrapers, roads, bridges, cars, and some household appliances. The U.S. scrap recycling industry is worth at least $20 billion a year. It's nice to know that the fact that the World Trade Center wreckage is going to be melted down and made into someone's coffee fucking maker. That's great to know. That's fucking nuts, dude. That just blew my mind.
And how many tons of it did they say? I mean, that's so much. And boy, they gathered it up fast and they got it out. I remember that was another part of the fuckery. So we've hit on 10 pieces of fuckery. Here's another one that happened very recently. I have explained to you and other people that there are 2 countries that basically own the United States, Saudi Arabia and China. Both are economically, but China owns us because they're a military might as well. And our trade with them and our unfair trade that Trump tried to point out that nobody gave a shit about. That just imagine like let's just say you were trading cars with somebody. This is our China trade. All jokes aside, this would be the equivalent of, I'm trading you a Lamborghini. I'm sending my Lamborghini to China. China's sending me back a Kia. That's the discrepancy here of our trade with China. Okay, that's why they're an enemy, because they got away with that for so long. Now, but going back, what was the Saudi Arabia? More importantly, in this point, the first responders and the families of 9/11 started to conjure up a lawsuit. They've been trying. And Jon Stewart, the comedian,
that
had a
everyone hates
moment
right
with
now.
this. Right. So yeah, his whole thing with the COVID. Yeah, truth teller. Imagine that. This
Yeah,
guy.
the fact that this guy fought for so long, and then finally in 2019, it takes to the fact that the people's families and the people involved in 9/11, the first responders, weren't going to ever have to worry about where their money's going to be coming from. They got paid funds for the rest of their life until the day that they die.
Which they fought to cap, by the way.
Yeah, and the
They
fact
didn't
that
want them
Jon
to.
Stewart, the one that everyone labels a conspiracy theorist, because the fact of what he did on the whatever that stupid
Right, but Colbert, but he never talked like that. He went out of character on Colbert. But what he did do to the narrative of this is he's a New Yorker, and he stood up for those families. And I believe he's very genuine in this. Well, I don't like him as much anymore, and I believe he's a in that libtard role. Yes, he had a moment of clarity with COVID. That's new. But before all that happened, he was fighting for these families as kind of a mouthpiece for them. And the families were going to sue the kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their role in this, or their quiet role that no one's allowed to know. And Saudi Arabia told the United States, and this was under Trump, by the way, and Trump played very nicely with Saudi Arabia. Side note, he was very tough. He made a list of countries you weren't allowed to come in here from. Remember, he was racist because he tried to fight this whole thing, whatever. Saudi Arabia was not on that list where all the terrorists on those planes were from. Even under Trump, everybody, the perfect guy, who I'm a fan of, he's right there, fucked up. Saudi Arabia owns us. And Saudi Arabia told the United States, if you allow that lawsuit to go through and you make us look bad, and God forbid we lose it, they don't even want it to hit the fucking courts. We will take all of our money in your banks, which they have tons of cash propping up our banks, and we will remove ourselves from the boards of all of your companies. So while they are not the CEO of Twitter, they are a major investor in Twitter, and they are a major investor in hundreds of corporations in this country, especially Silicon Valley. Okay. And they sit on the boards of all of it. They have the money. And they threatened and said, we'll come out of the banks and we will leave our positions in those companies and bankrupt those companies as well when they cash out. And all of a sudden that case, and that case never happened, and it was dismissed. And those people were left with their dicks in their hand, and Saudi Arabia will never get that blame. And this came right off the heels of when Khashoggi, the journalist, went into I believe it was the embassy, I'm not sure, Saudi Arabian something, and he was chopped up into bits. He never came out. And so they were already getting that bad publicity with the prince that supposedly ordered that. So Saudi Arabia is a very duplicitous, very evil, interesting country. Anyone should do their research on them. The King of Saud, it's a made-up monarchy, much like the British made-up monarchy, but they are swimming in cash. And they run us like China runs us. And those are the only two countries that run us. And it's all about that money. And all those first responders all fucked. And they took the L. And so nothing has really bounced that way either. So you're talking about draconian rules put on us now as a society after this, a war that the media carried the water for, a lie of a narrative that we went to war over, that your trusted media, the same media that downed Donald Trump and said all these terrible things about him, lied to us about this, lied to us about Kennedy as well back then, when everyone knows what's going on. They are there to be the liars for government. They are bigger liars now than ever before. They actually picked a side. They are Democrats. They are liberals. The media, they've done Pew Research to the study.
that media, from the executives all the way down to the people on TV, they're all registered voters. You can look them up online. You won't know their voting record, but you'll know their party affiliation, and they are 90+% Democrat. The entire media falls on one side, and it always has. It wasn't always 90%, but it has always leaned liberal. And they are the liberal elite that tell you what it is. We're the media, and we tell you what to think, and what we're smarter than you, and you're the dummy that reads what we tell you. And that's where their power lies. They're not in politics. They don't get the money from it. They get to hobnob with the people that are getting the money from it. I find them more evil than the politicians, the media, because the politicians at least have power, and the politicians are really making money along the way. They're getting filthy rich with insider trading, handshake deals, and allowing every corporation to get away with what they want because the corporations pay them to change the rules. Okay. That's why you live in a true fascism. Corporations really run everything in this country, whether it's now social media runs everything, but it was tobacco, it's big tech, it's the timber industry, it's big pharma. Look at with COVID, and then why don't you Google what we spent on these vaccines? How much taxpayer money? Right. I'm just saying on a side note.
I know.
So they run shit, right? So it is, we already live in a fascist society. Okay. So when you go back, pulling it all back, you got so many points of fuckery that, of course, you're going to think there's a conspiracy theory here. How can you not? If you don't, I almost have to question your mental capacity, or you just are shielding yourself from the truth. I always tell people, it's the more outlandish a conspiracy theory is, the easier it is to get away with it, because people just have that refusal of, there's just no way our government would never do that, or our media would never do that, or our blank would never do that. And that's comforting to think, but they will do that.
Well, the narrative is that a majority of people think that the government is too stupid to hide anything from the people, which I think we all know is not true.
No, it's not, especially when the media can do the hiding for them. The government doesn't have to hide anything. The media is what allows you to know. Pre-internet, Robbie, the knowledge, or the existence of the knowledge you got was from TV, books, magazines, and radio. That's it, right? Okay, so if the magazine, they didn't write an article on it yet, so that eliminated that. And let's say, or the book, it's definitely not in a book yet, so that eliminates that. So TV became the way you got your information. There was a time there were only 3 channels. This goes into the 80s. So how much of that was news? There was no fucking news. News was a half hour of local news, another half hour of local news, a half hour of national news at 6:30, right? That 5 o'clock was local, and then again at 11, local news, and then a national news show at 11:30 or whatever. And that was it. And it was very limited. And even that was then boiled down to a half hour, an hour of news. So where did you get it from? That's why I left out one: newspapers. So the people that wanted to be really informed in this world, or in this country, they read the newspaper, because that had tons of articles of things that was telling you that was going on around the world. It wasn't fluff. It was actual information. That was at every library, by the way. So you could pull a newspaper for every day to read news, because your access to news was extremely limited.
Okay.
Let that sink in, of how important it is that we know what we know now. That's why we know more about conspiracies now. It was limited to what you got to learn. You just picked up information on your phone in the middle of a podcast. That didn't exist. You had to go out of your way to learn information that was being hidden from you. Guess what? Most people didn't do that.
Well,
9 out of 10 people didn't do that.
This whole fucking podcast episode 9/11 is out of my realm. I was 4 years old at the time, so the fact that I'm even researching into it and trying to even talk about it even more is basically damn near impossible with the amount of information that's out there now.
Stretch of media has come such a long way, and their power, because now there's so much of it. And as you were born, and what also became was, then cable came, and cable, Ted Turner, a eugenicist, somebody who's openly in favor of controlling all of population, on record, by the way, Ted Turner, he's a billionaire, and he was big into buying cable stations. And he was one of the first people that started to create a 24-hour news source, and it was called Headline News. And Headline News had a crawl, like where our little thing here at the bottom is. Where's my finger? So at the bottom right here, and it had a ticker that would run at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, now
24
stocks
hours a
get
day.
put on there and all that.
Right. And so Headline News was the first 24-hour news down your throat. And then from that, he created CNN. And CNN was more not just news, but they were going to have actual shows of news with punditry, debate, and this and that. Took it a step further. Headline News was just about every half hour, we're going to read you the main topics every half hour.
Yeah.
And then we'll stick somebody new in it 3 hours later, whatever. And it was just kind of cookie cutter.
We're
You know
coming
what
up.
I mean?
We're coming up towards the cutoff mark because it's going to be already 6.5 hour episodes. So,
Got it.
is there anything that you want to make clear about your idea or what you think or whatever you want to talk about on the 9/11 subject before we wrap it?
Yeah, and I'll keep it very short. I believe there's a conspiracy theory to 9/11. For me, it was the one that really solidified the distrust in everything. I don't trust anything anymore. I don't trust people. And maybe this paints me in a certain way. I don't trust people. I don't trust the government. I don't trust anyone in power. I don't trust the media. I think 9/11 for me personally was the turning point for all of it that really let me know that it shouldn't be trusted. We discussed all of the fuckery that I think that should make you question 9/11. That was the big phrase. Question 9/11. It doesn't mean you have to believe the conspiracy theory. It doesn't mean you have to believe that the narrative that the media and the government gave you, but question it, dig into it, and get interested in, like we talked about, the only time that we were attacked on our soil. We live in the comfort of never being attacked. We've never been at war with a country that came over here and hurt us, and God bless that. And there's so many reasons for that. Thank God we're lucky enough to have that. So many countries cannot say that. Hitler was able to go to all these countries and do what he did because they were landlocked and he can easily attack. And we're so blessed by God as Americans to not have to worry about that. But on that day, whatever happened, something happened, and whether we self-inflicted it, whether Israel had a role in it, Saudi Arabia, we don't know. And that's the shame of it, is that we don't know, and we should know. And that's why there's a conspiracy theory, because we should know and we don't know. And it's been too many years. And is it going to happen again? Maybe. We got worse shit happening. So I believe it's a conspiracy theory, and I would implore anyone watching this to question 9/11, read up on it if you never did, and just don't take things for the light that's presented at you. Magic looks real. It's not real. That did not disappear, right? You think they presented it to you as real, but magic isn't real. So it's the same theory. It's an illusion. You have the illusion of the truth sometimes, and your perception is not necessarily reality, and you should question it. That's all. And you should question everything, by the way, is my take.
Well, thank you, Josh, for joining me, and stay tuned for part 4. Welcome to the final part of the 9/11 episode. I'm here with Corey Walsh.
How's it going, Robbie?
It's going to be an intense episode. So
a little heavy, yeah. I brought some monkey shoulder in here to drink. I've been doing a little bit of studying on this too, and it's amazing how 20 years later, the feelings when you're looking this shit up and you're watching the video and stuff, how it all just comes rushing back.
Yeah, it's definitely probably at this point, if anybody's listening to this part of this episode, this ending part, the tail end, they either hate me or they think I'm batshit nuts. Mostly because I think I've started to look into just how much has been going on with like the commission report and how much it was seen as it didn't want to get passed. But this part, since my last recording was a few weeks ago, the third part, so this is a few weeks later, I have seen documentaries, mostly focusing on the personal accounts of people that were involved into the building collapses. And also an interesting one about there was a hotel in front of the two towers. And I got a lot of accounts of those people as well. It was a Marriott. And I was never even keen to the Marriott or a hotel being right in dead center in front of the trade towers. That was its whole thing. Like if you go to a hotel room with a window, you have a beach. You're going to get a fifth floor, whatever, and then you're going to have the beach. Well, this was you get to be in a hotel right next to the twin towers.
Yeah.
So that was also very, very heartbreaking hearing people's personal accounts from that as well too. But I want to get your experience first and everything that you remember of that day. I know you weren't involved in 9/11, but everyone seems to remember where they were when it happened. At least the people that are old enough to remember. So where were you?
Yeah. Well, how old are you, Dan? I'll start off with that. I mean,
my name's Robbie.
Jesus. How old are
Um,
you, Robbie?
I'm 23.
23. Okay, so you were 3 years old when this happened.
So I am tackling a subject that is,
Yeah.
yeah.
No,
So,
yeah. So I'm 32, and I was in 7th grade. And right when the second plane hit, I still hadn't. I like this is something I knew afterwards. I had no idea what was going on, but we were out on recess, or not recess. We were out on gym playing baseball, and they brought us all inside really fast. They're like, "Come on, guys, inside! They got to mow the lawn. They got to mow the lawn." And we know they just mowed the lawn because we were waiting on them. And so they bring us all in, and then as we're going in, everyone was like acting a little weird, but we weren't really kind of just brushed it off at the time. And then I went to third hour, and then the TVs were all off, nothing was on. The teachers kept telling people to we were going to use laptops today, but now we're not, and like everyone was being hush hush about this, but none of it made sense or it even acknowledge. Like I didn't even acknowledge it until after. And then fourth hour, I got pulled out of class. They're like, "Yeah, Corey Walsh, come to the office, please." And I was like, "What? What do you mean?" And then they're like, as I'm in the hallway is full of kids. And I was like, "What the hell's going on?" And then we get into the office and it's a madhouse. And parents are coming in like out of the woodwork, taking their kids and taking them home. And my mom came and grabbed me because she was afraid. She was so afraid and petrified that the world was ending that she was like damn near hysterical. I remember we ran to the store and bought like supplies and stuff. We went and saw my dad who worked. I live in Michigan, but my dad worked in a tower. So my mom was freaking out, thinking his tower was next. And it was just, I remember just sheer panic and everyone being afraid. And I grew up in a pretty religious household. So like everyone in my like family circle was like, "It's the end times and this and that." And I remember I never saw the towers get hit live, but I remember it being on the TV just on repeat over and over. And then all the stories come out and all of the different things like that. And I remember one of the only times I ever saw my dad cry was when was it Congress? One of them, a group of them all sang "God Bless America." Do you remember that? Oh, you don't remember it, but I don't know if you ever saw that video or not.
Well,
But
what
yeah.
I was just trying to look up, because the way you were saying it, where the TVs were off, nobody was talking about it. Everyone was kind of like, it seemed like they were trying to hide the thing. It's the same thing
From the
George Bush
kids, yeah.
did when he was
With the
reading.
students, yeah.
Yeah, so I tried to look up where he was from. He's from Massachusetts. So it seems to be like a lot of Western values. Like, I don't know if it's an East Coast thing. Mostly people are like, yeah, they're going to blurt it right out. Kind of like in podcasts, you hear a lot of East Coast people, they'll mention full names of people where a lot of people kind of keep it on the down low, not to incriminate anybody. So I think that's definitely like a Western or kind of like a South type thing. I don't know if that's mostly a Christian household too, is kind of like not freaking out the children is the main thing to focus
Yep.
on.
Yeah, the whole school was like that. So I had friends who stayed in school until the end of the day. And I think when everything started to gain traction and like after kids were getting let out, kids were finding out and like texting their friends and stuff where the teachers had to acknowledge it. And so by the end of the day, I guess they were acknowledging it. But when I was leaving fourth hour, the teachers were just hush hush about what was going on because at the time we didn't know what was going on. You know what I mean?
When you started seeing it on like people talking about it or going with like whispers of it, when did you decide that when did you go back to school? Was school closed for the rest of the
Nope,
week?
next
or
day. Went right
next day?
back the next day. Yeah,
Now,
because like everything was calmed down. We knew who the enemy was. We had a boogeyman at the time. So
what was the impact of like walking through the halls though, of like just kids?
okay, so here's what was weird about it. And our school got not weird like with the faculty, but with students and other students. It got really, really, really racist. So I live in Sterling Heights in Michigan, and it's the area that I'm in is one of the largest uh, uh, population densities of people from the Middle East outside of the Middle East in America. So people around here were losing their minds. Immediate xenophobia just clicked in, like this mob mentality of people all around us just losing their minds, like seeing people like that and like what stepping on the other side of the street, watching every one of their moves, and like it was pretty insane. So like I remember hearing like from different adults, like not necessarily my parents, but just adults like in the circle, like pretty vile things, you know, and like things like like that one term you'd heard. I don't know if you've ever heard it, but it was like you'd hear this often, where it was like, well, not all Muslims are terrorists, but all terrorists are Muslims, which obviously isn't true. We know that's not true, but it's like the xenophobia in our area got really bad. You saw it in the hallways, and like it was never outright like them blaming each other for it, but there was this weird, you could tell there was a crazy disconnect immediately in the two cultures of people getting along.
I mean, I've been to the Pearl Harbor Museum in Hawaii, or the final resting place, and there's a lot of Asian American people that are there, or just Asian population, and there is that like aggression, or there is that anger that starts to build towards you, because it's not really a race thing, but it's at that point, I think, for what it was there was a more of a just we saw disrespect, because we look at like the World War, we look at it as we won, but for them it was a major thing, and it was devastating to their whole population. But like you would see people take selfies in front of the names of the people that have died, and it was just like this isn't the time and place. It was kind of like a disconnect, which is why I always push for more community where we can understand each other's, just have that empathy factor. But I mean, it's like the same thing that happened with the virus thing, anti-Asian hate movement that sparked up. People, when they're hurt or when they're acting with emotion, they don't think logically about things. And at that point, after 9/11, they didn't make movies about like having a Muslim or anybody that was of that descent or anybody that was in that general area or looked at that fit that profile type in any movies. You couldn't have an enemy like that
unless they were a bad guy. Oh, you mean they have an enemy in a movie like that?
It's the same thing when the Asian hate stuff. You probably won't see a movie with a evil Asian bad guy for a very long time. It's just because that subject it's a hot subject. 9/11 is still a hot subject today. I mean,
20 years later.
It only felt right to do an episode on my 9/11 episode because it's something important. I mean, it's around that time. It's going to go up a couple days after the actual anniversary, but it's still like there's people are still sensitive about it today. And it's like you hear comedians talk about it's been 20 years, but man, I'm telling you, especially through like just the impact of when it happened and hearing all the accounts that I've heard and hearing people talk about it, hearing last family members' phone calls. I mean, I walked into work after watching like 6 hours of documentaries of this, just defeated, because it's people missing their family members for weeks, just wondering, is today going to be the day when they show up at the door and it's their family
people
member?
were just missing. There was no closure. They never found some bodies. Yeah, I was at work today and I was just trying to brush up, and I was listening to some podcasts, and I was there at the machine, like tearing up, damn near bawling, hearing like just recounting just the emotions that you felt back then of the unsurety. It's like all the different emotions that just wrapped up, they just come rushing back so fast, like losing a family member.
I think I especially tried to focus in on after the towers fell, which I think before I said that there really wasn't any clear footage of a plane going into one of the buildings, but then the documentary I saw showed, I guess it was some type of footage of a plane going into it.
Was it documentary that they just happened to be doing of like following around the fire department? They were in a natural gas leak.
I think so, but it became more of an interview with the firefighters where one of the main chiefs talked about like the members that were missing. He goes, they're not dead, they're just missing. It's like so far we just have 14, 15 people that are unaccounted for in this department, and then other departments as well too. But when you get to see them clearing out the wreckage, and I have issues with the fact that we sold it so quickly, the metal that was used in those towers.
It seems like almost like insulting. Like it was like a somber piece, like that represented all of those people And you're just taking it and just tossing it out like, oh, well.
And there is a memorial that you can go to where there is pieces of the tower, like bent pieces of when it fell. It basically pancaked. So it went one floor, just collapsed on top of the other floor, and collapsed on top of the other floor, and collapsed on top of the other floor. I know towards the tail end over here, we're probably going to end up dabbling a little bit into the conspiracies, but I want to stick on the amount of loss that the world kind of felt, especially with those family members as well too that have lost people in there. I heard phone calls about a guy talking about like, what do we do? The building's filling with smoke. We're on the 100 something floor and we need to get down, but we can't because everything's on fire below. So what do we do? Guy trying to talk to his best friend, talking him down, saying you need to find a window and crack a small hole in it so all the smoke can start escaping. You guys can hopefully try and get some fresh air in there. Now you're looking at it like, what do they mean fresh air in there? The whole building's on fire. It's filled with smoke. There were so many factors that went wrong where it kind of, I don't believe the thing about the government had files there that they had to take down, because then it's so much easier just to come in with a team and grab all the computers and equipment and go. But they literally talked about it. Everything in that building was flammable, like just, and this was back in the day before we had like better fire retardant stuff than we do.
They were built in the 70s.
So office chairs, everything just became like, it basically became a giant bonfire. And when you're hearing the last accounts, you see people that are still talking about it today, and there's still so many unanswered questions, even documents that are hidden that are family members around the 20th anniversary here are now trying to be like, it's been 20 years. Can we get those files? I don't know what they hold. I don't know what answers it would bring to those family members, but I think knowing the full truth is something that shouldn't be blocked from anybody. And I don't know what that truth is, whether you want to talk about, which we would probably get into, the Dancing Israelis video. Also, I think it's the E-Team, which is the one I had a question about, which was there was a permit that was taken out. I think it was a couple days before 9/11, where these people wanted to film a couple people on, it was the 84th to like the 85th floor, or 84th to the 92nd floor, I think. And actually, I'm going to make sure I look this up because this is actually very, very important. But from what my reading was that I remember is that there was a thing called the E-Team, which was these people got a document out to be able to fly a helicopter next to the trade towers and be able to film in a certain part of it, get a nice photo shot like through the window, like when you see a business office or CEO style video in a movie. And those happened to be exactly where one of the planes entered in, and it was a week before, a couple days before. So there was a big conspiracy behind that of like, maybe they were looking, because through looking through the 9/11 and seeing how the building was built, to knock out the conspiracy that it was like, about the jet fuel burning it. He talked about how like the outer towards the bottom, since the building, as it's big at the bottom, but it slowly starts getting smaller the higher up you go, the steel that reinforces the beams becomes thinner and smaller and smaller and smaller. Then after it all just gets coated with fire, some type of fire spray where it helps not catch on fire as quickly and be able to burn it. Which in this one, it just engulfed everything. And their weak points in the building just started melting, and that's when it started collapsing.
And that's what it really was. It wasn't, you hear people say jet fuel doesn't burn steel, or melt steel. It doesn't, but it weakens it enough. And if you have points in a building, so like things like that, like I remember seeing things about like how the building was built, and it was the elevator shafts were all in the middle, if I remember correctly, of the trade towers. And so when the elevator shafts were all in the middle and they were built up, the steel was kind of built around that. So when those floors, when you had 10 floors and then all of the weight of all the floors on top of that, every floor is like holding the weight of like a floor, but the weight is dispersed through other floors. And then when that is compromised and all that weight, now when one floor is trying to hold the weight of 10 floors versus the weight of a floor with dispersed weight of the 10 floors, it just cascades and it just couldn't handle it and just fell straight down.
So it's on September 11th, Art Loss, Damage, and Repercussions. It's the artist residency program in the Twin Towers. So the program was initiated 4 years ago. So this came out 2002. So do the math on that, would be
19 years ago.
1998. So the program was initiated 4 years ago in providing emerging artists with
Oh,
studio
okay, sorry.
space on the 91st and 92nd floors of the North Tower. Artists worked in painting, sculpture, new media, photography, and art installation and were selected by a jury for residencies that lasted 6 months. At the end of each 6 month period, the studios were open to the public. Thousands of people came into the open studios each year. The LMCC also organized public performances in the large area plaza of the Trade Center for thousands of audience members, a venue often noted as one of the city's most democratic public spaces. So a lot of this focuses on if you're going to have these artists creating something, now you're opening it back up to the public for them to see the sculptures and everything. This might be a place where someone can go in and take pictures and be able to see certain weak points. So a project by the E-Team, a performance art group, also dealt with the building itself. And quick click, the E-Team attempted to photograph portraits of people in the studio from a helicopter that was hovering outside the building. Two members of the E-Team were in the helicopter, another in the studio space, and people were lined up along the windows to have their portraits taken. And another project, the E-Team attempted to write their names on the exterior of the tower themselves. So with this whole theory was that if you're able to walk in and look around and take pictures of that floor, the one thing you cannot do, because windows in a skyscraper do not open, you cannot get pictures from the outside. So flying a helicopter, being able to shoot a certain scene of a movie, you're able to take pictures from the outside. Now, this is
Right.
just a theory. This isn't fact, but this is something that usually gets brought up with it. So I want to also talk about it on here as well too, because I was not keen on this
Because
in my other
this is
recordings.
all new. This is all new news to
Yes.
me. So
So also with the phone calls and the family members and things of that sort, they also had videography of all the dust when the building started to fall, going through the whole entire, covering most of that area, and business windows being busted out just from the sound, people climbing through broken glass. I saw people just getting out of their business shops and literally just ducking under sharp shards of glass where we've seen in every Final Destination movie that falls and kills
Yep.
somebody, and
Yep.
coming out and just looking like they've just been hit by a bomb. Like, what's going on? They, like, you could probably tell that it would look like someone that's ears were ringing. And as you see this giant wall of smoke just start covering and covering and covering, and then you see everyone running and screaming and seeing the smoke getting closer and closer and closer. Another thing I wanted to talk about here is the Marriott Hotel. So there were people that were staying in this hotel, that were enjoying New York and really trying to take it in. There was a writer and a lawyer. Everyone was kind of like, the lawyer's story was that he was up in the middle of the night, looking at the beautiful towers, actually went onto the roof and was smoking a cigar or something. He was looking up at the beautiful towers that he was right in front of. And just that, like, I saw the broadcast the night before that happened, where they have a video of the towers talking about how beautiful and peaceful it is, and how just a solid, like, everything he was saying. If you would have known that 9/11 was going to happen the next day, it seems so eerie. And when you look back after it's happened and you listen to that broadcast, I recommend to anybody out there listening,
it almost sounds like a prologue.
it's just like, holy, like, everything you're saying is about to be destroyed in a couple of hours. And it's just like, it's a peaceful, beautiful night. America's safe. All these types of things. We're like, oh my God, you don't know what's about to happen the next day. You want to almost scream and warn them. I found myself screaming watching the documentary, just like, oh, you don't know what's going to happen the next day. But
I know, it's like seeing a movie you've seen a bunch of times.
And after all this happened, they only let few people back in. People were trying to go back in, obviously, to find their loved ones and find people that were missing. People were only allowed to go back in to go get their pets. If they had pets that were still in their apartment places, dogs, this, and a lady, her story was that she actually said she had a goldfish in her apartment. Now, for a lot of people, a pet is a dog or a cat. A goldfish is like,
Yeah.
you can kind of live without that. But for some people, a goldfish is everything. So she ran back in. A guy accompanied her to go up into her room and grab the goldfish, feed it, do whatever. And she grabbed her goldfish, and she said, I need to get some things. And the guy said, okay, but you got 5 minutes. And she just talks about running around and grabbing as much as she possibly can, throwing it in a briefcase, underwear, whatever she needed, and then going to her aunt's house and staying there. A lot of people did not even want to turn on the TV. When you hear these, there were people that left voicemails for their family members. A guy who has a 5-minute recording on his phone of his brother just calling him, his twin brother, calling him and saying, hey man, I'm okay. We're okay in the building right now. Everything's fine. I'm going to try and find my way out. And I just want to let you know that I love you. There were so many people when that plane hit and the building was still standing. It's like, we're okay. We're okay. There was a guy in the opposite, in the second tower that collapsed, that saw the first tower get hit. And he called his mom and said, Mom, I just want to let you know I am
I'm
okay.
fine.
Yep, I'm
Yep.
fine. Everything's okay. I looks like we're gonna finish out the workday, which was the craziest thing to me.
Yeah.
And then she never heard from her son again after that. And she didn't even answer that phone call. She got a voicemail about that. So she was like, I don't even want to answer the phone. I don't want to know right now. I just want to see you safe. There are so many people that through this whole experience, you know, daughters, sons that are now like in their 20s that don't know who they're never got to see
Because
their
of
dad
that,
again.
yeah.
Yeah, or their mom.
Yeah, it's amazing all these repressed like emotions I have of it actually. It's all flooding back. It's affecting me right now way more than I ever thought it would actually. Talking about this 20 years later, because it's something that I've never really talked about a lot.
Because the only thing that ever gets talked about is the conspiracies.
Yeah, it all got clouded and shrouded in that. No one talks about the stories of the people.
And I really want to focus on this right here. Is because this is what the family members feel when someone brings up a conspiracy. I've gotten more respect for this. Mostly I was able to talk about the conspiracies or the ideas behind it because I have not connected to the situation. I was too young when it happened. But
And
now,
so yeah, so I want to actually branch off on that a little bit. It's interesting how me and you are about 10 years apart. And and I'm not like, and just like I remember hearing all of these stories in real time, like seeing it on the news at the time and stuff like that. And it's amazing just what 10 years can do. You know what I mean?
yeah, it's definitely I have a lot more respect for it. I had respect for it in the first place, but now getting really into the factual stuff behind it as well too. Because like I said, it is a subject that I really wasn't, you know, around for. At least conscious or remembering that much of what was going on. I think 3 at the time, probably 2, because I don't think I was even 3 yet because I turned 3 in December. So at that
Yeah,
point,
so things that like happen that I remember like witnessing and seeing change that you don't is like metal detectors at sports games. That's probably just foreign to you that there was a time when there wasn't metal detectors at sports games necessarily,
or even
or
the fact of like planes, the
the
TSA.
TSA. I
Yeah.
remember being like, it could have literally been September 10th, 2001, but I remember being younger and like seeing my grandparents off at the gate without a ticket or nothing, just going to the airport with my dad, going and sitting in the lobbies and going through the different terminals, walking around, watching planes take off, being a little kid thinking it was the coolest fucking thing. And that's something you can't do anymore.
I see. This is when I look at like a lot of people bring up like after that it just gave the room to open up every single protocol and all these things that the government can do to make, you know, have better control of you as a person. And I
Yeah,
look at that, I was like, well, this was a situation that no one, and we've been getting
we were
threats about
scared.
it.
Everybody was scared. It's
Yeah.
real easy to look back now and go, why would you just give away our freedoms like that? People were petrified. Because right after 9/11, then all these random threats came in. Then there was the anthrax. Then there was, what was it? There was another plane that I think crashed like 2 months later. Coming out of Boston, I think it was. Didn't have anything to do with 9/11. It was just a technical failure. But a plane crashed. And then immediately everyone's minds immediately like just wound back up and spun right back to that moment.
Well, people are reverting to it now because as we're recording this, in 2021, it's the Pakistan thing. So we're in September right now for people listening. If you're
Mhm.
listening to it now, but if you're also listening to it not in September, the Pakistan, we trained those people and they used the same tactics that we basically trained people to use the same thing against us,
Mhm.
in a way. And that's the same thing that happened with this whole situation. We were training these people to be able to do hijack a plane and crash it into something. It was a tactic for against Russia. And I actually,
Yeah.
my buddy's mom's boyfriend was in a flight class with one of the guys who hijacked one of the planes,
He was
and
in a Oh, he was in a class when he was in
because
America.
he flew. So they came over and they took flight lessons.
Mhm.
The issue that everyone talks about is that they didn't want to land. They didn't care about learning how to land. And I was talking about this, and my buddy's mom's boyfriend, his name's Bob. He goes, "Yeah, I took a flight class, and one of the guys who hijacked one of the planes was in my flight class." He goes, "We were flying, and the guy kept telling him, 'You need to learn how to land.' And the guy just wasn't interested in learning how to land."
He just wanted to fly. So everyone was probably like, this guy just loves flying.
And they had to eventually teach them. And at this point, this wasn't like you get your own solo practice. It was a bunch of people in one airplane.
Right.
This one, Bob talked about that there was 3 people and the instructor in this airplane, and they were flying up, landing, flying up, landing. And he just didn't want to land. And there was a small clip recording I was going to include into this, but the optics of how it looks and the way that it was kind of described, it was a little bit of unsure. But so there was actually more than just the terrorists that hijacked the plane. They started to think that there was at least 50 terrorists, because I don't know, in Boston at the time, there were 4 people that were suspected to be part of this whole giant plan of setting up things, getting in an airplane, doing all these things. Well, I heard a story from my friend Lainey, who talked about how her car had broken down. And she talked about a tow truck driver came over, and this is in Massachusetts at the time, and or Boston. And the guy came over, said, "Hey, we'll give you a ride or whatever, and we'll get you, somewhere you can call somebody." And then, because before cell phones and all that, we'll get you somewhere. She gets into the passenger seat and she notices that there's this foreign guy in the back. And I stopped her. I was like, "Yeah, but like, are you 100% sure it was him?" She goes, "I'm 100% positive." And it was the guy who was in United 175, I think it was. And she goes, "It was this guy, 100%." And I'm like, "Are you sure?" 100%. He was in the back, answered his cell phone, and started talking. And Lainey's kind of like half listening to it and like looking forward, but it was a different language. And then
Probably Arabic.
as the dude hangs up the phone, the tow truck driver says, "Hey man, what language was that?" And he goes, "German." And she goes, "I know German. That's not German." Then it was just a silent trip. And then at that jail, or at that whatever facility that they had 4 terrorists in that town that she's in. So I was like, that could be a possibility, but I can't include it in the episode if it's not 100% factual. But I thought I'd mention that because the way she told me was 100% confidence and 100% unwavering. Like, no, 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 there isn't no hypotheticals. This is 100%. It was that guy. And I said, okay. But I never even thought that there was more than the ones that were on the plane, but this was this whole giant conglomerate. And this brought up a more of a theory about the dancing Israelis. There was a moving company. I don't know if you know what the dancing Israelis are, but
Yep. I know a little bit about them. I know that there was these 3 guys and they were videotaping it and they were like on a rooftop cheering.
yeah. So there was a moving company that was full of Israeli people, and they had saw this plane crash happen, or one of the planes go into the towers and it all burning, and they saw the smoke, and a guy had filmed out of his window of this moving company's people dancing on top of their van and just running around. And eventually these people got put on national news. They were interviewed and then find out not to be part of it, or at least from the evidence that they had collected, they had no substantial evidence to prove that they weren't. But there were some things that were seized that had some weird charges on it, and certain things to those certain airports, but they didn't have the tickets. They didn't have the types of things that, like, this one person has the receipts for another person's ticket. Like, you can print that out online. So there's not 100% sure, but they
Yeah.
think that with this whole entire giant conglomeration of 50 something people of these terrorist acts, this organization or whatever it is, all these people working together, they had the people that did the act and they had the people that set it up all for them. They think these people were the people that were involved in it. And this became, or it kind of all circles back around. I know we just kind of tangented off a little bit, but this all circles back around to what you're saying about, like, there was a large amount of like xenophobia that was going on, or this type of like racism that was going on was because nobody knew who to trust. There was
Yeah.
a whole entire factor of like, you knew the people that did it. So anybody that even resembles or any of this type
Because
of
people
thing.
were hurt, people were
Yeah.
scared. It was literally, we dove right back into 1941 when we were putting Japanese people in internment camps. It was literally like damn near the same thing. It was just shy of that. We didn't take people and put them in internment camps, but we did do things like in New York, Muslims were targeted and stop and frisks. There were different things that Muslims were targeted for, like just based on who they were and what their religion was and stuff like that.
I know it's just as I'm hurt by that whole, like, just the personal accounts of it all and the people that were stuck in these buildings, either jumping for their lives
Oh
or
my God, I just saw. So one of the things I saw was it was this there was so during the day of 9/11 there was a that documentary. There was a documentary going on where they were just filming with some firemen, and like they were literally over by this like gas leak in the city or whatever, and then one of the towers got hit. And so there was a camera crew in the base of that building with some of these firemen. And in this footage, you see them like all just trying to figure out, they're setting up their command center in the base of the building. They're trying to figure out where they're going to go because none of the elevators work. So they got to take the stairs. And then as they're filming, you hear this sound and it's just boom, just this thud sound. And one of the guys, you hear him, like his voice is just talking during the B-roll footage. And he says, he goes, we all knew what the sound was, but no one wanted to say what it was. And it was a sound we never heard before. And he was insinuating that it was bodies.
Mhm.
People were jumping because like they were literally just burning alive.
Did you see the footage of the just all of New York in that one area just covered in just ash, just
Mhm.
debris? There's like cars driving, like, you know how you would in the snow when you pull into your driveway or you pull off into the side of the grass, you went a little bit too far, now you're stuck. There were just cars where there was people, like nobody on the road, just abandoned cars, everything. And
Yeah.
there was just people that were like firefighters, cops that were driving through, and they would just pull off like not to block traffic. Like there is no traffic. But at this point, the people are just getting out and wandering around. And I watched, there's a certain thing you can look up. It's a documentary that focuses on the construction workers and everything that was going on in that situation. This has been tackled from every angle almost. And you're seeing people like that would just stop as they're working construction, and everyone just gather around and then take their hats off and put their hats down because they're pulling bodies out of this
Yeah.
debris, and they're
And they found a
covering up with
body.
an American flag, or they're covering up with something, and they didn't have a coffin, so they're just pulling out a person that's on like a piece of wood, you know. It's heartbreaking. It's devastating to see what all these people go through, and hearing the construction workers talk about it, like you would, one guy said you would pull out, you'd see a hand and you'd sit there and think for a second, is this someone I know? Is this someone involved in the fire
Right.
department? Fire department people were helping as well too. Is this someone from my precinct? And they pull out and it's this person, and the craziest thing to me was they could tell it was like, they told a lady that lost her daughter that we could tell it's your daughter from her dental records, which means that you can't tell from a facial thing. So you
Right.
have to tell from the teeth because her body is that badly burned where we don't know if it could be her. So we have to check her teeth.
Yeah. It's all yeah, it's I'm just yeah, also all of that stuff is flooding back and we're talking about this. Like I remember one thing I remember very vividly. For some reason, it's just one of the memories I had from that whole thing was all the paper. Just all the pieces of paper that were just floating around everywhere that came out of the building. And for some reason as a kid I remember thinking, just wow, look at all that paper.
So it's
And
funny.
that's
It's funny you say that. So one of the accounts from the Marriott was a lawyer and here's an interesting one too. So one of the guests that were staying in the Marriott flew to this location. He's a writer. He was suffering from writer's block, but he was trying to create a story about a severe terroristic attack. And
well
then this
he
all happened, and then he ended
he
up writing
prob
like a first person encounter experience with 9/11 and writing like an insider story, and that's fueled his book. But he didn't have an idea. He was looking for an idea. He knew he wanted to do something about terrorism or something that would like spark up morale or causation to join the war or whatever it was. And then this all happened. And then his book immediately was about this situation. So, he was looking at it in a different perspective, like it was a sign. And I was like, okay, I don't know about that, but it was interesting to hear that. But one of the lawyers from the Marriott talked about how there was just this loud boom, and this documentary is very weird. I recommend it to anybody looking out there. Just look up Marriott 9/11. It'll show this documentary. They interviewed these people and they talked to them, but they were like, Lisa Chang, and this is one of the people that was working as a receptionist at the hotel. Lisa Chang was a starving actress. And that's always the weird words that they use. I don't know why. I just find that just strange. But Lisa Chang was a starving actress looking for her limelight, but then she got offered a manager's position, and she talked about, she goes, I was supposed to meet for an interview to be the manager, the main general manager. And I didn't really want to do this, but I want to be an actress. But you know what? I wanted the job. And all you heard, and they had a like a rec pool up top. There was a pool up there. There was weights. There was a little track you could run on, and a piano. And she goes, I heard a loud bang. And we just thought, oh my God, someone just flipped over the piano. The piano must have fallen off the little balcony part and hit the ground and broke. It was so loud. Then they started seeing papers flying through the street. And this is when the lawyer guy talked about, he looked out the window after this giant bang to see what was going on. Maybe someone got into a car accident or something, and there were just flyers flying everywhere. And they think, oh, look, it was some pretty big wind. Maybe it just flew. Someone lost track of their flyers. And then eventually people started figuring out that something was going on with everyone screaming and running around. And an Irish guy had went to that place as well too. He was visiting his sister. And he talked about how like there was like fire or fuel, like fire rain, jet fuel that was coming down and had covered a woman, and she was burning. So he put her out and then carried her into safety, and she couldn't see, she couldn't open up her eyes, she's severely burned. He was like, I'm not going to leave you. And he just came from Ireland, so he doesn't speak English very well. He doesn't know what's going on, but he said in his heart he knew he couldn't leave this woman. And she was holding onto his arm to make sure, like, she was like, just go, screaming, go, go, go. And he was like, I'm not leaving you. Ended up getting her to safety. She, I think, did pass away from her burns. It was too much. But you're hearing these stories, and I think you can get a lot of empathy from it. And also you get a better recount of what people were going through that day, people that could remember. And this is also a thing with fear. And it's very, very hard to remember certain traumatic experiences unless you're like a veteran and you're used to that and you're able to recall a lot of things. So eyewitness accounts are very, very hard to kind of take 100% because you might blur some details or you might, try and fill in some
Right.
spots.
Like every memory is a memory of a memory. Yeah.
So it's through those stories and people saying how they remember it so clear, how it felt like time was just going so slow, and then seeing everyone literally stuck on the news for the next couple days afterwards. That even the past recordings I did leading up to this one, people talking about like they just couldn't get their eyes off the TV. Everything.
Mhm.
Everyone was curious, or everyone was really scared of what was going to happen next. Was it going to hit everywhere?
Yeah, the news seemed fast paced. Like it was constantly something new about it, but it was always the same thing recycled over and over. But everyone was just waiting for that just little shred of something new. It stopped the whole world. You know what I mean? Everybody just was just fixated on this situation.
It's I also heard a story from the people that were involved that were sitting on the airplane of Air Force One when Bush decided that he wanted to go back to DC when everyone was telling him he couldn't. He said, shut up, we're going back to DC. A guy talked about how like what happened was as soon as they found out what was going on, they were all boarding Air Force One and all the press is off to the side with their cameras and their whatever, trying to get their recording equipment. The Secret Service people came over, grabbed all their cameras, threw it onto a pile, and then started dumping like water on it and doing everything they possibly kind of could to soak it so none of it was usable. this is where conspiracy kind of side comes in of like, what were they hiding? Did they not want to see the reaction of these people laughing or these people kind of talking or whatever? I don't think it was that. I think it was a factor of, you don't know if these people could have a device in their camera where they could trigger something and explode something in the plane. Their biggest fear was, the guy talked about, when they got on the plane, as soon as like the last person, there was like different rows. So in Air Force One, he talked about, you would go left, which left was, there was a bed, there was a closet, there was a couch, there was a bunch of stuff where the president would be. And then right where like press could go, and
Yeah,
press
all
could
the
sit
way to
on
the
plane.
back is where the pref sits. Yeah.
Yeah. So he talked about how like as soon as all the press got on, everything got on there. Before the last person could even sit down, before the guy talked about it, he sat next, like across from George Bush. He sat, as soon as he sat down, this plane just felt like the tail was hitting the ground and it was full throttle to get off the runway as fast as possible, moving so quick where you're literally like staring up at the president because he's now up in the air basically, because the plane
Right.
is just going at a certain angle. And their biggest fear was that someone was going to be waiting at the end of the runway with a missile launcher. So it's just, we have to get it off the ground as fast as possible. And talking to the president was like, just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. Because at this point, I've already talked about Cheney running some ground protocols while Bush was in the air. I didn't know
Yeah,
what.
because Bush was kind of missing when Air Force One took off. He was just nobody knew where Air Force One was, because that's like the protocol, like they just put him in the air. He's the president. We got to protect him. There was reports of Flight 93 that they said that it might have been targeting the White House or the Capitol. And so the president he was there, but he was out of the picture.
Well,
And Cheney was in the Capitol. So Cheney was the one doing all of the ground stuff, making moves and stuff like that. Yeah.
Cheney also in his autobiography talked about saying, giving the order to shoot the plane down, which leads up to the 93 one that ended up crashing in a field. So with Air Force,
that is a conspiracy that I do dabble in. Flight 93 crashing.
I've talked about it a couple of times throughout this episode, but I'm 100% in belief that it was shot down. He gave the order. Yep. It was stated in his autobiography that he gave the order for one of the planes that was flying over the White House, which was a potential terrorist.
Pennsylvania is pretty close.
What I'm saying is,
you see, yeah,
if you're seeing planes flying around and you see them, you're looking at them on a radar and you can see when they diverge off course. So at this point, they knew about 2 planes that were hijacked, a possible third. Is this a possible fourth? And it was the one flying towards the White House. And it was 800 miles out. He gave the order to shoot it down. The guy hesitated, said, sir, the plane's still coming. He's 600 miles out. He said, shoot it down. It got all the way basically to where the plane just flew over the White House. It turned out it was just a normal plane that was not hijacked. Who's to say that the person that saw Flight 93 didn't hesitate and just gave the order without even thinking about it, like that's been known to happen, because it separated over a couple of miles. So that one's.
And if a plane crashes, this is what gets me hung up on it. If a plane crashes, like we've seen plane crashes, it decimates it. You know what I mean? But where it hits is where the crash is. It's not gonna take pieces of that plane and put them miles away.
That's what I said, separated by miles. It would all land in that general facility. It wouldn't just have
something isn't from an explosion of a plane isn't going to go up in the air and then land miles away unless it's thousands of feet in the air,
or unless
drifting.
It was hit by something.
Yeah. That's one I think that's one that we'll never know about, and all we can do is speculate on it.
It also gets into the point of like, why, when they would try and call people that were calling from the airplane, why was it that their cell phones were pinging to the ground? Like they were stuck in a location. They weren't in the air. It would keep moving if you're able to track it, but it was like stuck on a certain spot on the ground. I don't know if that was just because of the technology back then. People talk about you could be able to pay to use a phone, and it was like $3 a minute or something like that.
Well, cell phones back then too. It wasn't 5G.
There was the big giant block ones that you could have that would stick up to your ear.
2001? Oh, I think people had phones in 2001.
It wasn't. I'm 100% positive that there wasn't, because from what I've heard, it was everyone that was trying to use these airplanes.
It was the air. Okay, it might have been. Yeah, even if it was the airplane phones, because I mean, your phone, like, So cell phones, like, it's based on like wavelengths or whatever. And like the old style cell phones before before it was even 1G, when it was just like the cell phones or whatever. I remember when 3G was the big thing. And the wavelengths are longer, so they needed a lot less cell phone towers. So it might be, if it was someone like, so a cell phone tower back then would have a farther radius to where someone could be coming in range of it, going over it, and going out of range of it, and it would be pinging in one area a lot longer than what we would see now with 5G, if that makes sense. Because 5G is the shorter wavelengths, so that's why they need more towers.
And it's the phone call one. I like I said, I'm not even gonna dive into that one. But
it makes sense about them having phones on it because of the fact that I don't really know if you can get much service up in the sky, especially back then. That if the plane was using that, then it probably would ping to one spot, like you were saying.
One of the personal accounts of someone that had a last phone call, he talked about how it didn't sound like my best friend that I've known for 30 years. It just didn't sound like him. And it just seemed weird. Like he had a little bit of like, like, was this his best friend or was it like someone else?
Like a voice actor.
Mostly, but you look at it like in that situation, he took charge, and the way that they tell the story was this guy became a leader, and he's never been known to do that, and like he just took charge of the situation, and it brought the family like a little bit of closure. And his best friend was like, it just didn't sound like him, just sounded like a whole different person, which might happen in a situation like
let's
that.
roll. The guy that says let's roll or whatever, that was a saying that was like big back when this happened, because there was one, like when they talked about the phone calls on the plane or whatever. One of the guys, they were saying that he was talking about, they took over and that they were going to try to go in and like take the terrorists out or whatever. And the last thing he's heard saying before the phone call ends is let's roll.
This was about one of the people that were stuck in the building trying to help other people get out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I thought we were talking about Flight 93.
So again, going back to a lot of these personal accounts as well too. I think what really changed about a nation, especially after, let's talk about 20 years later, as much as we're divided now, I think we've all talked about like with the pandemic at the beginning of it, you can look at the same factors with 9/11 for like the first month or so. It was just a giant kind of everyone working together. Mostly if you're American. And
Yeah.
I got a couple people that were involved in this documentary about this that talked about like the one thing they didn't appreciate about Americans was that their kind of excuse of America being a sign of patriotism. It's fake patriotism. At this point, after 9/11 happened, every single house in every single neighborhood was flying an American flag.
Mm-hmm.
The country was hurt. But it carried months and months on end. And then the issue started to become in is that whenever something would happen or someone would make a mistake, they would just say America, or they would say America. And it would just start to be the word, kind of like how like people use racism like it's nothing. They just say racist. It starts to lose value in what the word upholds. And that was a big thing coming from a lot of people, that a couple European people that were involved in this documentary that were traveling over here, because before flights became as hard as it was to fly, this is a place to come to, a new beginning for a lot of people. And there was horrible acts of racism that were happening after this happened, but there was a lot of emotion that was flying through the air. And this is what I want to focus on, is that you can get lost and lose your sense of thoughts. You can lose your sense of what's real, what's facts, what's even acceptable as a human being, because you're hurt so badly. And I think that was a sign of like, I don't think it needs to take a 9/11 to bring people together. I don't think it needs to take something as drastic as this. When you're seeing people that you don't even know, they've been gone for 20 something years. Like myself, I was watching this and I was hurting for those people. It's a sense of empathy that we all hold in within us. And I don't think
generally Americans are good people. You know what I mean?
Well, and
it's in
everyone's a
movies.
good person. It just depends on we're all the hero in our own story, and we're also probably our
Yeah.
biggest enemy. We didn't understand what was going on. A lot of people they just knew that who the enemy was. And sadly, that enemy extended out to everyone that could fit that profile of what that enemy would be. And
Yeah.
this is when progress stops, is when you start looking at everyone as a target just because they're of a certain ethnicity or certain nationality. And that was the biggest and hardest thing to listen to through this, because you're just seeing unseen racism. But what can you do at this point? I mean, it's not the fact that it's past, but even back then, at that point, all rationale got thrown out the door.
Yeah. All legislation was done out of fear. It was all reactionary. It was the people were literally everybody like, oh my gosh, I remember going places and you would just see a backpack just sitting on a table, and someone's probably just going to the bathroom, and you'd see a backpack on the table, and everyone would lose their minds. Like people like everyone was scared of their own shadows. Everyone was really, really, really just on edge about all of this. And then it goes to when we talk about like the like that's why I think I'm trying to use the word xenophobia instead of racism. I don't think these people had evil intent of someone because of their skin color. I just think they were afraid of them because of their skin color. And they're like, well, I'd rather be safe than sorry. You know what I mean? Like whether like we could dive into whether that's right or wrong, but I think that that's what was happening. Like we like to think that that humans in general are so far advanced, but even though we have shiny toys and we can fly, like a lot of our stuff is still based on billions of year olds of instinctual things like fight or flight. And fight or flight was literally something that came into all of this. And then all of a sudden you're angry because you see all this stuff happening on the news, and then the pictures of these people of Middle Eastern descent are plastered in front of you day after day after day. And then you walk outside and you see someone that kind of looks like that. Immediately, all of those feelings come onto you, and you look at that and you're like, oh my God, And so it's like, I get it. I guess I think that's the point that you're trying to make. It's like you understand where the fear and stuff was coming from, whether it was right or wrong.
I'm not trying to put the blame on anybody. I think
No,
it's the main
yeah.
point. And it's very,
Yeah.
very easy to do in this situation. And a lot of people do it.
And it's
even
almost instinctual. Tribalism.
before even looking into this all the documentaries and all the first person accounts and just the heartbreak that goes through with it, even saying the conspiracy things, even things I've mentioned in the past might have been tongue in cheek. It hurts that I even did that in some ways. I think the conspiracies, there's definitely there's some fuckery that goes on with this for sure. I think more on the office side, where it comes to a factor of like, why are there so many documents that are still not released? Why is it taking this so long? Why did there has to be this giant proclamation of ending the war in Afghanistan by just pulling out on 9/11? Why did it need to be some great homage? Why does there's always has to be a victory for someone, and that's seen as a small, manipulational victory tactic.
Yeah.
And I think it's just, when you look back at all this, there is definitely some valid conspiracy points. And as much as I entertain the conspiracy ones as well, too, especially with the planes, I've never seen actual plane footage of a plane going in there until that documentary. But I've only seen it in that documentary. I can't find that video isolated anywhere. So, and they've been known to CGI the Earth, the very first pictures, which is why we have flat earthers. If you're telling me that you are able to CGI a cell phone, then you're now leaving the door open for these conspiracies.
Yeah, our government hasn't done a very good job at giving us a reason to trust them. And because of that, it opens up a lot of questionable things that leads into what ifs and things like that. And it's real easy for conspiracies to evolve or grow or even become something that people discuss. And it's and honestly, you can't blame these people, because all it takes is a 20-minute Google, and then all of a sudden you see things like, which one is it? Is it Operation Northwoods, where the CIA was literally talking about creating fake terrorist attacks to attack Cuba?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
it's like, so people who actually know things like that, they can look at something like 9/11 when there's a lot of unanswered questions, and they can easily try to fill in the cracks for their own easiness, to settle their own unsettledness with it, I guess, and just fill it in with, well, it was the government. And it's
well, Well, so many people that talked about this talked about if they didn't see it on the TV, then they just thought it was some tabloid craziness that was going on. It wasn't anything real. Because in the
Yeah.
60s, they talked about blowing up a airplane with dummies in it, like fake dummies, fake press that would be, just so they could say, "Oh, there was this happened. This is why we have to do this."
We have
That's
to attack Cuba.
because back then they didn't have to worry about that. As we attacked Cuba for no reason, all because they had a dictator that could have been a threat. Maybe trying to bring some democracy to people, but did that go well? Like you start to understand as like they'll do anything to twist it into their favor, and this is kind of like what we're
Mhm.
dealing with now, where it had to be some great homage to pull out on 9/11, and I think at this point it's keeping the wound open. This
Yeah.
is
Like you
something
got
that
to remember. Sorry, I was just gonna say this real quick. Is you have to remember that when anyone fucks up or makes a mistake, the story they tell is a story that's covering their ass. Does that make sense?
yeah, it's
So when the government fucked up on this, because if you remember, there were rumbles of terrorist attacks. We knew who Osama bin Laden was. He attacked one of our not an aircraft carrier. I think it was a destroyer. Uh, there was the 1993 bombings in the trade towers. He did a bunch of other things. So it's like immediately there was this moment of scrambling to cover their own asses. And I think that gets convoluted with the story itself, but I guess it's where everyone is trying to like when we talk about the conspiracy theories and stuff, there's a line that's like blended of government covering their ass that goes past the point of what the truth is, and then the people trying to fill in the gaps and trying to figure out where exactly the government was covering their ass. And so there's this blended line of like just a mess in the middle where the conspiracy theories develop or where because there's unanswered questions because the conspiracy like the unanswered what we call the unanswered questions and where we're trying to figure out what happened, the conspiracy theorists have an answer to those questions.
so this I saw this on Netflix when I was looking through, and I was wondering why there's so many like 9/11 documentaries. I think we talked about on a previous recording last time you were on. We talked about how there were so many documentaries that were talking about 9/11 now popping back up. Like it's another topic that's resurfacing. I don't know if it's just because of the time period for this. But one of the biggest things that also upsets me is that big tech is still profiting from 9/11 conspiracy theories 20 years later. So this article was posted in March, and it talks about as the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 approaches, several large tech companies are still making money from wildly debunked conspiracy theory content about the terror attack. That is distressing to survivors and the families of the victims. YouTube, Google, and Apple are still all allowing users to rent or purchase conspiracy theory films like Loose Change on their platforms, despite warnings from government officials, experts, and survivors that it hinders proper education about what happened. The past 12 months have brought a reckoning for America's tech giants. The de facto role of the likes of Google, Amazon, Facebook, and Twitter as arbiters of the national discourse is under increasing bipartisan scrutiny by the media, politicians, and voters. The scrutiny is driven by concerns about the incessant dissemination of fake news, conspiracy theories, and harmful misinformation on these transnational platforms. DC lawmakers hauled leaders of the country's tech giants in front of Congress to explain themselves. Most of the biggest platforms have removed many conspiracy theory and misinformation accounts, and several even kicked off former President Donald Trump over his continued false claims of electoral fraud. Election conspiracy theories, the rise, QAnon, the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol, and the coronavirus pandemic have all forced Silicon Valley to act. So I'm glad that the most dangerous and the ones that can hurt the most, but like Loose Change is arguably the most famous and influential content to come out of the 9/11 truther conspiracy movement. It was viewed more than 10 million times on Google Video within just a few months. Countless pirated copies swelled in its audience further. The documentary was first released in 2005 and has undergone significant revisions and subsequent re-releases. So such was the impact of the film that the State Department even released its own fact check, saying the documentary was founded on poorly thought through misimpressions and uninformed speculation. Overall, State said the film is researched very shoddily, making numerous mistakes of fact and judgment, but also that none of its shortcomings prevented from becoming extraordinarily popular. Now, So apparently later versions of Loose Change did not include some of the most extreme claims made initially, such as that a missile rather than a plane hit the Pentagon, and the planes that hit the World Trade Center might have been guided with remote control technology, have all been debunked. This is when you don't have the truth, you leave open the door for this to happen, and this is when
Yep.
I'm
And that's
curious.
kind of what I was talking about when I was talking about that line that gets blended when there's unanswered questions and people are so fervently wanting answered questions and they don't get them, they come to their own conclusions. And redacted forms 20 years later and unanswered questions and things like that don't help that at all. And when you actually, and like, it's this weird quagmire to where when you then you try to silence them and take that away, it only empowers what they're saying, because now you have unanswered questions and someone who thinks they had an answer is also being silenced. So it's like, well, what the fuck's going on? And it's so yeah, it's the excommunication, the fogginess, the in the dark kind of responses we get about some of these things that leaves the door just wide open for people drawing their own conclusions.
So on August 6th, more than 1,600 people affected by the September 11th attacks are asking President Joe Biden to refrain from coming to Ground Zero to mark the 20th anniversary of the event unless he releases documents and information related to the attacks, according to a letter released by the group. Despite numerous requests by Democratic and Republican members of Congress and hundreds of 9/11 family members imploring previous and now the current administration to bring transparency to the matter, these efforts have been rebuffed and the issue has remained inexplicably ignored. The letters read in part, "We want to see tangible proof before the 20th anniversary of 9/11 that this administration is truly committed to transparency," said Brett Eagleson, the first signatory of the letter, in a statement. "These documents involve a terroristic attack that occurred 20 years ago, and there's no justification to withhold them." Eagleson's father, Bruce, was killed in the attack on the World Trade Center. "The 9/11 families deserve justice and closure. Matter of fact, all Americans deserve to know the truth behind what the Saudi Arabian government role was in 9/11, and there's significant evidence that FBI has it. The DOJ doesn't deny that it exists." Eagleson's told CNN Michael Smercornish on Cuomo Primetime Friday, "We need the..." that's an actual shit. What? Cuomo Pro. Okay. "We need the president to be our hero, be our champion. Mr. President, this is a direct appeal to you. Help us in the fight, stand by our side, allow us to have the justice and closure that we deserve," he said. Signatories of the letter claim that they have been used as political bargaining chip for 2 decades. So signatories, so people that signed the letter, claim that they have been used as a political bargaining chip for 2 decades. "We had great hope that President Biden, who campaigned on bringing truth and trust back to the Oval Office, would value the lives and sacrifices of American citizens over diplomatic relations with a country accused of mass murder," the letter reads. Alluding to a Biden campaign promise, the group sent CNN a copy of the letter that they received from then candidate Biden campaign, where he would have the Department of Justice work to release 9/11 records. He said, "I will direct my attorney general to personally examine the merits of all cases where the invocation of privilege is recommended." Biden's letter to the group reads, "And to err on the side of disclosure in cases where, as here, the events in question occurred 2 decades or longer ago." White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said Friday that the president remains committed to a pledge he made during his presidential campaign to work to release 9/11 records. The White House Office of Public Engagement and the National Security Council staff have had several meetings with groups representing the families of those who perished on 9/11 regarding their document requests and to hear their thoughts on policy priorities that will continue to be a priority, Psaki said. The group is also asking that Biden, the administration, to hold Saudi Arabia accountable for its actions. Prior administrations have promised reviews only to use them as delay tactics to protect the Saudi government and keep the American people in the dark, Eagleson said. "We hope the Biden administration finally provides the information our families have waited to receive for 20 years so we can stand together with the president at Ground Zero on 9/11. So In this letter, the group calls on Biden to implement a policy toward the kingdom that not only holds them accountable for their role in 9/11, but also the 2018 murder of Jamal Khashoggi and the December 2019 deaths of U.S. service members in Pensacola, Florida. The letter also demands that within the policy, the Biden administration immediately cease the kingdom's support for acts of terrorism. So I know that was a
There's
lot.
weight behind that.
I
There's
know,
weight behind that.
but that's the thing is like what I always have tried and talked about with these conspiracies or with these ideas of information or with the riots or whatever we've experienced in the past year and even farther than that is the fact of when people get together, they can get progress done. It just needs to be done a step at a time. It always gets cut, and then we always see like a pair of shiny keys that get dangled in front of us, and it distracts us from the problem. This has taken 20 years for this to happen. When we have big issues like this, it should not take this long to get transparency when it comes to this, but everything gets pushed under the rug.
And
It's
it's funny you say that because actually, as you were reading that, I was thinking about that. Me and you were sitting here talking about being on like a third degree separation from these people telling these tragic stories. And then it's like 20 years later, like all these people were regarded as heroes and survivors, and these are Americans and they're patriots and we love them. And then 20 years later, we still have them crying just to hear like for their truth. We have Jon Stewart in Congress pleading with Congress just to not cancel funding for people that are dying from poisons that they fell under while they were cleaning up the site. We have we have firemen and stuff like that who are dying, who pensions, the reviews are coming up for these pensions and this money that we're supposed to be giving to these survivors, and our fucking government is deciding whether like the idea that they're even contemplating of whether or not we should continue funding for these people is just disgusting. But it's and so I'm like what I'm getting at is these people that they even have to plead just for closure still 20 years later is sad.
It's sad that the thought that goes into my head is the only reason that there's stuff moving in the works of getting these documents released is the fact that people aren't going to support the government in this. They're going to support the people who lost family members to this tragedy that has no answer to. If this was any other situation, people would not stand on the side against the government. It wouldn't happen in anything like that. But this is an impact that hurt more personally than it did politically.
Yeah,
That's a good quote. You can clip that for the episode.
there you go.
That article was released August 6th. This was released September 3rd, which for people listening, this is the day that we are recording is September 3rd, 2021. So anything that happens after this episode or after this recording is done, it's going to be different than when we release it when I do hit episode 9/11. But it says President Joe Biden on Friday signed an executive order signed an order directing the Department of Justice and other federal agencies to conduct a declassification review of documents related to the FBI's investigation of the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks. The review could
Wait, I'm sorry to cut you off. So he is doing it? Or he's pushing for it, you said?
Yeah, he orders a review and potential release of classified documents related to
potential.
So
fucker.
The review could result in the release of new documents should the agencies find some that can be declassified. What does that mean? Why are you saying like this is my issue with the commission report? What are you hiding? Well, I understand if you have ties or whatever, but I think this is a little bit more important when a tragedy and so many lives are lost in this type of situation.
Isn't that sad to think that what if it is that like most of like the broad information that we should know short of it like affecting like national security and like different projects and operations we have going on overseas to further our war on terror could be affected, that like what if there isn't much more answers? What if this is it for the most part?
Would it just be a profit game to keep saying like there is a document still hidden, or
right? Like, is that the motive? That like if that's the motive, that it's just money driven by certain people that just keep doing this because it gets clicks.
I think it was more about Michael Moore's Fahrenheit 9/11 documentary that talked about this, and he did a voiceover right when Bush's face when you see him react after being told the news, and he goes, "In this moment, I'm wondering who did I sell guns to that fucked me," and that's kind of like what we talk about here. I think it's how much of a part they had to play in basically our own destruction, like we see with Pakistan. It's like the same thing that we're seeing that's going on right now, but we have clear vision of it because we have so much social media that's talking about it,
Yeah.
and everyone's kind of focused in on it. And even then, that was trending for a week. Now it's kind of off to
So
something else.
honestly, I'm gonna say that you mentioned Pakistan earlier, and when you were saying it, I was like, it immediately made my mind go to like how Saddam or Osama was there. Pakistan was also funding some of these groups that were fighting the Russians, who ended up being people who were against us. What's going on with Pakistan right now on September 3rd, 2021?
I'm not talking about it. I'll talk to you about it off air.
Okay, okay,
But
okay.
basically, it's the same thing, kind of like as Taliban took over, and then we just lost so
Oh,
many
okay.
weapons and everything like that. So
Yeah.
that's
Okay.
exactly
Then
what's
yeah, I know a
going on.
little bit about what you're saying. Then yeah, I won't go off on a tangent about that. Okay.
So the executive order requires the attorney general to release the declassified documents publicly over the next 6 months. Biden wrote in a statement, "My heart continues to be with the 9/11 families who are suffering, and my administration will continue to engage respectfully with members of this community. I welcome their voices and insight as we chart a way forward." The move comes about a month after more than 1,600 people affected by the September 11th attacks released a letter calling on Biden to refrain from coming to Ground Zero in New York City to mark the anniversary of the event unless he releases additional documents and information the government has previously blocked. Not long after that letter of the Department of Justice announced that it would review what previously withheld information or documents related to the September 11, 2001 attacks it can disclose to the public. A Justice Department spokesperson said in August that the government advised a Manhattan federal court that the FBI had recently closed an investigation related to certain September 11th hijackers. Although this development followed the U.S. District Court rulings upholding the government's privilege assertions, the FBI has decided to review its prior privilege assertions to identify additional information appropriate for disclosure. The FBI will disclose such information on rolling basis as expeditiously as possible, the spokesperson said. Biden praised the DOJ's decision at the time, saying it followed through on this campaign to promise to have the department work on releasing 9/11 records. "As I promised during my campaign, my administration is committed to ensuring the maximum degree of transparency under the law and to adhering the rigorous guidance issued during the Obama-Biden administration." On the invocation of the state secrets privilege, Biden said in an August statement. He added that the Department of Justice filing commitments to conducting a fresh review of documents where the government has previously asserted privileges and to doing so as quickly as possible. The president also last month reiterated his commitment to the families of victims from the September 11th attacks, but Brett Eagleson, who lost his father that day and is an advocate for families of the victims killed in the attacks, criticized the Justice Department's move, saying it did not go far enough toward full transparency. The DOJ/FBI have already had 3 years to review the files and can act immediately to produce the documents, including the unredacted 2016 FBI review report of the Bureau's years-long investigation of the Saudi government agents who are known to have provided substantial assistance to the hijackers, as well as the phone records and witness statements. Eagleson at the time urged the Biden administration to disclose the information pertaining to the FBI's investigation. The DOJ finally admitted that its investigation is actually closed, contrary to the Bureau's prior claims about investigative status. We hope the Biden administration comes forward now to provide the information the 9/11 community has wanted to receive for 20 years, so we can stand together and the president at Ground Zero on 9/11, he said. It's very strange how they're going to start releasing it over the next 6 months. And I hope it's nothing like how we've seen in the past where we get documents that are just all blacked out and you see very key words, because I think at this point, the best thing you can do, if you really want to restore faith in people, is show all your corruption out front so we can address it and we can move past it. But slowly letting it dwindle off and trickle for the rest of the people to be, that's what pisses me off, is the fact that we had a COVID look into, and it was a 90 days he had to release a report, and it just came up inconclusive. So are you going to come up inconclusive with the documents? And it's been 20 years. You've had investigations and you've stopped the investigations. You've closed them off.
Right.
You
The
waited
commission
for
officially ended in 2003 or something.
So I'm very curious to, with all these family members that are advocating and helping and trying to talk through this situation and their experiences in their lives, and being filmed for documentaries that talk about this and how heartbreaking it is for us to hear. Why is it the fact that this is still going on? Why did we not have full transparency with it? Why does someone need to advocate, go to every single news? I don't know if you've ever tried to get on the news or try to get a, it's not like every reporter is just hungry for a report or a story. They want something that's going to hit, and something that's going to hit hard and going to get the eyes of a lot of people. It's not easy. So the fact that this person has to scream from our rooftops to be able to get this message out there of like, hey, we still don't have answers, and we want answers of why I can't talk to my dad because he's not here anymore. You know, that's what gets me, is like, that's where I start to have issues with the government. And that's where I start to have issues, is because you can't, in this type of situation, hold back something that is so impactful to so many lives and has really changed the course of history. If 9/11 didn't happen, we wouldn't be in the world that we're in today.
Yeah. Yeah, it's drastically changed the world. And this kind of ties into what we were saying about how like just the lack of evidence leaves just a gaping hole for just misevidence and disevidence to slide in. And it's like, why are we still not being told everything 20 years later?
It's so much so that there's people that are third generations, like how we are, that are talking about it on a fucking podcast.
Podcasts weren't even a thing when this happened.
Exactly. It was radio. And even radio, they refused talking about it for the first couple of months.
Yeah.
It's something that, if it was just full transparency, this wouldn't be this giant of a topic. I guarantee you, if they were honest about everything a month after it happened, it would be something we would all remember, but it wouldn't be as impactful as it is today. And that's not discerning how horrible of a situation this is. This is just the fact that there's no clear, there's conspiracies behind it that keeps it going.
That hurts it. That hurts the people who are actually hurt by this.
Yeah.
Like we're, like I said, like we're like a third degree separation. And we, like you heard me earlier, like just talking about it, it just brings up so much emotion and like pain. Imagine what those people are going through. That they just have to plead, just tell us what happened.
A guy that has a couple-minute recording on his MP3 player and has it backed up to every single computer and every single device that he owns to make sure he never loses the file of the last call from his twin brother that he listens to every single day just to hear his voice, hearing a question asked to him that he can't answer back to. That's what I'm saying. People that have last voicemails and phone calls. I have a last voicemail from my grandma. You know, it's something I never want to lose.
Yeah.
And I think
it's precious.
Yeah, that's what's important about this whole situation, is that there's pain here. There's an open wound that can't close properly because, and it's probably never going to close. There's going to be a scar.
Right. But, and like you think about like those 1,000 people, like we're like, me and you are very separated away from it. But like those 1,000 people, there's 3 or 4 people that are very, very close to them that knew that person. So 1,000 people that are signing this letter, we're talking 5,000 or 6,000 people who just want to know what happened. And it's like, we know, like, yeah, and you take the microscope away, you know, and you back off like 1,000 miles, you know, and it's like, oh, planes hit the towers fell, a lot of people died. But it's like, we just want to know how that happened, because I feel like some of it is like, we don't want this to happen again. These people want to know what exactly just went down that day that led to the point that they lost their family members. And we're just dragging them along with the little carrot on the stick going up, you know, like, oh, we're working on it and this and that. And it just keeps getting pushed down the road. And it's sad.
And then kind of wrapping up the ending of this episode, I think even with, if you made it this far, anybody listening, you understand the conspiracies in the minds of the people that have distrust for the government when you start realizing how impactful it is that something of this gravity of this situation really isn't told 100% and is still kind of a question today of what really happened. Obviously, we know about the planes, we know about this, but the conspiracies that was it a missile, was it this? Why people have distrust of the government? Was it a bomb? Was because it's never told to you 100%. There's always lies and there's always cover up. And when you let that door open for distrust, you have now created something that can never be closed again.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you actually, now that you're saying that like that, it makes me think that maybe the wild conspiracies and things like that is almost a form of coping for some people because it was such a tragic day. Like we all just watched 3,000 people die on live TV, and since then shit's just not really gotten better. And so it's like, are the conspiracies a form of just coping? Is it just people coming up with their own answers because of the fact that they're so like hurt and distrust and pain and anger and all of those random emotions, and not so much random, but all of these emotions just wrapped up into one, that it's like they have to draw their own conclusions because of the fact that we, as evidenced by this letter, still don't have all the answers.
I hope we do get answers.
Me too.
Definitely, I think it's been going on a little bit too long, and
We still don't have all the answers for JFK, so
yeah, that's been 50.
that's the sad part. That's the sad part, that like what we have now is almost like the best we're gonna get.
It's not, you need government, but it never hurts to question. It never hurts to question anything. It never.
Oh, an honest distrust for our government is 100% warranted.
Oh, you're coming from a libertarian standpoint. You're not wrong in thinking that. But is there anything you want to say towards the ending before we wrap up this episode?
I guess by off chance that we do get a survivor that's listening to this, it's just it's not forgotten. It's something that like is still just so imprinted on everyone's brains
And
of what happened that day.
if you've listened all the way to the ending of this episode, maybe go outside, get some fresh air or something.
Yeah, go outside.
It's definitely a
Get some
draining
fresh air.
experience, but I think you need to really take account, much like I have throughout this whole entire recording thing, and slowly seeing kind of the change of my thoughts in a way. Appreciate.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited to listen to it because I want to hear because like I know that we've talked about this and touched on it before you dove deep into it, and I can tell that your perspective on it has definitely been like realigned or changed a little bit. And so I'm actually really interested in hearing all this too, because I'm coming in at the tail end.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm here for the very end of it. Just being here, I guess, is a sort of reflection for you to kind of decompress on all the real the emotions that you've gone through, that you've heard secondhand. And it's interesting to hear for me because of the fact of me opening this can of worms back up and being, what is that? It's like a 2-hour flight from New York from here. I'm like not thousands, but I don't know the exact number, but I'm like a 12-hour drive away from New York. You know, we didn't see smoke here. We didn't see any of that kind of stuff where I'm at. Like Detroit definitely had a serious lockdown because we still have a bunch of like automation stuff here. You know, General Dynamics is literally, I could walk there in 15 minutes from my house. So things here were wild, but wow, I remember those emotions. I remember just being so afraid of being little and not understanding what exactly was going on, but being old enough to grasp the severity of the issue. And to think about what those people are going through still to this day, not having answers, actually hurts pretty bad.
I'm hoping that people end up getting answers. At this point through the episode, it's been a lot. It's been a long one for sure. Appreciate everybody listening. I'll make sure I link everybody that was involved in these episodes, all their descriptions, everything. All their links.
It'd feel pretty selfish right now to actually try to do a plug. So
Yeah, I'm not letting you anyway.
Don't do it. I'm not going to.
But I'll make sure everybody's links will be in the description for you to be able to follow. I appreciate you guys listening to this episode. And like I said in the beginning of this recording, this fourth part, is that this is all learning and just kind of going through it. So as much as you might seem like, oh, he's crazy out in the beginning, this is all just people's kind of rationale and trying to understand a situation that we don't have answers to, trying to fill in holes.
It's literally PTSD on a national scale is
Yeah.
what it is, I guess, if we could encompass it.
So every day is a new day. Tomorrow's never promised to you. So take it while you got it. Enjoy it while it's happening. And
But don't live in fear. Don't
Yeah.
sit there and hide and watch the news because you think there's a boogeyman. It is like you said, it's every day. Live it like it is your last day, I guess. Don't let experiences like this actually really influence your way of life, because then the evil people that are trying to affect your life are winning when that happens.
we'll see you on the next episode.